Manipur, Oloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Lai Janungi Mani, Lai Janungi Mani, Pitak na, Pitak na, Sana Laiba Manipur, Manipur, Sana Laiba Manipur, Manipur, Oloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Oloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur. Inungbung dagi haurapi, jinglo na palon kharibi. Inungbung dagi haurapi, jinglo na palon kharibi.
Sanglen pijo sepi, janvi haibi. Sanglen pijo sepi, janvi haibi.
Jikna lem na ngakuribi, jikna lem na ngakuribi. Sana Laiba Manipur, Manipur, Sana Laiba Manipur, Manipur, Oloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Oloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur.
Kaina yang kop mawongi, sumhat yai oi bisatam ni. Kaina yang kop mawongi, sumhat yai oi bisatam ni. Porogi ahan ba kung dapam oi ribi, porogi ahan ba kung dapam oi ribi. Nachanaw yung napon haibi, koy rumomon minog leiting bi. Nachanaw yung napon haibi, koy rumomon minog leiting bi.
Sanara ithak haubalam, lupana ponggol tinbalam. Sanana ithak haubalam, lupana ponggol tinbalam.
Sangbanatiana pijang oibi, Sangbanatiana pijang oibi.
Manigum mga naibini, manigum mga naibini. Sana Laiba Manipur, Manipur, Sana Laiba Manipur, Manipur, Oloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Oloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Lai Janungi Mani,
Narakilayra,
Lai Janungi Mani,
Narakilayra.
Pitak na,
Mga chawbini,
Pitak na.
mga chawbini.
Sana Laiba Manipur, Manipur, Sana Laiba Manipur, Manipur, Oloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Oloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur.
Once again, a very good morning, everyone, respected judges, esteemed speaker, and all our distinguished guests. On behalf of National People's Youth Front and Npyf, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Open Debate Competition 2025. Today, we gather here to delve into a critical topic that holds immense significance for our state. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Next, I request all the competitors to kindly report to the designated area. Please ensure your attendance is marked so we can proceed with the program smoothly. Thank you. Now we have the presentation of Lengyan Phi to honor our distinguished invitees. I request our team to please carry on with the program. First of all, we would like to give our honor to Sri Yumnam Joy Kumar Singh, National Vice President, NPP. National President, NPP. Next, I request Sir R.K. Rameswar, General Secretary, Organization, NPP. And Sir Laitonjam Jayananda, General Secretary, IT and Frontal Organization. Sir Karam Nabakeshwar, Secretary, NPP. And Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, Social Scientist, Speaker of today's event. And last but not the least, Sir Khaidem Shyam, Secretary, NPP. Sorry? All the judges. Now we have Sir Russell Haisnam, General Secretary, Administration, NPP. This is a token of our respect and appreciation from Npyf, and again we are extremely honored to have with us an excellent panel of judges, Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, a renowned social scientist, Dr. Arambam Noni, Associate Professor, DMU Imphal, Dr. Sriman Ningombam, Associate Professor at El Sanoi College, and Professor Okram Kunjo. It is time to begin with a symbolic gesture of enlightenment and hope. May I now invite the dignitaries to kindly come forward and light the candles, making the formal commencement of today's event. Now I request all the judges and all the participants to come up on the stage and be seated on their designated seats. I request all the participants as well as all the judges. Okay, all the participants, please come up on the stage. Now I request Professor L. Okram Kunjo Singh, Speaker. Now I request Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, a renowned social scientist, to please come up on the stage. Next, I request Dr. Arambam Noni, Associate Professor, DMU, Imphal. And for the judge number 2, I request Professor Okram Kunjo Singh. And for the jury number 3, Dr. Sriman Ningombam, Associate Professor at El Sanoi College, Nambol. Okay. So it is time to begin with a symbolic gesture. And I request everyone, may I now invite Ms. Nongthombam Bidyarani, President of Npyf Manipur, to deliver the welcome address. Let's put our hands together to welcome her.
Hello. Mayamu ahan mamaktada Nongthombam Bidyarani NPY President na ikai khumna buchari amadi ikok nona khoramjari. Ngasigi ai faraba korau numit January ki tang kunmanga numit asida National People Youth Front na sinja langjariba debate competition asida asin ba kaya kaithokpiduna debate competition asibu mapung pahan na bagida maglengbi ragliba mingoina panjarabada National Vice President Pabung Yumnam Joy Kumar amadi National People's Party ki State General Secretary Organization Yambung Rameshwar amadi State NPP General Secretary Admin Russell Haisnam amasung NPP State General Secretary IT Jayanandabu taram na ukcha bagaloinana ikai khumnaba uchari ngasigi debate asigi thawai happy gadawriba Sir Speaker Oza Professor Dr. Dhanabir Laishram amadi Judges Singh mingoina hangacharabada Oza Dr. Arambam Noni Oza Kunzo amadi akoigi hojiki oinadi yausanbiraktriba Oza Srimabusu ikai khumnabaga loinana taramna okchari amadi ngasigi hall asida tinbiriba ngasigi Maruina debate competition asida mapung phan bigadoriba debater sing participant sing amadi whole asida lengsen biriba mipung khuding makpusu NPyf ki maikai dagi taramna okchabaga loinana ikai khumna ba uchari amadi ngasi ki Manipur gi kasin koya sin bathungna debate asigi debate asigi Yohan bigadoriba pause sing yohan bigadoriba media sing busu ikai khumna baga loinana taram na okchari ngasi akoina sinjagat NPyf na sinjariba debate competition asigi maruiba akoigi NPyf na marui haibagi maruiba maram singdi akoigi Manipur sa thokliba conflict asi chahi ani phajilak baga loinana masigi solution thibada akoigi ngasigi Manipur sa lairiba naha sing Manipur sa lairiba phurup singi naha sing sina khidang masigi sta akoi youth sing sina kitang saruk yamina base darkar oena khanjabagi shu ngasigi debate competition haibadi peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue hairiba motion sida akoina sinja langjabani amadi akoigi youth sing asina ngasigi conflict asida akoigi youth sing asi akoi maruoiba major stakeholder ama oi haibase ngasigi Manipur sa lariba youth sing sina kitang samam na bagumba tang nathayiduna leiba ma akoina uba phangjai mado sigi maruiba conflict asigi solution thiba matamda akoigi youth sing ase yamna importance oiba key role amani haibase ngasigi debate competition asina akoigi Manipur sa leiriba youth sing asida paujel piba ma oina su oihaning bagi damakta NPyf na ngasi maruina debate competition ase sinjabani amadi akoigi ngasigi Manipur asida akoigi freedom of expression se tang phangba walabra na khanjai akoigi aduna maram oiraga akoina phongdok ningba wahai kaya ama ngasi akoina phongdok pangam dabida nungda phumaga leiba wafam kaya ama leibana maram oiraga ngasi ki conflict asigi solution se kamai torga thigani kamai torga thoklai ibano haibase phongdok pangam daba wafam kaya ama ngasi ki naha singsigi thamoida phumduna leirabra na khanjai aduna maram oiraga ngasi ki debate competition asida akoina thokliba conflict sing asi akoigi Manipur da peace amasung normalcy hanjarangna ba honaba matamda akoina samain toragadi phagani sigi suggestion simadi sima piragadi akoi normalcy se hanjalangani haibagi phongdok phamama Manipur da leiriba naha sing zat bizati amata naida vida phurup sing se pulap pullaga ngasigi platform ama NPyf na pizaraga ngasigi kamain toraga akoi solution se porakadage haibase akoi aki bamta like tabida phajana phongdo aga akoi haining ba wafam kaya ama ngasigi platform sina maram oiraga phongdok piraga yamna mayam ki oiba apen ba hena aphaba hena mayamna pamba adugumba solution amatang purakpa ngamgadra haibagi achetpa thajabaga loina na ngasi NPyf na ngasigi debate si maruina sinjabani aduga aroibada sengna haijarabada akoigi ngasigi conflict asina maruina sohaliba section ji koigi youth singni haibadi akoigi youth sing asi matam mafam matam chadabida haibadi punsi kya pikham na hankhre ngasi bauta soinaraga kya ama leibasu yaure adugi mathakta ngasigi akoigi asukna ma saukhalaba modern society asida ngasi akoina like shu tambagi mahuta akoigi competitive exam mayam thabagi mahuta akoi ngasi khulai paduna khulngai se maruina khoi youth singni si sina takpadi akoigi tungi generation ama akoigi purama akoi soire haibase si sina takpani maramdi kaigino hairabada akoi sise akoigi khunga ise sina soire haibagi dinate adubu ngasigi chakhotlaba competitive society asida akoina like tambagi mahuta akoina akoigi job thibagi mahuta akoina activist mayam tawbagi mahuta akoina khutta khulai paiduna akoigi khungak sariba masi singse akoigi tungda tholakadriba generation asida amuk hanna thoktanabagi damakta akoigi Manipur da laiba youth singse amuktang manarakanda akoi amuktang lingjen manarakanda amuk hanna thoktanaba akoi punna honminasi haise honaminasi haibase NPyf ki maikai dagisu akoi mayamda thamjari amadi loina na akoi gi ngasi gi debate competition asida akoi ngasi debater singsu ano suggestion mayama ano wakhalon mayama puthok bidona ngasi gi Manipur da thokiba irang singase amuktang peace oina hanjalanaba amuktang kari haina akoigi normalcy hanjalakadage haibagi adugumba wafam kya ama phongtok pirakani haibasu NPyf na chetpa thajabugo loinana thakachari mayambu amohan thakachari
Thank you, Ms. Bidyarani, for all the words that you have shared with us. Now, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Sri Yumnam Joykumar, National Vice President, NPP. Sir, we look forward to his inspiring words. Sir, the stage is yours.
Before delivering my keynote address, all present in the House today, Mr. Speaker, aduga jury judge ki jury sing, aduga participant, all of you know that we lost our state president recently, and in remembrance of him, and also in condolence for the family and the bereaved person, let's all stand and pay respect to him for 2 minutes in silence. Kindly please stand. Thank you. Dr. Dhanavi Raishram, social scientist and the speaker of today's debate, and the respected judges, Okram Kunjo, lecturer, Dr. Arambam Noni, associate professor, DMU, Imphal, and Dr. Srima Ngombam, associate professor, L. Sanoy College, Nambol, aduga Nasigi Seda Tapirba invitees sing, aduga debate sibu tanaba lakpiriba mayam aduga koigi participant debate sidai dangang biga toiba participant mayam aduga koigi event sibu koi debate sibu yengbiriba koigi electronics media gi coverage gi through the yengbiriba maba khwai panamak po ahambada aina on behalf of koi NPP site gi aduga Npyf ki site gi mayam panamak po aina taramna welcome to Bugulena Kokona Amdi Kaikun Ucheri. Mayam Panamak Kambirabani, a Kogi quite a problem Manipur face to Chick Karino Havida, me Tang Om the Gi, Tokiba, Tokduk to the Gi, Chatarkliba, Masi Ladiba, Manipugi, Fuser Karino, Manipur the Ladiba, Koi Ladiba, Kamgi Kogi. Karmaitona Quina and the Quigi, Punsilian Gadurino, and in particular, known Horiba Quigi generation, Nasigi participating, Adu Moi Makasing, Naranga, and the Pope with the Nariba Koliba, Panamaki, Moigi Kari Puser no, Moina Karmaiton Legaduno, Hibasi, Nasagi, Manipugi labor film, Seda, Punamaki, Puninda, Wakalda, Masilu and Kanabungatani, and Mugasu. Koigi IDP mayamama leriba moigi su yengadi koina bukharo pari moigi di future karino moi masamasu singi future karino moi ne lebina krai legidino haibina singba sumo question mayamama masi ngasi koi face to na leriba adu film ni haiba film seda Npyf na sinduna adu koi NPP gi patronage gi makada ngasi koi debate asi topic na peace and the normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Yeah, I'm saying that peace and the normalcy for say akoi damukta yamna chawa yamna important oiba aduga amma kari haini koina thadokpa yadraba adugumba issue nainagadabo issue ne haina akoi NPP na su lowi adu Npyf na su lowi apse mayam dai thamjage adu madu yengani koina chitamba sida nate koina torchi debate amasu koi organize to sorry essay amasu organize to essay gi topic tasu aina kamda the need of the hour for the survival of Manipur and its people is number one, a committed regional political party with its root in Manipur, or a strong regional party with its base, with its root elsewhere, but strong presence in Manipur, or a committed national party with substantial regional aspiration and rooted in Manipur, or a pan-India national party with substantial presence in the center. Haina Dumba, Kanomasu, ACMSU, organized story. Ado, High Mamsi, I think that Tamzing, a quick party site, a coin of filter, most important was peace proper, normalcy, restore to website, Messina Quiggy. Top priority nena admaitonam akoi mayan that hamjeni akoi damakta we are not so much concerned, so much border as of right now. Mathangi election lapada akoi mi kam kagani karoi habidu adudana akoi object ogli binate akoi koi pandam akoi party ki pandam haibu kamaitona Manipur da nasai ki shanti purpa Manipur da normalcy purpa se machine akoi khwaidigi important about adu mo objective name se mayam da sigi forum sigi through the I Manipur mayam praja sing dasu adu lebe mayam su sigi concept message mai thamjeningi adu sigi say that ne that koi site su hajning se maybe along the way somehow the other ngasagi tahi ani muk sujal pagi matang se sum nain labka say that somehow the other most of the people have lost sum to democracy, the political party is very important. A democratic demo functions on the basis of democratic political party. Adu unfortunately, high riba, she the queen election, she talked about a quickie, Nasagi issues, quite important issues, say, Masi Matanga, party at sing the su in sum tamjening basi sikha issue si masi confused or they have lost sight of it have sima mayam tamjening yam sing have da ekoi hogiba MP election da ozabimol mayam now with lots of expectation adu thagali we expect ko ekoi na thagali si mayam ki byapta hai Karan Thapar ga ma thengna ngam me habi thak penate. We expect that he will deliver. Ngasagi issue se kaino da adu ma gumbagi na Congress ki side gi leader ma hoina haraga core issue si honorable chief minister na kadai phaw chatpa ngam bangam da duna core issue ne na my statement thor puche aina kam da yam laibak thining ai ne. It seems he has lost sight of what should be the real issues. Real issue di ngasi gi torba ngasi ko kind of how diba how chapangam driba kind of the mori chapangam daba adegi trosam puchangam daba aduga kind of even low ubo powda ntinwa ubangam daba thoiba haibidi violence tholiba adu kind of si the main issue ni si karmai dawna tawdege kari tawdege haibidu aigi wakal dadi nainfam thokpra en kali koi saidale bana haibangam moidawa mana and he should not forget that he is a lone single representative of Maitais parliament. Adu magi da aina coin expect to masi. Say simple when I have the geopolitics ki matang da sigi issue siga labor people situation siga yam na mari lene mani ngambi gatawa adu da nganga na mana kano da chief minister adu sapang ngam di ain khamda madudi it is misplaced. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I start wondering whether we have sent the wrong person to the parliament. See, koi wazabi also khanda ningi khanda man to we am lay see te koi thamjege NPP na koi governor unamatam da koi thangbe issue ate koi na kamai no solve to gani haibidu koi han hai aduna ta main burning issue Manipur gi wena lebse kari kai no da ngasagi flight I say Imphal to Guwahati se pai da yad rabi belly de aduna masa flight sa single pa frequency of flight hang up you have see issue se koi thanami masi parliament ta chalaga parliament MP mo in chalaga ada consent ministry da hainarga masi lokhat pium thoi suma lokhat piu adu da sunataba recently koi survey da hai Manipur has got the highest inflation. It's not a good indication. Since the economy is down, India is quite a good adum the lady have see indicator. Adumasi, what are the root cause? Masi root cause. Some of the Karino have the inflation. Nasagi, Porama, essential commodities, Purukanda, Mapadal, people are question people, Tina Kenbagi Aduni. Karide Kennebi Murmur is an open secret. Lambida, extortion mayama, Nagagisu, Kukigisu, Adu Mataka, Manipuri, Mategisu, she mayama, Kai with the Kotan Hova, Adu Mataka, Sisu, Imphal, you will put a Kudimasi, Nasagi, extortion the Murmur, can you see? I'm thin one Kakiva. She could make Madam Silly. She can my down up quick control to get hybrid issue. I tamaning. See the quite important about governors who take up term say Manipur, Yam Tuna, train ship found view. Train power a day, Nasagi can be the Puruk and the extortion told, but takes me among low, say, Masi, low war. I do get a quick sapagani. Sigumba, Darka, I'm just giving a few examples. Sigumba say that a koi ladyba, koi sarkar sisu, Aduga party kumasu, cannot of my Ngambadu, Torga, Madu Toning. Adu, unfortunately, I see debate Sigi truth here. I'm also going to see the basic career. See, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Adu, please note that the topic is not peace and the normalcy in Manipur can be achieved through only political dialogue. That is only I was what she can only be achieved through political dialogue. haibani not that can be is through only political dialogue haibani sigi ani se khena makhale bini ko adu gidu adi akoi na pasigi topic si thamba kanda we have really placed where we should place the word only as adu torga thamgi bini adu akoi na in any case one way or the other ngasai adu placement political dialogue haibani is a must ngasai normalcy si program khona se da adu gini ada ai congress so hainingi political dialogue is kana ga tono do no koi government siga natraga Manipur maitei praja ga kuki ga tongna bagi darka obni ado seida hobi ba MP election gi result yang ga di particularly outer MP election result yang ga di Congress has got are in touch with the cookies kai no jo sampu gi cookie na plap na thadar bagi outer gi MP ka gi ni adu ga de na adu gi do please political gain ngasai electoral politics gain to well and the good is wisdom adu madu gi su lega di moina adu gi lever ngasai tatsam le nei do madu gi du sin biraga ngasai political dialogue se purakna se hona bi ha se ngasi form se through sida ai mesma kama kanada congress ki party da si wapam si thamjini adigi amuk yengse koi gi Manipur quite a level tibabu Naiba, Pariba Sakana, Honorable Chief Minister Gi, Hanaki, cut my statement cut, Yamga, the Ainusum filter with the Maggie, normalcy like I call it as normalcy, thing at the Yam Warami Colamiga, hyper way crab, Chinapata. I do not type of he thinks that Manipur film say, normalcy like peace like I begin, mount the impression labor Mali. I do not tell the high poche heroin. I do. Saying that normalcy laba no one will agree. No one will agree with his assessment. Ngasi bawa ko kampo pilan mangamdri, kamat to mangamdri. Maya mama, I think ngasi issue say the kanosuni economic position condition life issue. Acho issue mani ngasi. Quite a life active 2022 ki. June, July, I pension Chakiba Kamusi, pension, full pension Pangdana, Nasiba Ulai. Other Pesasi, deficit supposed Damas. How to see some Sapit Chakibitagade, how will this state survive? I will say, that's a big issue, Amani. Aduga, Masagi Handeki, Kanose, Togudo Miduna, Gan Tadab Tagadi, how you normalcy lane, Adu Wakan Long Tagadi. According to the debate, I out the film Oidore, when a say competition to the Ate out the film Oidore. Adu High River, Togudo Midna Udap Targadi. Adu we have no hope. We have no hope of seeing peace and normalcy in the state of Manipur. They will go mention some labor targadi. Aduga, Amasu I Tamningi, Kay Tamninga, Masi, I know. Party mo hunba kopegi wanate oina ngasi ngai city ngasai ko gyan tan minasi what are we supposed to do have to adugi dugi di matang da khat thambani handakta honorable chief minister hai amuk relaunch tawrena kari go to the hills and go to the village yam phajaba concept ni hana mamang ji to adubu hangningi di ma isu khirang soir basin go to the hills, fly to the hills. I go to throw. And the salary, Tamil salary, cabinet cannot buy road Chaki bro. More from the program to come out on the program and go to hills, I know, go to the village, I know. I think, suicide or hybrid, carry or hybrid. Sorry. And a sigi sick and can adu to begin when I gan tabu. Pata, I quite. Party cited the way to Tamzina, Kaitami. Problems they could put no honor say, BJP aggression at the Congress aggression at the NPP aggression at the Akanga Kai Mong the health of where I say, Tauraga, normalcy and peace of program, honestly, Haina Havini. Adu, Lay say the Park Tabi film lay, Tasina, Aingasi, Lapis, I soon calamity. See Torusina, Mayam Luna, Kanogi, European history ke tamaga di no khar de dum tamani khan French Revolution ningsang bra French Revolution da kare adu King Louis IV again no ida of Louis Philippe mai no pidu ningsang bra Mary Antoinette mai kare hai if they don't have bread let them eat cake hai do situation like ba to kari to ri to khang na adu hai do adagi ni na French Revolution thoke do adu film do ko Manipur su tar ka do bra hai bisai ching ne ko honorable chief minister da appeal tong ni leba ki situation mun khang biu adu lo na na ko puno hona min si normalcy lebe na ti kano to peace lak pa na te adu to ko wali adu si gi si por ko ko se koi di phare ko koi di khara le ga sahi khara le ga koi si gan adu tung da horoi ba noi gi noi makha le go do adu ida ma ko Manipur peace por pa normalcy por pa se yam darkar oi adu ga sai ko gi kanona bidar ni suhai gi ba you have more stake than us you have more stake you are the biggest stakeholders adu di hai hauji noi na khara gyan ta na ko ta noi ngasi dibe jaw de ko gyan ta ga noi si khandar ga lai bani adu noi makha da noi gi hen pi ba cha ngasi sai ahum mai da ngai ba moi di kaishu khang je po na te noi na ngasi gyan ta ga noi na to du na hai moi su yo mo guide tor ga moi su future sem go de ni adu na noi gi yam na saw role lei adu na noi na ngasi I am very happy ko smai dong na debate se da participant phajana lakpa kan 48 la ke no ba yam se na sin ta padi noi na interest lei adu hai ba Manipur gi lei ba what is at stake for Manipur lei ba ke no se masi se da noi su yam song na daite lo have said mati gi yam saw khudam ni I appreciate and I thank all of you adu the sunatana essay gi su koi na tharu essay se essay pikal 99 pikale yamna masing phajan yami akoi kano to da koi essay gi yenga to kamu sing su hafet adum kano to bani kari si loina pawangam gada gi wana bani anyway tadun adu aina thamadi loina interest logna khotan swain to se masi yamna nungai adu in thaiga to you will be the leader in the future noina kana to tungi kamu singsu almai to noina jimbi gidoni aduna masida ko punamak honaga akoi ngakte te noisu daite am songli punamak honam honaga Manipur da peace proper normalcy proper na honami nasi haiwa wafam je thamaka I try some questions again thank you.
So the much-awaited debate competition is about to begin. We request all the participants to be ready and follow the instructions of the coordinators. Let's gear up for the exciting session of ideas and arguments. I'm passing the mic to Sir Dhanabir Laishram, Mr. Speaker of today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Debate si hona ba torsi ko. Matam yamna chai hai tai. Koi chapchana hawi ko. Sigi mamang sida rules and regulation habit samlapa haige ko. Loina bagna piriba matam zi 8 minutes ni. Aduga minute 30 warning ahan ba pini. Aduga last bell na 8 pini. Sige matung na ngang badu ngambi daw na payam sang niyam yame ba ko. Aduga points pi roy. Aduga yaring ay di topic sida stick to biba. Adagi de koi timekeeper laini mana time pini ko duration sige. Adagi amana ekwegi kano si ngasigi mark se masi judging na suno to view ko. Judging gi tabulation sheet to da jury 1, jury 2, jury 3 na laibire. Adugang sa mark allocation gi to pidam ni na judge number singdu da horen. Ako'y na pizeri si language ki 20 ko. Language ki 20. Aduga presentation ki 20. Adagi method 60. Aduna horen mark pibi matam da 8 plus 8 plus 20, 30 gain toroga total do asomda total marks on the PB the is high size jury column to PB Ramaboko or an organizers in the Tijan Medungainaba. Adagi Matanga Tamjaning si Yaring ID, why Paza Pazabahaisiko. Aduga Koya Yama debate Mubaduna house the motions move to a height and a sun was you in a tra. Adudi Nainabam di talk Trevanatra. Aduna Mubazing do Gantabu ko. Ade Yamatamda withdraw to Honimba, Adaki pass to Honimba, Loshalapaser Takra, Dumahabiu, see Parliament gets an abi Amaniko. Adoni Adaki Pazabazaba, why Sinabiro, Lanet Diveta Amanas my Hiramba Gainoko. Admana Aduna Adana and Tobudumato Vidraboko. Adagi Yamaroina Quigi Masiki jury say, Labiam Pabaitare, it is very fortunate for all the learned debaters because the three juries are very eminent, you know. Okay, Uzanoni is very eminent person. Yam academician ko. Labu yam pay man jury obiba. Adik Uza Kunjo, attorney, writers ni. Aduga mayam gi yam na political analyst oba. Koi yam associate observer yam eminent ni. Aduga aigi Uza mem. Uza Zizu mayam popular weba Uza ni ko. Okay, Srima Ningombam yam tuina. Debate uramgani yamne hena fazana akhoi keno lobungamba decision fazana loba doji maksu associate professor hoina work to biriba kai khumnajaba mem ahumna noigi juri oi beise labu yam pheko adu noi khubam tangdi khudana okay adudi supported ginia noi aina sida organizer na lot to the Peter Kreboko. Sida noina move down in Bami, Ahan Bio Graba. Ha, Nangmikari. The case. Okay. Nakwiki. No, any Minkari Sanato in the case go. Here. Adudi, Ahan Basi, I request invite Oxere, Manangasigi house key motion move to Bigani. House ki motion na peace and the normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Koi Manipuri dana Manipur da santi amasung mausa ipimam hanjan lakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana porokpa ngamgani habani. Yeah, please take the right side. Mingdong tang haibiyo. Third number D sida laitre bako.
Namayrakpam request.
Namayrakpam request. Namayrakpam request 18 next cell number 18. Cell number 18. Di nga move to nga doon ni ba. Pide again. Magidi, Nipano Gado ni Tareto one, my Mapan Nodiva. Nipando warning, Mapan the last. Makreno Pigas. Okay, Namayrapam Rikes Maite from Treasury Veins.
Speakers are like Hokta Satpa, Lady Layman Jalaga Kelly, Utakta Panba Ohesu, Haimun Paraga Kelly, Adu Hojek, Manipur the Togli Iranga City, Haile Maktinata Vanina, Matom the Lucian Jackinis Hanti, Matom the Hanjanjarakani Haiduna Laitokpadi, or Toktra Boapa Mamo Ibana. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hareba motion as a Treasury bench lom the Haxam strongly support of Zabagaloina, Honorable Mover Moinangasig House of Florida, Muptauzari. Speakers are quite. United States Institute of Peace na 2015 ki October ki tang kun go humdoi irai numita phongba National Dialogue, a tool for political conflict transformation hai ba paper adu gi matung ina crisis ama conflict ama loisan ge hai gadi lambi ani lei hai ba lambi ani adu di political dialogue na pi ba lambi ama natre hai ga na military solution na pi ba lambi ama adu bu manipur da hojik thok li ba irang asi military solution na loisan gani hai badi ta seng oithok tra ba wafam ni khudam khara pijara bada manipur asi national level gi thak ta khakta ratana international level gi thak ta per capita security adumak wang ba lebak ni per capita security wangi ba leibak asi dai ta thok lebi irang asi sahi ani phajil la kadro phawbada karimata loisan na bagi shanti hanjana bagi mami ama phawbu uba ngam da basina masana takcha re madudi military solution na manipur bu mahausa gi phibam da hanjil hal pangamoi asi kakta sunatana indian army da manipur dagi khwaidagi wang awang post pai bi ramba retired lieutenant general sar koncham himalaya masamakna military officer mo oi bi ramba military da lei bi ramba mioi amana manipur da thok liba issue asi loisan ke haira gadi political dialogue tawna gada bani haiba wafam mamang sahi gi december gi tang kun go hum doi da phongba pongna pham pauk chen khudam oire asi kakta sunatana aikoi kuki jo council gi makok thongwa mioi singna koi gi chali ba sahi asi gi january tha da indian government gi maru oiba koi gi interlocutor ek mista ga loinana unaba matamda makhoi gi apamba wahai wata sing phongtok pa loiraba matungda aikoi political dialogue tawna ba initiative lobiu haiba wafam koi chali ba sahi asi gi january gi tang 19 da phongwa dekal hera lam sung sangai expression khudam oiri haire ba paper sing asi aikoi treasury bench na amade hang na ngasi gi motion asi da support tawjaba matam da hen supportive oina na ba gi damakta speaker sar sin jage maka tajar ko ina speaker sar akoi manipur gi issue se loisan na bagi damak ta military solution choose to budi ta cheng na lan gani maram de military solution choose to ruba matam dadi akoi kano root cause naina roi civilian casualty yam gani adu ki mathak ta karigung matam da strategy soi gar gadi hena chawa violence ama oirakani maram asina mamang da ina panjakri ba paper adu gi matung ina lambi ani leibe gi manung da lambi ama di ta cheng na oithok la roi khanglabani na akoi lem hori ba lambi ase political dialogue asini maram asina manipur bu mahausa gi phibam da hanjena ba hona ba matam da political dialogue ase tangai phadi haibu tu takcharabani asi kakta sunatana aikoi manipur da hoje hoje political dialogue yam darkar lei karigino haijaba taragadi manipur thok lebi irang asi aikoi yam kupna praja singa made leiriba miyo singa sidai da root cause khanghan da ba yade tasengna maitai ga kuki ga yana da badagi irang ase tholak libra manipur gi chief minister na war on drugs campaign tawru badagi irang ase tholak libra maitai ne schedule tribe ta alu badagi irang ase oirak libra india government na manipur gi lalho buching loisan na ba irang ase tawrak libra india government na manipur da leiriba resource sing ase lauthok ga yana na bagi namta irang ase tawrak libra natre haragana sahi lising manga hen bagi puwari leijarba manipur bu machen mase ta na thugai bi yana na bagi namta india government na kuki sing bu khulai oina sejen narakanda irang ase thok libra hairiba maram sing ase ekoi yam kupna naina da yaroi hairiba maram sing sin naina na bagi damak ta ekoi na political dialogue darkar lei maram asina political dialogue tawbuna root cause to kupna naina ba yana na ba amadi yam kana mayam na hainari violence hana loisalo violence hana loisalo violence tu bu tawhalak liba makok maru oi riba madu bu insalaga tawholiba sing adu bu phaminara kanda tawhandana ba wari sana gi harga di political dialogue se tawgada bani asi kakta sunatana speaker sar ekoi political dialogue se ekoi multi level da tawgada bani manipur da leiriba political leader sing national gi oiba political leader sing gi marak to political dialogue tawgada bani political party sing gi marak to political dialogue tawgada bani matang asi da panjaning bo wafam amana hojik manipur sarkar pai riba political party asi gi makha da leiriba political leader sing makoi masen gi marak to phamin na duna political dialogue tawna da badagi ngasi gi phiba machi yorok bani manipur da leiriba ngasi gi sarkar pai bi riba political party asi gi makha da leiriba political leader sing asina makoi na aning bata tawna rakwa amadi leiriba maru oina mayamna lana su mako oina unariba furup ani sigi maikai dagi mana aning ba pungang da ngangna raka leiba dialogue tawna bagi mohota monologue tawna raka leirubuduna manipur gi phibam ngasi phawo oisalakpani asi gusu matakta sarkar pairiba political party asi gi chapchapa firep ama mayam da ngasi khanghan bidabana maru oina congress ki maikai dagi national people party npp ki maikai dagi nakhoi gi firep karino haidana mayam sin hangnarik ribani maram sina political dialogue tawna raka makhoi gi chapchapa firep ama lauraba kanda da ahanba oina manipur se mahausa gi phibam da hanjilakpa ngamgani asi kakta sunatana multi level da tawba tasengna tangai phade manipur gi oina leiriba tongan ba hojiki furup sing sigi CSO singi marakta su political dialogue tawna ka dabani matang asi da panjan ba amana aikoi sarkar na loiraga thamba achan huiroi oiriba CSO singi marakta political dialogue tawbudi tawna bi garo tasengna manipur gi damakta khanba CSO singi marakta political dialogue tawna biu aduga manipur shanti hanjilakna ba hona biu haibase thamjage mathang da aikoi intellectual singi marakta su yam kupna aikoi dialogue tong naga bani maram di kuki singi makai degi jalangam ko larik am phong lei madu lali chumi haiba marai tong nari bani na nakhoi na phong iba larik tu karai degi data no reference karai degi lorok pono makhoi gi chu intellectual lak chunu akhoi gi chu tholok chunu aduga akhoi dena sibok lei noi dena sibok lei kanana chumi lali haina na bagi tanja ama phangna na bagi damak ta intellectual singi marak ta su dialogue tong naga bani asi khakte chu natana chhatra gi organization student union singi marak ta su dialogue tong naga bani maram di Chuchampur da medical college ta mahiroi singi mathak ta otpi nai biba nata balisa chali haiba wari leiki Manipur University da su kuki yugi mahiroi singi mathak ta mapot machai thugai biba manghan tahan gi wari mayam ama leiki haiba record leibani na aikoina ngasi student organization singi thak chu phamina re har kanda aikoina lankhibena sini na koina lankhibena sini sibo khongpham handokna si haiduna yanana bagi purakna ba lambi mo oina bagi damak tadi student organization singi maike da su dialogue tongna gada bani asi khakte sunatana yam maru oina Manipur da leiriba individual singi level la su dialogue tongna gada bani maramdi yelhomi oiba oida bagi wafam duna na thairaga thamgre har kanda मेगी तांग अहुम की ममांगदा अखोइसु नखोइगी नरक्ता लेरमी नखोइसु अखोइगी इदक्ता लेरमी पुन्ना चामिनरमी पुन्ना हिंगमिनरमी अदुगा मेगी तांग अहुम दगी नखोइना अखोइबु याम तमथीबा सा अमगुम अखोइनसु नोइदा खल्लिबा नखोइनसु अखोइदा खनगिबा मदुदा मांगिबा थाजबा दो हंजनबा याननबगी दमक्ता ngasi de khoइनसु नोइदा कसु तौरोय नोइनसु अखोइदा कसु तौरकनु लानगिबा सोइनखिबा ngaknasi हाइदुना फमिनरकांदा वारी सानबा याननबगी थाजबा पुरकबा याननबगी लंबी दुदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग नतना अतै लंबी लेते मसिगा मतंग चानना आइना पंजनिंगो वाफम अमदे ngasi अखोइ Manipur की दमकता तसेंग नाम खुद खुलाई पायरगा निंग तमलान होरिबा काथोकलगा Manipur की वांगमदा लेरिबा अखोइगी इसिन नाउसिंगी मफमदसु मतै मनाउ खनबदा याउसनबा नतबा मीगी मचि मनाउगी लम खनबदा याउसनबा नतबा अमदि मीगी पैसा तोनबा थौरुरगा पार्सल लौब नतबा पीबा ngamni ngamoi khangdaba imungda demand tawsanduna leibagi mahota khoigi ning tamlan hobiriba isin nauksingi mafamdasu khoina nakoina tawba yaba nakoigi level da Manipur bu shanti hanjilaknaba Manipur mahausa gi phibam da hanjilakwa ngamnanaba political dialogue tawnabi haiba wafam se thamjage yam maru oina amuka hanna lakcheningo wafam da akhoi political dialogue si tasengna Manipur state government Indian government initiative lobiu political leaders singi marakta su ko initiative lobira kanda dialogue tobiu matang si da panjaningo wafam amana politics decide your future so decide your politics haiba wafam se thamjage akhoi ipai pun haina biramba pawro ama lei hunaradi leitung wate haiba pawro ama maram asina अखोई फमिनरगा वारी सानबगी तंजादो लौमिनसी अदुना तदना मखोइना ngangbना सुमी अखोइना ngangbना सुमी हाइदुना फमिनदबिदा मामान अनिंगबगी वाखलोंदा अदुमक nganगदुना लेरगदी अखोइ ngasiगी Manipur सिदैदा शांति हंजलकबगी फिबम अदुदी ओइबा ngमोय मरम असिना आइना थमजिखरिबा अमदे ngang ngangbirकदोरिबा अखोइगी Treasury bench लोंगी honorable members singi observation yam kupna tabi har kanda ngasi ahakna house floor da move tawiram laba si ahaki motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue hariba motion ase hujik Manipur da leiriba mioi lising humpu hena displaced oiriba sing sigi khanbi rakanda makhoibu amuktang di chak chakhom ama chaba matamda harau harau mamite gi mapi ta na chaba phanghanna bagi damakta ekoi punna amat oina amakhatang ngairaba han bagi oiba asinatana atai lambi su leitraba koigi punna hingminaba yanana bagi lambi oiriba political dialogue se tawnaduna Manipur se amutang ni shanti hanjal halaksi mahausa gi phibam da hanjin hansi haiba wafam se thamjara kanda ngasi gi motion asibo house floor dagi pass tawba yanana bagi damak speaker sar ge amadi ngasi gi house pungning jingsinjari thank you.
Thank you. Enriquez, learned debaters na move to the house ki motion sing asi opposer ki mai kai degi Thoksom Sanathoi Singh opposer bench set number 22 Thoksom Sanathoi Singh Sanathoi na oppose to bigani amukan na kogjage Thoksom Sanathoi Singh set number 22 opposition bench.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi house the pukhalikliba motion iram the Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani hariba motion asi with my heart and soul motion asibu objection tawjari motion asibu objection tawagi egi relevant arguments statement amadi facts findings pumba honorable Mr. Speaker sir gi mafamda mathang manau naina thamjagi ihan hanbada ngasi iram the Manipur da thokliba irang asigi achauba community stakeholder ama oiriba kuki community ki migration diaspora ikhoina tangkak ohum thokna yengba yai ahan bada 1840s ta iram the Manipur da changjapam laukiba khongjai haira khangnaba kukising ani subada 1960s tagi military junta ge regime na iram da Manipur da refugee oikiba kukising adu ahum suba asina illegal immigrant oina sanglakliba kukising haina aikuna tangkak ahum thokna yengba yai honorable speaker sir thamjani wafam di ngasi iram da Manipur da thoklibi irang asidi iram da Manipur da khangu thakta sanglakhiba kuki refugee amadi kuki illegal immigrants sing na thokan bari masigi sabsa khudam haibu 9 August 2023 da India ki parliament da honorable home minister Amit Shah na thamkiba statement da the neighboring Myanmar saw a military leadership due to no fencing at the Myanmar border. Kuki brothers started coming to Mizoram and Manipur, which finally led to the clashes and security concerns in the state of Manipur. The statement of Honorable Home Minister is further corroborated by the Down report of 2023, which states that Manipur on high alert after the illegal influx of 900 Kukis, which has escalated the situation in the state of Manipur. Honorable Speaker, sir, thamjaning buwa from the ngasi iram da Manipur da thoklibe irang asi mathak da thamjak statement ani asina iram da Manipur da mitop sing na thomjilakpuna maram orga iram da Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam irang asi thokan bani maram asina ngasi gi leiriba iram dam gi lengak asina different situation demands different needs and actions have a historical and constitutional perspective to understand tawraga asylum seekers workana makhoida identity card issue to biba foreigners act matungina makhoibu deport to biba article 371C of the Indian constitution na scheduled tribe category the piriba special protection of the safeguard bu judicial review to ba iram dam gi leiriba lenga kasina NRC state population commission amadi ngasi maksad adun leiriba ILPS system bu effectively update and implement to ro matamda iram dam Manipur da mitop sing thomjilak ba thingma ngamgani and mind you when iram dam Manipur da mitop sing thomjilak pa thingma ngamlo matamda iram dam Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa ki fibam hanjilak pa ngamgani maram asina ihan hanba makta ngasi gi house ki motion asi aran ba motion aman ai yani suba point ta 1980s tagi cookie le na sem na bagi political design na bagi makata tongan ba cookie ge area sing da lakhiba artificial population growth made area domination gi saruk ama oina ngasidi iram dam Manipur ki reserve forest area da foba and cluster ba 2006 tagi na 2024 foba da Churchanpur da khun 148 Kangpokpi da khun 217 hengalak ba and moreover more than 900 villages village recognition pin ba application tharakhiba sina iram dam gi hanagi leijariba yellow saktam da sound singer pari maramasin Mr. Speaker sir illegal encroacher shimbo forest act ki matungina forest eviction to ba Manipur population commission gi matungina illegal immigrants bu detection tawraga foreigners act ki matungina makhoi bu deport tawro matamda iram dam Manipur da mahusa ki fibam hanjilak pangamgani maramasina motion si aranma motion man ai ahum suba point ta Afghanistan the Taliban ki war funding opium cultivation tawbagum ngasi mag iram da Manipur da lakliba cookie land gi movement asida poppy plantation amadi drug trafficking na a source of funding already and hence we came to term them as narco terrorists and here I would like to remind you the fact that according to director of International Bureau Government of India about 1,25,000 acres of iram dam gi land da poppy thai and thereby producing a market value of around 50,000 to 60,000 crore in a year and thus establish a narco economy. A sugyam saw cover revenue mana back to riba narco economy gi mateng nang asidi iram da Manipur gi laser by yelhowi maitai singbo ethnic cleansing tawraga zalenga mama sem na gi political design amagi bakha da separate political administration demand tarakpani. Honorable Speaker sir maramasna NDPS Act 1985 ki matuina iram da Manipur da war on drugs chalairaga narco economy gi every unit pu maru phungna muthan rabagi da forest act ki matungina forest eviction toba Manipur population commission ki matungina illegal immigrants bu detection tawraga foreigners act ki matungina makhoi bu deport tawraga narco economic chain network leiriba network asibu maru phungna thadala matamda iram da Manipur da shanti amasung bahusa gi fibam hanjelak pa ngamgani maram asina motion asi amuk khana aranba motion amani aigi mari suba point 2008 cookie center amasung state lengaka cookie armed militant groups kun manga ronga suspension of operation sign tong naki adu ngasi laklibo bafam di karino haipa matamda su sanaduna leiriba cookie armed militant singna ngasi iram dam gi Manipur gi irang asida instigate to batanatana perpetuate to na bhanari haiba National Investigation Agency gi report ki wafam si Honorable Speaker sir maram asina iram da Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjilakke haiba targadi ngasi mak de facto oina leiriba suspension of operation abrogate tauba aggressor single section 147 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita gi offense against state ki makhada legal action lokhatba political mandate amagi matungina aggression single military crackdown tawra matamda iramdam Manipur shanti amasung mahausa gi fivam hanjilak pangamgani maram asina motion asi aranba motion am aigi manga suba point honorable speaker sir wathok amagi waroishin purakpa matamda waroishin adu purakadoriba arbitrator aduna wathok adugi wahodok causal factor yamna munna understand tawba darkar tai adu ngasi iramdam Manipur da thokliba irang asibu wathok asibu waroishin purakadoriba center lengakna ngahak lerga illegal immigrant na iramdam Manipur gi irang asi thokan bani munghai ngahak lerga ethnic classes ni munghai aduga nakal amarunda iramdam gi leiriba lengak asina the Hindu da maitai state ST demand tawrubadagi iramdam Manipur da irang asi thokan bani munghai asigumba arbitrator oigadoriba center amasung state lengak ngasi gi double engine gi lengak asina masagi oiba chapcha aba political stand ama leitaba center amasung state ani gi marta yamda conflicting amadi contradictory of statement leiringai cheragasda matau karamna political dialogue tawraga iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahusagi fibam hanjilakpa ngamgadoribina honorable speaker sir maram asina motion asi amukka na aranba motion amani honorable speaker sir I get taruk suba point ngasigi house na belief tawriba motion political dialogue na iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahusagi fibam hanjalakani haiba targadi support bench da phambiriba members singda songna hangjaniba wahang amadi ihan hanbada center na sem kiba peace committee karigidamakta ngasi bakwa work tawribno again is super point 23rd October 2023 da Ministry of Home Affairs na community ahungi peace dialogue da violence thaduk pahana mutually decide tawkiba targasu ngasi makpoba bomb of nongmagi pau na good morning in news on tariba karigano honorable speaker sir masigi mathakta recently Ministry of Home Affairs na cookies zo council da political dialogue tawse haba targadi violence hana thadu u haba Ministry of Home Affairs ki statement karigidamakta release taro clip now honorable speaker sir this clearly proves to the point that political dialogue is not a solution to bring peace and normalcy in the state of Manipur honorable speaker sir maram asina by considering all the relevant arguments facts and finding and the different statement which I put off before the floor of the house ngasigi house the pukhalakliba motion iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahusagi fibam hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue khattana oithokpa ngamgani hairiba motion asi different dimensions tagi yengba matamda yamna inclusive oidaba aranba yumfam yawdo motion ama oibana I would like to request the honorable prime mover of the house to kindly withdraw the motion from the floor of the house unanimously thank you
Thank you Thoksom Sanathoy next from Treasury Vance Treasury Vance tagi mathang lokhat chagadoi si Waikhom Bobita Devi magi cell number si 10 hoigadoiba from Treasury Vance Waikhom Bobita Devi Treasury Vance cell number 10
Good morning, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. Today's topic, peace and normalcy in Manipur, can only be achieved through political dialogue. I strongly support today's topic because political dialogue is the only solution for this furious situation in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, we are burning in our own state, in our own land. In the name of the religion, in the name of the minority, some are playing the victim card, yet we are the real victim in our own land, Manipur. Mr. Speaker, the complex conflict in Manipur is like a deep-rooted tree that requires nourishment and care to bloom into peace and harmony. Mr. Speaker, the progress of this conflict is unnatural, so in this conflict, we need to find the root cause of this solution. Mr. Speaker, some points to be mentioned are, what started in the May 3rd, 2023 is due to the lack of the timely action by the government. The conflict began when the court started asking about the inclusion of the Maitais in the ST list. It is the spark that started a fire, and the weak government mechanism has been the reason for the escalation of this conflict. Mr. Speaker, but the years of disdain, planning, and guided hatreds towards the religious platform has fanned the fire to burn the bridge between the hills inhabited by the Kukis and the plains where the Meiteis live. Mr. Speaker, the progress of this conflict is so unnatural, so hence it is true to look for the root cause to solve the conflict in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, only the political dialogue is the solution for this conflict in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, the question is, what started and caused the planned migration of the Kukis, and what steps initiated of the pre-planning of the elements of negotiation by Kukis called Shu years before the happening of this conflict? Mr. Speaker, this question needs to be answered first, as the Manipur is under the union of the Indian government. No entity, no individual, and no journalist can take the role of answering this question, for the redressal to come only from the government only. And when I say government, I refer to the initiative of the state government. Mr. Speaker, sir, only the political dialogue is that we can bring the solution for the conflict in Manipur, and only the political dialogue with the hope and aim of bringing peace holds the key to open the Pandora box with as many secrets that we might not be aware of. Mr. Speaker, sir, the conflict in Manipur has many underlying factors, which includes the rise of narco-terrorism, the illicit poppy plantation trade, and the demand for the land and demand for the ST status. So these underlying factors has been the reason for the escalation of this conflict in Manipur that caused the violence situation in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, some might argue that arresting those responsible will solve the conflict in Manipur. But this oversimplifies the situation in Manipur that we are facing right now. Because political dialogue is not just a preferred way, it is the only way and the only solution that can counter the situation and conflict right now that is happening in Manipur. But some might argue that political dialogue won't be able to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur, citing its past failures and lack of compromises. But Mr. Speaker, history itself is the proof for the success of the political dialogue. A strong and determined political dialogue and negotiation can bring and solve the complex conflict, and one of the most toughest conflict maybe in the world. And perfect example is the Tashkent Agreement and Tashkent Declaration, which ended the war of India and Pakistan in 1965. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this conflict, 221 people have been killed and 60,000 people have been displaced. Mr. Speaker, this act of inhuman will continue unless the government intervene. Mr. Speaker, in order to solve the conflict in Manipur, we must look closely at the generation of the lack of awareness, which is searching for a place to belong, to call it their own, and to leave roots for their future generation. Especially, the communities that has been called refugees everywhere. What can be more challenging and struggling to fight against a community called Meiteis, small in number, live in the northeastern part of India, yet having the great history of kings and queens, of women or men, who proudly grew, which is yet unknown and unattended in the history of India. So, Mr. Speaker, only the political dialogue can bring peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, India have a great history of handling the complex conflict in the world history. A perfect example is the Tashkent Declaration, where the India successfully persuaded the Pakistani soldiers to withdraw from the Indian border and territory. So, Mr. Speaker, why is that India, which is capable of handling the world complex conflict, do not able to resolve the conflict in Manipur? If India truly desires to resolve the conflict, they can do so in a matter of days. Mr. Speaker, how many lives have to be lost before they solve the conflict in Manipur? Mr. Speaker, sir, some points and To facilitate the political dialogue in Manipur, the Indian government must first insert a neutral third party mediator to resolve the conflict in Manipur. And they must ensure the inclusive representation of all the stakeholders. And Mr. Speaker, they must bring clear agenda and ground rules to solve the conflict in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, the empty promises is now over. We do not need it. What we need is action, and we need it now. The Indian government must act right now to solve the conflict in Manipur and to bring the peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the relief game, even in the relief game, the families are struggling and grappling and with fear, holding and having the only chance to bring back their settled lives. They're trembling with fear, and even in the relief camp, what unfortunate is that people are kidnapped and killed. The women in the relief camp and the babies, and even an 8-month-old baby, have been killed mercilessly. A perfect example is the unfortunate event at the Jervam, where some innocent woman and an 8-month-old baby have been killed without any mercy. Mr. Speaker, this is the act of terrorism, and how long will the government will just see and act like it's nothing at all? So, lastly, Mr. Speaker, I request to you that please pass today's topic from the motion to the action stage, as political dialogue is the only solution to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, in order to bring the peace and to solve this conflict, political dialogue is a very important thing. I repeat again, it is not just a preferred option, it is the only option and the only solution to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur and to save the unity of Manipur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Bobita. Next city, ngasigi si debater si Treasury bench opposition bench kasi tangkai men kenagar boka. Aduna 1 with 2 interventions ani ratio to dari ko. Next se ay opposition bench tagi ani lokhat chage an bagi si thoksom Joyশ্রী Haishnam, Joyশ্রী Haishnam, set number 5 from opposition. Joyশ্রী Haishnam, set number 5.
Mic check. Honorable members, with the permission of Speaker, sir, I strongly oppose the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And let me give my arguments categorically. Speaker, sir, peace research approach by Johan Galtung, which focuses on the conditions of peace and violence, is an interdisciplinary approach, defines and categorizes peace into 2 types, negative and positive. Therefore, I pose a fundamental question here. What type of peace are we aiming for? Is it positive peace or negative peace? Speaker, sir, positive peace is embodiment of justice, equality, and also human rights. At the same time, integration of society, peace brought by peaceful means. And negative peace is the coercive force used to bring an absence of violence. So the motion clearly fails to identify what type of peace are we aiming for, and it misleads the House. Normalcy haibadi mahosagi fibam haibani. Motion asida normalcy hairibasi akwani yingsi. Manipur throughout its period, pre-colonial, colonial and post-colonial period, had perpetual conflict in the region. Immanuel Kant's concept of perpetual peace is lacking in the area. So what type of normalcy are we talking about in the motion? And also, the overemphasis of the word only signifies that the motion has been oversimplified. At the same time, there are many solutions to a problem. It fails to acknowledge other alternative solutions beyond political dialogue. At the same time, political dialogue is the superficial exchange of interests and ideas between opposing parties, oftentimes lacking consensus, including women too. And there is also self-serving interests and power dynamics. Example, oftentimes women are the victims of war, and there is a lack of representation of women in political dialogue. Feminists question the nature of war and its aftermath. Example, Japan, South Korea, Comfort Women, Peace Agreement 2015 face critical issues and criticization from people. Speaker, sir, peace or political dialogue can be used as a tool by state to maintain their status quo and to bring a coercive dialogue where they exclude majority of the voices and many voices. At the same time, there is an unequal power relations and elite-driven dialogues. This proves that, and this can become another reasons for conflict. And also, there are external factors influencing this conflict, in every conflict, and even in Manipur. The economic crisis, the security threats, and the Myanmar Golden Triangle. And we have to know that Myanmar is the new epicenter of global conflict. It is no longer Middle East. So this kind of impacts are giving on Manipur, and I think we need to look beyond our area and bring a regional dialogue with Myanmar and other stakeholders. Also, there are instances of failed political dialogues in Asia and Africa, etc., such as Sudanese National Dialogue 2014 faced criticism for lack of inclusivity, and also it further escalates the issues. Kenyan National Dialogue 2008, and also there are many failed peace dialogue. So what I want to emphasize is that we do not know whether political dialogue can solve or bring peace in Manipur. Speakers, sir, the emergence of modern nation state of India in 1947 changed the fate of people over its territory, population, sovereignty, and government. Now, the merger agreement of 1949 also brought many complex structural, economic, political issues ranging from ethnic conflict, land rights, ST demand status, drug trafficking, narco-terrorists, and illegal immigrants. At the same time, it also brought Armed Forces Special Power Act related human rights abuses, and there is a present Kuki-Meitei conflict which has led to 70,000 displacement of people, more than 200 lives being killed, and at the same time there is also 4,600 houses being burned. And so I want to ask honorable members, what solutions do you think that political dialogue will be really solidify and give it? So what I'm trying to say is, political dialogue, you are overemphasizing the use of political dialogue, but you're not showing how will it bring. And then at the same time, all the issues of Manipur overlap one another, and there is also the use of coercive force to suppress and silence people, human rights violation, right to life, liberty, livelihood, and the creation of buffer zones, etc. Now, what we have to know is that there is a structural manufacturing thing in this. And according to peace research approach, there are three types of violence. Direct violence, it is personal violence, including war, torture, hate crimes. And then there is structural violence, also called indirect violence, including colonialism, exploitation, economic inequality, gender-based violence, and human rights abuses. And cultural violence, such as symbolic in religion, ethnicity, law, media, and it is also called the war of the intellectuals, because they use ideology to manipulate people. They justify the use of direct and structural violence and make them seem less wrong. They also intend to harm and even kill people through this cultural violence. So all this violence are present in Manipur. I would like to ask the honorable members a few questions. Are we truly free in this federal structure of India to truly have a genuine political dialogue? Are we truly equipped to have a political dialogue by ourselves, or do we need a third party or approval of deep state in Manipur? Is the federal political arrangement of India conducive to bring peace, or is it adding fuel to the fire? So there are also Western powers being influencing the present political conflict and confrontation with China, adding fuel to the fire, and there are also using it for their own interests and gains. Now, I would like to give other alternatives beyond political dialogue for bringing peace and normalcy in Manipur. Number one, there should be higher border securities to counter this drug trafficking and disrupt the drug networkings at the same time. Thank you so much. I request everyone to withdraw the motion from the floor of the House. Thank you.
Next from opposition bench again, Angom Rajni. Next from opposition bench, Angom Rajni. Lakte. Report pyramid. La honor there. We read up. Angom Rajni, cell number 26. Angom Rajni, cell number 26.
Very good morning to the speaker, sir. So the given motion is peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. So I strongly oppose in this given motion. So this given motion is very important regarding the situation of Manipur. But why? Why did I choose to oppose this motion instead of supporting it if it is said that it is important? So for that, let's imagine there are two groups. There are two groups, let's name them A and B. So now, from group B, people from group B comes up and attack people of group A. Now, regarding this situation, a political leader comes up. So this political leader comes up and made political dialogues for reducing the conflict between these two groups. But after he has made the political dialogue, people from group B still comes up to people of group A and still attacks them. People of group A defenses but never attacks. But B still attacks. Political leader makes many political dialogues but never reduces the conflict. So now this same thing, this same whole example is this thing is really happening in our state Manipur. Two communities are still fighting with each other. Many political leaders come up and made many political dialogues, but never reduced the conflict. Even Amit Sahaji came to Manipur. He visited Manipur multiple times. But the question is, has the conflict ended? Are people not crying for their children? Are people still in their homes? Are people not in relief camp anymore? Are there no more sobbings for their children, their parents, their siblings? No. There are still, the conflict is still going on around in Manipur. Hasn't the political dialogues affect the Manipur? It has not. I would like to ask the supporting group that hasn't political leader met political dialogues? Yes, political dialogues have been made multiple times, numerous times, but the conflict hasn't been ended. The conflict has not ended. It needs concrete political action, not dialogue. Why does it need actions? Regarding the situation of Manipur, many people have died in this year. It's been a year, 8 months, and 22 solid days. The conflict has not ended here. Even today, people are crying. Even today, people are still hoping for them to go to their own homes, for them to live peacefully in their land. But no, the conflict hasn't ended. We cannot go to there. Even people who are in relief camps, they are not living their life in a peace. So why do we expect the Manipur will be in normalcy and peace and normalcy if only with political dialogues? If no one, if even today people are still suffering, then why do we expect with only political dialogue peace and normalcy can be attained in Manipur? No, Manipur needs political action, not political dialogue. Political dialogues have met numerous times, but still today, people are still suffering. People are still sobbing for their dead. People are still sobbing for their children. People are begging for their lives to be spared. If political dialogues are met, then why are people still sobbing for their dead? Still begging for their lives to be spared? This peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. I would really like to oppose this motion. Matang asida ay nathamjagadabadi peace and normalcy in Manipur. Ay na motion sa hanjan bunsajari maramdi peace and Manipur in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Haibaneba political dialogue khaktana akhoi gi Manipur da peace and normalcy purakani haiba tardi hojik fauba kaidoba gi peace purak trinoba hojik fauba kaidoba gi mi kap pinoba si khana bayaba potnatra amadi political dialogue khaktana peace and normalcy pura oi adudi kaidoba yai har kanda political action. A solid is political action. A concrete political action is needed. Thank you. I would like to end here.
Thank you, Anjita. Next from opposition bench, Marta Treasury Mahapsika. Okay. Anjita Kundrakpam from Treasury bench.
With the permission of the Honorable Speaker, sir, Masigi House na thamiramiba topic, Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilakwa haibasi political dialogue khaktana ngamgani haibasini. Sir, Masigi topic ase yamna chumbana maram oiduna aina ngasi support tawjaribani. Masigi topic ase charangna ani thongna yengba yai sir. Ahanbada Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam haiba ma amadi Masibu political dialogue hakana purakwa ngamgani haiba asigani ahanbada sir Manipur da santi haisina hainengidi leba amase wathok lanthok thok tabida ingna chingna leiba adubu khangnaganeba aduduga hanagi phibam hanjilakwa harisina Southeast Asia asida haina humna palamba akhoi ipa ipu singi ita nangam khai ngaklamba akhoi iramda Manipur se asibu khangnaganeba. Sir, ngasigi topic asida yauriba Manipur da hanagi santi amadi hanagi phibam hanjilakwa asina tai madudi akhoi habji hanagi phibam duda leitre haibado maram asina aina ngasigi house asida kamdong akhoi gi santi ase leidribano amadi kari jawbudagi leidribano haibado hana haijaramge. Sir, ngasigi topic asida yauriba santi hanjilakwa haisine taidi अखोगी मणिपुर इरमदम से हानदी यामना इंग जिंगना लेरमे हाइबनेबा अदुदुगा हौजिसिना अमु इंग जिंगना लेट्रे हाइदि हौजिसे अखोइना सु खांगिदुनि मदुदि हौजे अखोगी इरमदम से कांखोंग चाइबा इदु ओइरेबा मसी कमदौना न हाइ तारगदि अखोगी मणिपुर की आइडेंटिटी इंटीग्रिटी अमदि डेमोग्राफी से मसी सिबु अखोइना गाना अखोगी लेंगाक्सिना गाक पिरक्तबदगिनेबा अमदि अखोगी लेबासि हौजिकदि रिफ्यूजी की मकोल हाइबदो अदु ओइनो ओइरेबा अमदि अखोगी इरमदम लाइरेबाक चांगदम नारामिबा अखोई इरमदम मणिपुर से असिसिबु अनिसुबा गोल्डन ट्रायंगल अमसु सेमगदांगनब होनारैयेबा मसि सिंगसिबु अखोइना थिंगसि हाइ तारगदि मतिक चाबा लुचिंगबा मा मथौ तायेबा सार खुदम अमा लखतुना येंसिनि मदुदि याव चामा चामाना लानमी ओइरगा अमदि नोंसा अमना अखोइगी लुचिंगबा म ओइबना फब्रा नत्रगा लुचिंगबासिना याव ओइरगा नोंसा सिंगसिना अखोइगी लानमी ओइबसिना फरिब्राबा अखोई हाइ तारगा अखोई याव सिंगसिना ना लानमी ओइरगा नोंसासिना लुचिंगबो ओइबना फयेबा मसि कैगिन हाइ तारगा अखोइगी लुचिंगबा म ओइबसे मतिक चाबा म मथौ तायेबा सर अखोई इरांग से अखोइना लाक्सि हाइ तारगदि अखोई अहानबदा सु से कंट्रोल तौबा मथौ तायेबा अखोई लेंगाक्सिना हौजिक सु से फजना कंट्रोल तौबिद्रेबा अहान अखोइगी 2005 की अगस्त की तांग अमदि 2008 की अगस्त की तांग कुनिथोइदा अखोइना साइन तौनगिब्रा सुगी एग्रीमेंट से असिसे अमुदा अखोइना खिदंग कंट्रोल तौरगा येंसिनि लेंगाक्सिना अदु आइतारगदि करम्बा टेररिस्ट ना नोबा अखोइ हौजिक खुलाई थाबा हौरक्तोइसे अखोइगी हौजिक अखोइगी इरमदम असिगी अखोइबसिदा अखोइगी कुकी टेररिस्ट सिंगसिना अखोइबदा तासिलगा मदि नुपी अंगांग खाक्तन हातपा तुपसे अदुम तौरैबा मसि सिंगजिबु अखोइना थिंगसि हाइ तारगदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सि खाक्तना ओइगनि अमदि अखोइगी इंडिया की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सिना हाय मदुदि लेबाग अमदि इरांग अमा थोकबा मतमदना सुमनादंगी नेगोशिएशन अमदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सि खाक्तना अखोइगी इंगतपा अमा पुरोकपा ngamगदबनेबा नतबिदा अखोइना खुलाई थाबा हाइबसे अखोइगी लेंगाक्सिनदि तौबा याबा पो नतेबा अदुना नि मयामनसु हाइनारिबदुनि मदुदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग इज द ओनली वे टू रिजॉल्व कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हाइदुना सर अखोई खुदम खरा लखतुना येंसि मदुदि नागागी पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस थोकबा मतमदा मदु कमदौना लुसिंगिके मदु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना लुसिंगिबनि अखोई कारगिल वार हाइदार 1971 की कारगिल वार से सिसे लुसिनाबा होनाबदा अखोईगी इंडिया लेंगाक्सिना चांगिसे सुमनागी तगी था अहुम खक्तनेबा अदुदुगा अखोईगी हौजिकी अखोई इरमदमसिदा थोइसिदे था कुन हेजिलेबा मसिसे लुसिंद्रिसि कैगिनो हाइदार इंडिया लेंगाक्सिना अखोई इरमदमसे कैबदा खनद्रे हाइबगी मवोंग अमा तौरेबा अखोजी इंडिया लेंगाक्सिना डिवाइड एंड रूल खक्तम अखोईगी लेंगाक्सि तौदना लेरेबा मसि सिंगसिगे महुता अखोइन हौजी मणिपुरी सरकार अमसुंग इंडिया लेंगाक अनिमंगना पुनसिलगा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबसे याम मथौ तायबा अदु अखोइना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबा हाइसे सिसिदा अखोईगी मणिपुर की हिस्ट्री आइडेंटिटी अमदि इंटीग्रिटी से ngang अमदि एफएमआर एनआरसी मसि सिंगसे पुलप पुनसिलगा अखोइना कहीं तौगदबनेबा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदबनेबा नत्रदि अखोई अदुम पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरि हागा पंगदौ तौबदुनादि नतबा फजना अखोईगी बाउंडरी इशू सिंगी मतंगसे सिंगी खोगलगा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौब मतमदा अखोई इरान सिदा थोय अखोई इरमदम सिदा थोय इरांगसे सिसे फजना इंगतपा मा पुरोपा ngamगनेबा अखोई खुदम खरा लखतुना येंसिना सार मदुदि अखोई आसाम द थोय बोरोसिंगी प्रॉब्लम अमदि अखोई दार्जिलिंग द थोय प्रॉब्लम मसि सिंगी पुलप अखोई पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना लुसिमा ngamगिबो ngaktaनेबा मसिदा अखोई अमना मिलिटरी नोइगरा अमना बोइगरा इरांग थोगल हेन थोगल कदब ngaktaने पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से सिसिना ख्वाइ फबा अखोई इरांग अमा लुसिंगे आइ तारगदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सिदा ख्वाइदगि फबा अमा ओइदुनेबा डेमोक्रेसी चपा लेबाकि ओइनदि अमदि अखोई सार पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से सिसे अखोइना तौबा मतमदा हौजि अखोइगी लेंगाक्सिना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से हेक तौबमका कहीं से इरान से अदुम खरा तपथनरगनेबा हाइदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौ हाइ तारगदि अमगिसो फनबा अनिमकी याननबा चलगा अखोइना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से तौगदबनेबा अनिसिमक हाइदि कांगलुब अनिगी इरान निजना हौजि थोइसे अदुना कांगलुब अमगिसो अनिमकी हाइदि अनिमकी ओइना येंगलगा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से तौरपा मतमदा अखोइगी इरमदम असिदा थोइबा इरान असिबु लोसिनबा ngamgani हाइबा असि थमलगा ngasiगी हाउस ना टॉपिक असिबु लनतना पास तौबि Kinaba Haiduna no look Jari, thank you.
Thank you, Anjita. Next from opposition veins, N. Bidas Singh. N. Bidas Singh. Say number 3. Nomaitem Bidas Singh. Say number 3. Treasury veins. 7. Nongmaithem Birda Singh. Say number 3, opposition bench.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker,
Oh,
sir.
sorry. Jury. Sorry.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi House ki motion, Manipur da santi amasung mahusagi fibam hansilak ba haibasi political dialogue na khatang purak pangam gani haibasi aranba topic amo oibana ay samak thoyak sang yaung namadi tung yumbi oina ngasi ki House ki motion asa oppose tawjage maramdi ngasi Manipur da thokle problem asa sisibu matau karamna political dialogue ni na haigadori bano amadi immigrant migrant mayam ma atop state tagi Manipur da silaga atop karamna political dialogue oigadori bano maramdi masigi maru maramdi haijage maramdi indigenous oin lektaba haibadi immigrant migrant sing asina political dialogue to from thokta haibasine Mr. Speaker sir akhoi gi lengak na matam gi oina yane ana batau giba nga ki oina ba nga ki oina yane ana ba lengak na batau giba du ngasidi kang khong sai ba leba ba mo ohelo leba haiba ama do ohelle masigi maru eba dai tadi tai kana mata na ro India government amadi Manipur government makhoi na logo dabni Mr. Speaker sir akhoi ngasi thokliba present situation sin nei nage harba taraga di akhoi history da kai thoki ga haiba darkar tai amasung history da thoki ba do nei na matung da present sima ka dong nei to bigum chung future da la ka dori punchi du di ngasi thokliba present situation sin pora ka dong nei maram masina historical tama maktang lopsin jage Manipur ne India da tin khra matung inakhiba agreement major agreement 1949 da yauriba Manipur gi praja myam singda India government ne pifam tok ba hak sing amadi tofum tok ba thapak thorum sing do pirabra haiba hang se hamjage masi akhoi gi MLA minister sing asina khangba matok tai Indian constitution gi article number 3 amadi 335 C da yauriba ni asa semdot laga Manipuri gi boundary asi fima amata da amadi nakal amata da kaiba yaroi haibana singba singasa semdok pa matok tai natrabadi natrabadi hanagi akhoi gi hana ningkha tamna leiramba adugi punsi du da leijarage haibana singba kholaw lawrok darkar tai Mr. Speaker sir akhoi gi lengak na boundary fencing ningthina khaduna thamdabana marum oire haraga atop lam sing asidagi immigrant migrant sangogi fibam sing asa sum hengale sina maram oira kanda ngasagi kaina ngasagi leiriba kendra gi MLA minister lusing sing asina makhoi gi vote kanaba haiduna makhoi gi indigenous people sing asibu na kanamda thamakanda immigrant migrant sing ase pusilak laba matung electoral roll da hapsin kiba mase atai fibam da increase tawja kiba taraga so koi gi demographic fibam da asoki matik ka hale Mr. Speaker sir ngas ab tawigum chung Manipur da thokliba present Manipur da thokliba situation sa ase se political dialogue na purak pang ngamagadi ai ngasi supporter bench da phambiriba isli naw singi phando phung am khatang tamjage ngati ngasi relief camp da laiba mi gi masing sum hengala iba sa political dialogue na warosin purak pang ambadagi ra haiba phangse ai ngasi supporter gi phanda phambiriba isli naw singi phanda thamjage amasung Manipur da tholiba waroisin asi pulusila ke harabadi akhoi gi MLA amadi luchingba minister sing asa puksel sing basangi mathongna phabatai amadi lingjel manabata sab sana thengnaraga tungi Manipur ama sema matamda hujik leiba lengak si daite amna sauna lei haiduna ai haijaningi amadi akhoi tungi lehu gadurba Manipur gi indigenous people sing asita akhoi sinaram gadurba Manipur sa kari karamba Manipur na haiba famda ai Mr. Speaker sagi famda thamjage amadi lebak myang famda thamjage tawigum chung lisang sina lakpana ngasi Manipur da amasung ngasi Manipur da ningkha tamna leramba punsi dagi akhoi India da tinsila India da akhoi se kaidora ge hama tamda akhoi sa Indian constitution amadi India ge law act article lerima sing sa akhoi masi sing akhoi na at least khara makhai de akhoi na follow tawara haina changi adoragati amasung panjaram ge ngasi political dialogue Manipur da practice tawriba political dialogue sidi karino hama matamda violence ne Mr. Speaker sir ngasi masi Manipur da makhoi na political dialogue ningthi jana tawda badagi amadi akhoi ge lengak na matam gi na yana tawgi ba sing sina ngasi di Manipur da makhoi na political dialogue tawgi mahutta balance on sangsile Mr. Speaker sir akhoi na tungi Manipur ama semla matamda koi gi leiribe indigenous people sing cha punsin duna punsin amadi tungi mapangal kan ba Manipur ama lehong na buhan na ba tamta indigenous people sing asigi dai tayam na sauna le Mr. Speaker sam Assam Rifle na Manipur Assam Rifle na 2004 da Manipur lalhoba counter terrorist kita makta su suspension of operations sa maram sade asi se kari maram da ke mukta India government amadi Manipur government na 2008 ta su suspension of operations sa asi inari bano amasung immigrant migrant oina changlakhiba sing asiga indigenous people sing asigi mathakta India government amadi Manipur government tawigum sung ngasagi immigrant migrant sing aduga su suspension of operations sa tawba matik sabra Brahmana Manipur piu haraga India government na Manipur ne hekta pithok ka duribra Jawaharlal Nehru na Cabo Valley pithok ki wari su leida banate leidi tawigum sung ain haisan ninglibadi indigenous people sing asi na thairam lakanda immigrant migrant oina changlakhiba cookie militant sing asina cookie militant sing asina makhoi gi lam talakpa sa masi matik sade amadi maram sade Mr. Speaker sa aina mathangi point am haizarake mo ngasigi Kraba Samas Asida, Nasi, political dialogue na Kaktamang Warosin Pura, Kani Habagi Matau City, Kasulay Daba, Sengbang Masana Samudra, Taunina Lakoneva. Tawigusum, supporter Pan, the family Visin housing, Sina Aran Batopic, the Karimam, the supporter even Habisum Zake, Makoisi, Lamhuiki Tata, Nonsana, Guhada Song Taboto, Adumaknina, Pakatozake. Masising Hazaraba Matundang Sigi, Houski, Mosanda Mutangalakage, Manipur Santi, Amasung Mahusai, Pibam Hanzilak Habasi, political dialogue na Purapang, but Mana Hamriba, only Harimbasa, Masisina topic as a Lalhan Banin, Mr. Speaker Sagan from the Tamzage. Tawigum Sung, political dialogue Nangambataragadi, if Tawigum Sung Amazon, Parliamenta, Makoin House, Egg Law, passed on Matozakisanova, Tawigum Sung, Prazamiam influence the Mado, Loina na decline to Wanga Amadi, Makoina egg law article Semakadri Besa, Prazamiam Abamba the neighbor. Tawigum Sung, Tawigum Makoina Matamatam Yana and the same Kivada, Mado, Queen long lasting or have Mr. Speaker Sagan from the Tamzage, Amazon. Amutanga topic talaksage Manipurda Santi Amasung Mausa Fibam Hanzilak Habasi political dialogue na Purapang Amgani Haribasa Mase Aranba Motionina Mr. Speaker Sagan from the Tamzage Tobigum Sung Sising Sinamaram Oraga Nasi House motion Manipurda Santi Amasung Mausagi Fibam Hanzilak Habase political dialogue na Hatang Purapang Amgani Haribasa Mr. Speaker Sagi Puning Sing Zaramatunda Nasi motion Nasi House motion Nasibu withdraw to Mr. Speaker Sagi Puning Sing Zage. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Bedas. Next from opposition bench, Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham. Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham, cell number 18. Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham, cell number 18 from opposition bench.
With the permissions of Honorable Speaker, sir, today's motion Manipurda Santi Amasung Mahosagi Pibam Hanjil Halakpa Haibasi political dialogue Kaktana Purakpa Ngamgani. Today's motions. First of all, I honorable Treasury members in the Hangjaning question Karatamjage. First questions. Karamba Makhagi political dialogue Tauraga, Kana political dialogue Tauraga, Manipurda peace, Havadi, physical, mental, emotional, Ahumasina Punba Pisasi Pangbangom Gudoribano. First question. Second questions. Manipur Hosik Irang Santi Lehendribasi Cookie Narco Terrorist Singnani. Makoya Dudi Kanano. I have no Muhaja Dragasu Makoya Dudi Drug Taraga Yolaga separate administration ama Taliba Laibak Tugaiba Muising. Handak Tasu Ikui Dribada drug farmers sing da 1 per person da 1 kg drug Kaigalaga. Kulai Lairaga, separate administration, Tanbagi, Pau, Aikoina, Tariba. Haiba, narco terroristing adu, Nupida Angang, the Adukimatic torture to the Nupi Angang, Haling Balitan Haliba, terroristki Towong, Chatariba, Adugumba terrorist. What is Hanavagi like Oidraba, what is Haba Yaroidaba, Adugumba, Makalgi terrorist. Hi, but terrorist siga government ka what is thani maduga peace purakpangamgani society the peace purakpangamgani hi taragadi political dialogue tawgani hi ba taragadi madugi government adu karamba makhagi government no hi basi second question no ya thamjage jungle dagi tholokpa kharo group amaga wari saraga political dialogue tawni hi taragadi madu akhoi gi laibak ta laklak pa hi basi masana tabani nervous speakers What is Habagi Belu Yaudraba Mokoi Singa to the political dialogue Toga Banate military crackdown tawgadabani haiba wafam ase masi pukhatjage sir maram asina ngasi pukhatpiraliba motion asi house asida thambiriba motion asi mayek sengna lali haibadu ai hakyoiba valid arguments mathang sitna house asida pukhatjage honorable speaker sir. First point, there is no one golden method of conflict resolution. Conflict resolution ki no one golden method laite. Conflict resolution ki golden method laite. Society amada hekta use tawba pot adu society amada fulfill tawsalaga madu fulfill tawgani haiba suklai laite. Adugi sumathakta aikoi Manipur da hauzik thokliba conflict asi mamangai da thokiba conflict sing aduga content aduki matik khene. Masidi in haibadi aikoi da hana thokidaba aduga soft tawbada yamna miss first trouble or raknaba honaba adugumlaba soft tawbada ngamoina ngamdanaba honarakliba adugumlaba context amani haina aikoina lobe adubu mado aikoina leiringai matamdadi mado oithon bayade. Second point that laksaning bisi honorable speaker sir, conflict resolutions ki matang da contemporary evidence studies ki matung inna maduda piba group to ki report to ki matung inna blood ties haibadi ethnic conflict na class conflict tagi aduki matik luba hele aduga muksu ani asi sum of haibadi ani si samjan na khiba taragadi mado resolutions purak na bhonabda aduki matik awaba moy haiba resolution asi purak na bhonabda conflict of interest conflict of values ani ase distinction tawdaba amuk yade honorable speaker sir. Third point, conflict resolutions haibadi masida muk court political dialogue khaktana haiba asi masi redistributive perspective ni haina aikoina loba yai maramde masina kanaba pigadori basi masida sandoktori basi makoi sing aduda sandoktori basi conflict parties to adu khaktani conflict parties to da some periods long term oiba process na tabida some matam khara khatangi oiba aduga mana kanaba phangdoi si supna tangi issues khara khaktang da particular issue khara khatung da satisfaction purak pangamani maduna long term process oina satisfaction purak padi ngamloi masigi mayek laraba khudam haibabo United Nations na piba United Nations ki political dialogue lay na hauzik global gi oina active armed conflict aduki matik hengalakli ba asina global gi miyam na political dialogue asibo criticize torokli ba asina may laraba khudam ni honorable speaker sir. Fourth pointer, conflict resolutions haibataragadi underlying issues universal values democracy haiba singa se human rights haiba singa se state aduda yamna satisfaction oina state aduda puthokpa ngamgadabani adubu haiba singa se political dialogue nadi kaidau nungda political dialogue khakta nadi kaidau nungda shungam ngamoi honorable speaker sir. Fifth point, response notes ki matung ina contemporary oiba response note ki matung ina conflict resolutions ki matang da thamni basi society mada peace puthoke haiba taragadi santi puthoke haiba taragadi maduda political dialogue khakta na yade maduda social psychological and cultural ahum masigi importance aduki matik lai haina masida no sida mayek lan iro na bas speakers. Sixth point, a political scientist John Galtung 1996 da introduced the way karambatam peace haibasida positive peace negative peace hariba positive peace negative peace asida political dialogue khaktang tawba taragadi negative peace fangani frozen conflict oigani adugi shumathakta conflict sing do suppress toraga thamgani hariba suppress tawbasina aikoina negative peace soidana phangani adubo anaba speaker sa ahana thamjaning badi aikoina talibasi positive peace ni haibasi honorable treasury member sings to soidana yaningam gani haina thamjaning maram asina political dialogue khaktang tawragadi political gi representative singdugi kanaba makhoi khaktang gi oiba afabado leigraga aikhoi gi oinadi haibadi Praja Singi Oinade, Madugi, long lasting oiba, Matakta Panjakriba, universal value odo, Putopang Amoy, Hibase, Tamjaning. 7 point. Manipuri Oinade, Quaidagi, Afaba, approach Ama, Haki Mota Tamzabataragadi, multi-track dimension, multi-track apology, Hibasi, Masi, Akogi Oinade, Quaidagi, best approach Nihaina, Ihana Tamjaning, Maramasin, Adugamuk, 8 points. Quite important oiba, quite angle, important oiba angle ama Punjab taragadi hoy, geopolitical angle se Punjab hoy, I could jume, geopolitical angle se geopolitics angle se koina puthokpa adubu masigi matanga thamjaning bas akoina political peace dialogue khaktang tawba taragadi masina influence se bad phatabarom da sapu hene hena pirakani aduga karigumba multi-track se akoina pushin ba taragadi masi akoina negative oiba do lokthokrakanda positive oiba influence soidan lakani. So I would like to our honorable prime mover and speaker of the house to kindly withdraw the motions from the floor of the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, from Treasury Veins, Umar Nongjai. Set number 9. Umar Nongjai. Nongjai hay là Nongjai không thế? Nongjai. Okay. Set number 9. Treasury Veins.
With the permissions of Mr. Speaker. Mahusana, Mr. Speaker, opposition bensi laibak miyam nungsiba Treasury dagi hena nungsiba bensa madauna democracy set palaibak ta dumak thui. Ngasi su opposition bench na honorable speaker aikoi gi treasury bench ta piri ba allegation mayam asi yamna aikoi gi chat na ba yada ba allegation na pik thalaba adugum ba wafam ngaktane. Honorable speaker, leader of the opposition na peace amasung normalcy lak na bay damakta military crackdown tawgadabani haiba amuk nakalamrom dana member amana mukana peace and normalcy retain taunabay damakta aikoi peace means na negotiate tauraga sagadabni haiba yamna sarak sahing na ba members singi marakta pau ipau na dabay mawong da tawbase masi ahan magta thadok piyo. Honorable speaker gasi house da putok pirak liba motion karamba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haiba wafam ase megi tang ahum dagi ngasi phawba tha kun helaba irang asina maram oirakanda lamdam sida pokpa lamdam sida sauba miyoi lising humpu hena nampu da relief camp da lehalaba matam amadi miyoi chani ga kun mathoi hena thawai thakraba matam sida India gi state punomaktagi Manipur na pot khwaidagi tangba high inflation labor state ama oiringai gi mathak asida honorable speaker state ki armories tagi nongmai lising taruk huralaga nongmai lising taruk lut tawrakanda micham myangi punsida onsilaktuna senkhai thungkhai na chahalaba khunai madugi chaibi chaitheng khangba ngamdraba miyam madugi voice to nengasi represent tawraga house taikuna motion namana puthorak levse honorable speaker. Honorable speaker aikuna haine the basic premise of democratic setup is freedom haina bai chaukhat pa democracy da haine tawatabu Manipur kunai da honorable speaker ning tambagi wahan thok leiribra micham miyam gi chimbal da phibul namiba achumba ma tholak bagi damakta wangang ubam batamta warak watim bineba mine helaba micham miyam dagi ngasi khunai asida political dialogue natana nongmai kap na ragal loisan se hairibra ngasi peace and normalcy prokpuse. Honorable speaker ngasi head of the state na amasung ngasi gi opposition bench ki leader of the house na illegal immigrant na ngasi gi irang ngasi ga haurak phamni hairame. Honorable speaker illegal immigrant takthuk pam matamda micham miyam hanadagi leijarak pa mayam asogapan asiana mayum makai mai thari ba mayam sa masina pin da bagi kholaw amoina political demand ama tawre e karamba a political dialogue na loisan se hairi bano ha sa opposition bench na mayek singna house ta thambio honorable speaker masita nate ai koi ngasi gi ethnic conflict asina maram oirakanda ai koi da achauba constitutional oiba crisis mayam tholei ngasi gi khunai da ngasi gi laingak asida article 355 of Indian Constitution chanari bra chanada bra ai koi khangti masi gi mathakta honorable speaker governor la aga santi la ani haibu ngam state amane masi gi mathakta Indian Constitution ge 7 schedule of Indian Constitution ge state list ki entry number 1 amasung 2 da Manipur gi law and order public order police haiba se state na paya da bane na mayek sing na yauze adubu head of the state amasung home minister na intelligence na pau pirakte haiba khunai adune honorable speaker ngasi khunai se honorable speaker yam sati na chahal laba ai khoi masel gi marakta onjan naraga yam balkanized oirba society amani ngasi Manipur khunai na hingi se laita lairaba kuki ichilinau maitai ichilinau do chap mane elite kharana sanaba langda opposition bench thubigano athu matam da political dialogue toraga peace purak na bhonasi honorable speaker ai khoi na ngasi yengadaba sidi kairino hai taragadi India haiba laibak se samgalakpa matamda masagi identity mayik singdaba princely state samnga humpuga mangana punjal lagas nation making ama tawrakiba colonial character chenba colonial nature na halaba yamni ambitious oiba laimngak amane honorable speaker yamna laibak thiribadi 1949 da Manipur asi India da annex tawraba matungda madudagi samlakhiba legislation mayam Article 371C, Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reform Act 1960, Manipur Hill House Tax Act 1966, District Council Act 1971, asina Manipur ase hill amasung valley ani ase dichotomy ani thukto aga thami masigi mathakta legislation sing asigi marum dagi honorable speaker aikoigi ethnic army mayamang khak semgalaga ethnic entrepreneur na luchinga kanda ethnic homeland demand tawrak lebo honorable speaker hairiba mayama se phamin narakanda India ko laibak tuna aikoi se lang thak pane aikoi masel nungsi nadragadi punmin nadragadi wari san nadragadi aikoi at the end aikoi masel loinarani haibo wafam se nongmai na paukum pina se hairibra table da pura aga wari sa se hairibra haiba se opposition bench na kumpio honorable speaker aikoi United Nation ki General Assembly na aikoi 18 December 1992 da Pigiba declarations on the rights of people belonging to national or ethnic, religious or linguistic minorities ta asum na hai minorities sing asige right ase aikona protect tobiga dabane discriminate tawroi dabane adubo minorities sing na right tanbagi marumda ethnic homeland gi demand tawrak labataragadi territory adugi khal adu kaihallak nabo honna bataragadi chronic oiba conflict ki haurak pham oigani haibasa declaration adu the mayek seng na palli hairiba declaration mayam ase honorable speaker through reconciliation through dialogue ta aikoi na pura akanda aikoi masel nungsina gadabani aikoi gi idea of Manipur se uphill toba matamda hingminnariba purup mayam gi historical oiba responsibility lay haibasa ningsing nadraga CSO tampaki CSO ga singi CSO ga hunnaraga peace and normalcy purak payagadra honorable speaker hangjani wo hangde yamna ethnic oiba identity da wakalon da pukala kanda ngasi Manipur se mache tanabu honabiganu ethnic homeland gi father oiba pan nationalism gi mapa Hitler do Levenstrom politics do maithi krabane honorable speaker I go in a Kangadabadi Karino Haitaragadi. Honorable member of Swabirame, Article 3 of Indian Constitution, Manipur the San Hala Tambej, Tampaki Mina, Article 3 exception Tau Hairaga Yagadro. I could ching the ladyba, Tampak the ladyba, Apun Bagi, unanimous oiba consensus ama laira kandane article 3 ado in Manipur the exception thamase haira kadurisi. Honorable Speaker, aduna House tagi motion na si pass to view Manipur kunai punna kanmin si hai wafam si thamjara. Thank you.
Next from opposition bench, Saikom Rohan Singh. Saikom Rohan Singh from opposition bench. Side number 2. Saikom Rohan Singh.
First of all, a very good morning to respected speakers, sir, esteemed judges, and everyone present in the room. Today I stand before you today not just as a debater, but as someone who feels deeply connected to the roots of my homeland, Manipur. I'm here to voice a concern for those who have been through pain, suffering, and lost, who has shaped the life of my own people. It is with deepest respect and sense of responsibility that I argue against the motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. The people of Manipur have seen much, much more deeper than this. The fact is the pain of Manipur can never be, the truth is that the peace of Manipur can never be seen or heard from the sterile words of politicians. It is felt in the bones of those individuals who have been the victim of violence, whose dreams have been shattered overnight, whose homes are burned out. So they are the ones who are facing the real problems, not just the politicians. The promises are made, but were never meant. The agreements were signed, but never turned out into the actions, and which has led to the violence till this far. The sad reality is we have seen this before. We have seen the violence again and again, and history has proven again and again that somehow it doesn't work. Why? Because it lacks the main roots behind it: social, economic, and cultural division. They lack to deepen these wounds. When they try, it's like trying to plaster a wound which is much more deeper than this. So somehow, and the next the very important topic would be the youth. The youth and the civil societies has always played an important role in bringing the justice towards the normal people. For example, Mayapais of Manipur have always been one of those social society which have always bring justice towards its people, understanding the main cause and understanding in the grassroots level. And the youth, we as youth hold the power to bring justice towards its people, not just politicians, because I believe that peace is a melody sung by heart of all, not a script dictated by few. So in order, it is Aristotle once says that it is during our darkest moments where we must focus to see the light. We are the light. The politicians and every citizen of this nation is the light, which will create a history of peace, which will leave behind a legacy of peace, which my homeland Manipur has never seen before. It will create a legacy to leave behind for the generations to come, and it is the main motive is to create a safety for the people of Manipur and the generations to come. We want to secure them because we never felt that personally. Next would be, there will be never peace in those societies where there is poverty, lack of education, and unemployment. Manipur has limited opportunities when it comes to youth, and sometimes it leads to frustration and sometimes to extremism. By developing infrastructure, or by simply by organizing skill development program, or by simply organizing an educational purpose program to educate the youth, I think it will be much more effective than any bureaucratic discussions out there. Because I believe that the harmonious society is not built in the conference hall, but in the heart of its own people. My opposition have stated again and again sanctimoniously that the political dialogue is the only solution to the problem. If it's the only solution, then why the peace is not there in the Manipur till today, and why people are being killed, their homes are being burned out, the families are torn apart. Why is this so? Political dialogue is necessary, but it's not the only solution to undo the immediate action that has been taking place right in front of our eyes. The balance of Manipur is not something which we need to look at the past. It's happening right in front of our eyes. Houses are being burned out, people are losing their lives, families are torn apart. How long will we wait to change this reality? Will words be enough to a mother who has lost her child? Will words be enough to a community whose life has been set up on fire? It will never be enough. The wounds of Manipur is much, much more deeper than any policy debates. The words of politicians will just be a promise to win the elections and their personal motives. As we have seen it, At the end of the day, we all know the ground reality of what's the real game they are playing behind their cards. And we must focus on ourselves as we as youth hold the power to change the revolution and bring the revolution to the same pattern which has been followed for years. And we as educated youth have that power to break the chain of the circle which has been repeated over for the years. And for now, a very complex things like peace requires community involvement, social cultural understanding, and much more. It oversimplifies the complexity of a problem which has been us with for decades. If it was that simple, I really wish that as the citizen of this nation, it was that simple that political dialogue can only achieve peace will be achieved only through political dialogue. I really wish it was that simple. I really wish that the politician will be that responsible enough of this nation, and I could proudly be in the side of supporter and say that yes, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. But no, history has proven us again and again. Let's take the prime example of 1997 ceasefire agreement, which was made on Manipur. It was supposed to solve the violence. It was supposed to bring peace, but somehow it wasn't the situation. Why? Because it failed. It has failed again and again. The most basic human rights has been taken away from us, and how can we? The freedom of speech is not here, and the most basic human rights has been taken away of us. So how can we expect of development? We want to see the change, but we need to be the change. We don't, it sounds really cool saying theoretical that it can be the only solution, but we need to be more practical and see towards what's happening right in front of our eyes. My next argument would be that after several years of the trialmen to bring peace in Manipur has been the only discussion which has been carried on for years and years, and you might have heard thousands and thousands of politicians say that it's the only solution, and they might give thousands of words and promises to you, but was it ever fulfilled, and was it ever gotten to a tangential solution? I don't think so. The balance in Manipur has been taken from third main, not just Meitei Kuki War, it has been Naga War and everything. The history have shown us again and again that it's not the only solution. Politician, from the politician, farmer, or every job or unemployed youth. Do you know that 50% of Indian youth are unemployed, which is, and 50%, around 50% of Indian government school lack infrastructure, which is the main cause of the balance in the nation. Extremism, which when a student or when someone who is responsible enough for their own judgment takes something for their own, they need to be focusing on the development of the nation. They are focusing on protecting their own land and their own, they are taking their frustration out on this. Because if we truly want something extraordinary, if we truly want an harmonious society, it's not just made in the discussion, but it's made in the hearts of its own people. Come on, we all know that reality behind everything, and we just need to work harder and focus on something which is in our hands and something which we can bring peace towards the people. And yes, thank you everyone, that's my
Thank you. Thank you, Rohan. Next is also from opposition bench, Moirang Them Amarjit Singh. Moirang Them Amarjit Singh from opposition bench. Chair number 21, Moirang Them Amarjit Singh from opposition bench.
With the permission of Honorable Speaker, ngasigi House the Pukatpiriba motion, Manipur da Santi amasung mahusagi fibam da hanjilak bahibase political dialogue khakta for opangamgani. Hariba motion si lan bana in opposed of Zeri, motion si lali ustanabgi da I give a logical argument masakana thamsagi sir. Han brother sir. Ikone yeng baya base malem da thuaki bathodo watho kaya da political dialogue na warwaisin poroki haibidi yai tawbatabu political dialogue khaktana warwaisin poroki haibidi yabangamoy. Amadi ngasigi House dija pukhaliba motion si yauriba peace haiba wafam se 3rd May 2020 ki mamangda Manipur da peace leiram raibo hangsi. Leiram this sir. Masigi maramdi India na Manipur ni India ki fiwal nung da 1949 da tingraba matung da Manipur da thoka ning da bathodo watho issue kaya problem kaya na fiktali. Issue kaya amasung ngasi pawa warwaisin poroki ngamdar leiri. Maramaduna peace ki wafam ase makata na nabi ki tangai fataba lei haibado itham chage amade mahausa ki punsi haibase 3rd May 2020 3 mamang leramba punna hingbinaba punna saminaba chathok chachin tawbada ayat lapal leitaba aikhoigi wakhandadi normalcy na khanba adugumadu oigadoriba hariba singa se nauna na hanjilakna bhonabra tonga tonga method sin tonga tonga mechanism sing haibadi social responsibility lenga ki oba sab chaba fire abadi rule of law se ningthi jana chan hanba kaya masangi basigi meyam je punna mo kantuwa kan ngasigi motion sida political dialogue khaktana one man army tawni ek tawbusina ngasigi motion si lalisa ani subada sir manipur thoi ba conflict asigi waroi silama poroke haiba tar ye conflict asi thok gi maroi ba maram sing khang bagi tangai fadaba lai adu ba laibak thibadi ngasi phawba india lengak no oigera manipur lengak no oigera manipur thoi ba conflict asigi sab chaba white paper on puthuaga prajam yam ta khangan ba laiti amadi conflict se kamari rena honorable chief minister na phongdo ki wafam se thokli be rang ase intelligence lapses amadi security failure oi bagi ni thokli be rang ase mapalam gi khut jawi thokli be rang ase poppy plantation sing buthan na bona rupa amadi reserve forest kan na bona ba dagi thokli be rang ase suicide tong na ba dagi ni to thokli be rang ase mapan dagi jang lakpa mioi singa manipur lenga ki marak tani masi ithri conflict na te ana phongdo adu ba live thibadi 14 December 2024 da आज तक vi ki be interview da honorable union home minister Amit Shah na phongdo ki basa manipur thoi ba irang ase tonga tonga maram amadi terrorism ko bari amat lena te masi ithri conflict ni ana mayak sinatan thamjani wa fam di honorable chief minister amadi honorable home minister ani na thamli wa fam se diko tawra yeng ba matam da ai khoi de samom nam na pikthal kana gi marak ta political dialogue tawdi no political dialogue ase karamba wafam da jum pham warga tawduino haibani singba singa se pik tan na thoi masina maram wara kan nga sidi awabagi ipak ta manipur irak na re lekang dinar ba khunai am khoi amadi tha kulena sathai ba ngasi gi conflict asida drone bombing amadi RPG na singba sing sisina dun landarak pa tar so indian gi army gi top official sing na phungdo ki basa badu ko masijina ki be proof and evidence amata leite na phungdo isa masina tasing na takudi sir india lenga na national interest kan na hona ba manipur di bali gi hamiang ore bali gi hamiang ore balai bak sida leir balai ngak sina baya jau to kai ga pangkha ore sa thamjani ga wafam di masida matau kam ta na political dialogue khakta na political dialogue na ing tappa manipur amo porokani haibiri ba no mosale sita sing na lalisa ahum so bada sir aikoina nei na ba yabaji conflict ama thok pa tam da ngasi thogi ba conflict asigi waroi sin porok ma tam da koina political dialogue ta changi bja peace first solution letter aiba no condition lai bji yam maru oi to lai bak thi badi ngasi tha kul hena chathari ba ngasi ge conflict asida kuki ge honorable MLA sing CSO sing aduga student body sing na prime minister office da union home minister da tongan ba amadi governor of manipur da pising ki biseron da handak to sui kui da palija solution first peace letter haisa solution first aiba target sir condition demand tawre ga matau kom do nei khore political dialogue to gani haiba wafam che yamna ru mo oi aduga manipur haire lamdam se khoina amtang nei na matam da UT posi detis juris UPJ logi makha da manipur se kai ba yadam lamdam am khan adubu indian constitution ki article number 3 na matam supada by force singna dona lai amadi ngasi di manipur bu sing tam ani bu khaibok ta na khaitu aliba manipur land revenue and land reforms act 1960 aduga indian constitution ki article number 371 c haire bu sing sin maram wara kan resource allocation ai gi lamma ki lam bai bi tong atuan bo khalon po ka na ngasi di khurak hang da saroi phana ngak se liba singi lamja environment bar border paring jungak sen bigi daita saroi phana lawra ka da masida singi lamda in terms of acre da poppy plantation tha sin takpadi tangkai sen political nexus asobo ma lai rai da mek singa tai political nexus asobo ji manung ji da karamba political dialogue tawra ka da ikhoi gi leibak se hen asak pambai da gi hei bona thokani sir mosle si ta sing na lali thamjani gi wafam di makhoi gi demand da so handak mek singa palle madudi indian constitution gi article number 239 a gi makha da Podisori model the unit territory ki doctor demand to India lana kaim ta haide aduga manipur ga jung thang nari ba Mizoram ge honorable chief minister Lal Domana 4 September 2020 for the United States phongdo ki statement se yam na maru ai masida habi se tongan ba leiba ahum tongan ba administrator ahum ki makha da lei bai khoi ki furup se no mano traga no ngodi administration amagi makha ta khoi pulak khini ai ba pham thame masida khoi de leibak thire se $484 million oi ba kala dan project mai pak na boda national interest na maru oi ki bina Mizoram thawan bi ya dai ba wafam na mang thara kan Mizoram da kaim ta ai thamjani gi wafam di lak liba sigi fibam jida ngasi phaw thoi ba conflict asigi waroi silama porok ke haibagi india lengak na manipur lengak na framework ama adu road map ba majat ba chulai aduga masigi marakta maitai amadi kuki gi mariksa india lengak na sanaring ba mong da sanaba ngamba satrangi po ani mksi pai mong da pai ba ngamba adu aragri india lengak na irang ji loisin ngen khale loisin ba ngamme loisin dra dum loisin da ta adu adati sigi fibam sida khoi gi maya yaw da ba kai ga pakhak oi ba manipur lengak se amuk tang mikap thokpi wai ba sai ngasi thamjage amadi masina maram wara kan da khoi gi leibak se karamba mong da khona political dialogue si kadai da sat kani hai ba gi khoi da sabam na ba kya na pik than ba adu gi fibam amada lai maram madun mosle se amuk ka sulali sa Marisuba star Manipur toy ba conflict asigi waroisin poroke haiba taraga dekoi rule of law asa ning thijena chana batangai fate aduba live activity 1st August 2023 da Supreme Court na PKB statement da Manipur da law and order ni constitutional machinery se totally breakdown tawre haiba thame the Ministry of Home Affairs na silla kanda maitai amadi kuki MLA ni gi marakta unaraga waroisin porok na bagidama peace initiative lokhat kiba leire madugi hek longan bada kuki gi honorable MLA singna haiba sa moi go batongan badi malama leite su sign tong na ba loop sing duna haiba demand duna Makoi di loire haiba wafam thame thamjani gi wafam di hairi ba su sign tawna ba loop se Manipur State Assembly na resolution pass tawra kan da mado abrogate tawga na center tha ke leire madu gi pawkhum so mat leite thamjani gi wafam di hairi ba democracy chat palebak ta democratic oina khongjang jangchin ba aduga demand tawba kaimta kaide adubu ngasi di mi hatpa mi tupa tongan tongan ba thabak thawang terrorism ge thabak thawang chathara kan da demand tawrei ba basak mi sing sida Indian Constitution gi sabilan chedun state list ki entry wall amasung tu da yawriba law and order se state ki subject ni mase state lengak na India lengak na rule of law chat palebak ni India lengak se law chat palebak ni moi gi mathak da chap chaba action lokhat ka da moi bu neutralize tawba moi bu chap chaba paratam bi bahai basi maksu normal sita lagna mathaba amani sa madu India lengak na ngasi phawba Manipur lengak na paikhat paleite aduga tambaki lamda amani singi lamda tongan tongan bada ngasi Manipur gi ing tapna leiba tongan tongan mafam singda amaga wathok wera kanda amaga demand tawba extortion tawba tongan tongan thabak tawri ba singja lawless leiba am oi ba pangkhak oi bini hairi ba singa sijo sab sabe action lor kanda ngasi dagi Manipur lengak action lekta lokhat piu yakta rule of law se nikthi jana sijina biu normal se lagna gi lambi do aduma ugani thamjani ba wafam di Manipur lengak na haiba wafam center lengak na ta de aduga demand tawriba demand pi gadabana India lengak na oiri hairiba paradox ya ahum jigi paradox se naidaba matamda political dialogue khaktana solution purok oi haiba du mayak senge maramaduna lalaba mosala sidi house ki floor tege withdraw tawna ba honorable speaker sa ki kutang da honorable prime mover amade honorable member singi puning chingchinjari thank you
Thank you. Next, see from Treasury Vance, Brenita Hizam. Britina Hira. Britina Hizam, supporter.
Good afternoon, everyone presented here. Mr. Speaker, sir, respected judges,
Chair number 17.
And you, my dear brother and sister. I am Britina Hizam of Class 9, and today, with the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to support today's motion, that is, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. To understand my point of view, let us summarize the whole situation. It's been almost 2 years now. Still, peace and normalcy has not been restored in the northeastern state of Manipur, which witnessed ethnic riots between the Meiteis and Kukizos. Meiteis-dominated hills have become free of Kukizos, while Meiteis are forced to flee from areas dominated by Kukizos. Well, so the State Security Advisor, Mr. Kuldeep Singh, said press on the 22nd November 2024, confirming official report of at least 258 people dead and more than 60,000 people displaced from their homes. And more than 288 companies are deploying in Manipur, apart from Manipur State Police and Indian Army. So, this center, which is in command of the Unified Command, through its appointed Security Advisor, Mr. Kuldeep Singh, are deploying companies to check with the violence. But the activities of the militant groups trying to revive, taking advantage of the situation, however, continue in the state. The expansion of the violence in Jiribam, untouched by last year violence in May, shows that how the militants have strengthened themselves in the state. The state is so polarized that the security forces are seen through polarized lens. The Meiteis elects the Assam Rifles of being biased toward the Kukis, while the Kukis possess a similar vision towards the Manipur police. These allegations on the security forces are not going to help the administration in recovering peace in Manipur. This allegation needs to be addressed. Well, it is true that effective security measures is crucial to check the violence. But Mr. Speaker, sir, let's not forget that these measures won't be able to resolve the deep chasm between the Meiteis and Kukis. The peace achieved through effective security forces can be more fragile. So, well, it seems that the center do understand this problem. In last year, October, there was a peace meeting in the absence of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, of legislature for Meiteis, Kukis, Nagas, and with the officials of Union Home Minister. Well, however, the legislature of the Kukis, those reportedly refused to sit together with the legislature of Meiteis. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, this only defeated the main purpose of peace meeting. So, these failures does not mean that political dialogue cannot bring peace in Manipur. So, let us all understand what is political dialogue and how to achieve it. So, political dialogue refers to a wide range of activities, from high-level negotiations to conciliations. And the main purpose of political dialogue is to achieve practical and peaceful solutions to the problem. Political dialogue, called multi-level dialogue, is more applicable in Manipur crisis, where dialogue takes place at various regions of the society, in an effort to engage citizens in the building trust and consensus, etc. So, let me highlight some of the political dialogue points. The first is adequate preparation, conducting an objective and reliable analysis of the conflict, and understanding both sides' interests and their fears. Point number 2, facilitators. It is crucial to have skilled facilitators that both sides agree and feel comfortable with in order to continue this process more fair and even-handed as possible. Point number 3, sustainable political commitment. Well, a strong political will is important for this conflict. It is the strongest if the participating community shows a sense of ownership of the conflict. Point number 4, a collective capabilities of the leader. One of the most important factors of achieving a political dialogue is the capabilities of the leaders to form coalitions across political dialogue and social divides. And the last point is strategies of the facilitators. Well, it is necessary that the facilitators have a deep understanding of the conflict, both side interests, communities' interests, etc. So, shortly, neutral professional dialogue facilitators is very important, includes experienced facilitators with the different ethnic groups and gender, etc. And lastly, but not least, if political dialogue could not bring peace in Manipuri, last but not least, if peace and normalcy in Manipuri can be brought without the political dialogue, then the 288,000 personal militants will have already brought it, but unfortunately not. So I would like to request Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass for the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benita. Next from opposition bench, Lorembam Avinash Maitei. Lorembam Avinash Maitei from opposition bench.
With the provision of the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Movement House moved to a motion. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. However, motion is the Paliba. Manipura, Santi, Masum, Mahusai, people, Hajila, Pahibasi, political dialogue, Katana, Purapangani, Hibasi, the Yoriba, Katana, Hibamos, why is in a Nasiki, Mosalasi, Arama, Wasani, Hida, House of Tumzage. Mr. Speaker, sir, Nasi Manipura totally Irangasi, Karai, the Gi, Horaga, Tolapa, Iran, Habasiman, Tony Yang, Matamda. Ako ay amra khadara mapam ni karina matamda ngasi Manipur toli ba irang asi illegal immigrants kai gi sang padujum me maron gi sang pa illegal immigrants na main factor loraga Manipur gi ngasi toli irang asi toli bne habasi yapun khana wapam ni amadi ngasi gi me gi 2023 da gi hauraga tholoki ba irang asi na Manipur da adugumba asi anagi nesar amadi hana sunaba gi thong kyam aba thogre masai gumba situation habadi bulletin of situation asida peace amasung normalcy hajala pabaje oidabani amadi masiki matang asida basic security amadi order yaudana peace ki dialogue asi sanaba yaroi Mrs. Speaker sir amadi masiki matau karan peace ki lambe asi lahana bagi lambe di hana pakatana political dialogue abasi otomam thokti amadi political dialogue tawna ba hona matam da yakata lambe do hana yase duga matungda political dialogue tawsi habani ba sabuda basic member ke thumjering budi maduna aina han lambe do yatna aina saning ya haduna ju lambe do ke susa payaroi ba lambe sapa mama semdana ke donungda sapa yaroi aduna hajaning budi laiba Manipur issue asida nakarani ke magda kuthana ba amadi hana suna ba lepti ba makai Manipur biski dialogue to ba yaroi madu to ba taraka di madu ne hena decisive ba meaningful oida ba political dialogue mo oigani maduna ngasi ki mosal si aramba mosan ani subda Mr. Speaker sir hoki ba irang asida center amadi state government ani magta ki makai ma morungi dialogue thamgre ke system matang da khar ko to jara bada honorable home minister Amit Shah ji na August ki tarik ku manga da thamam statement there will be no separate administration in Manipur and center has firm stance all form of inflation in Manipur have statement thabira me message natana makha tarak bada ko komi ki mute amaga honorable home minister Amit Shah ji ga unaba matam da honorable home minister na thamak pa wapam there will the largest illegal immigration of Manipur from Kukijin community from Myanmar to Manipur and actually the red road is high ba pola mama thabirami ba mase statement ani je phone to kam matungda ikui dana mu honorable minister home minister na phone ki wapam maji Manipur gi issue asi ethnic group ani gi maga thokpa issue ni hadana mahak na yam ila na phone to ki ba amadi union home union cabinet minister oibri ba kiran rijuna phone ki wapam maji hauji thori irang asi political dialogue na hamba da sop to ngamni phone maga ikui dana hadak November ki tarik kunda phone ki ba wapam da man hari madudi masiki hari ba kalup ani ki irang ni masina maram waraga notice ki state sing da yam sauna thol sole hadana man estimate phone ki ba masi sing ba awai ku mam tong nari ba sara sida political dialogue purak ba ba se kasu oi da wapam ne ba Mr. Speaker sa amadi political dialogue asi insufficient oi ha ba ki kudam khar panjara bada how ki thura ki ba silakan ta Tamil ilam ki purpose sinjara bada silakan government ga tiger Tamil ilam LTD ga wari sana ba lekre but adubu 1980 1990 ke magda wari ka sarajana jo disip aba military solution pro amana irang ado nimtha mangam ki amadi Afghanistan ga mari Taliban ani ki mada thonari irang asida su hojik phauba nakal ani ki magda warasim propangam ki mase sunatana sahi lisa sina leraba Jammu ki issue bhasara bada Indian government na Anjamadi Pakistani ki marta 17 years na Jammu ki conflict si dimta na bani haida na wari sanakre but madu bunga si oi bangam de but sugum situation kara ji yeng matam da Manipur da peace ambasu nomination sala baje political dialogue khakta na ogani ha basi aramba wafam ni Mr. Speaker sir amadi hojik Manipur thole ba irang si yeng matam da masina lillo lawri ba BJP ki MLA mingona panjara ba nepsa kip gen maning ba mako yawri MLA singa je kadai de ki sanglak panu ha basi myam punna khana wafam ni amadi mako ne lillo lawri haraga atamna na maitai ka murti da landarak pani masida yawri ba kaino wafam amadi masida mako na Union Home Minister ki kangu ga unagi matam da phundorom ba article number 239 clause E gi matung ina Union Territory Producer da pi ba atumaina akoi gi Manipur sira jo separate administration phangma yarani haba ke manglan mangi bane ba keno kanguna hoji kuki so kanguna madu ba targa di madu da wari sanaki ba amadi memorandum kya honorable prime minister represent ba lai khram ne ba adu ba targa di ai khoina ngasi BJP da phone jo support tori ba makhoina irang asi thimjai magi mawata makhoina separate administration phangti ma makai akoi political dialogue toroi hana phungjo ba statement so lai khram ne adu ba targa di ngasi Manipur government na amadi central ki government ani magna double engine hai government asina Manipur ki issue ase makoi ki lusan ga ba targa di nahana BJP da support tori MLA sing asiga makoi hana wari sanam ba yada bra ba madu sum makoi na phong na support tori ni ko adu ba targa di madu bo irang ase ka phikilo samangam dri bane ba aduna Manipur ki irang ase ba to kram pisam su tarok to ka lusan ga dri no amadi mase su natna nakan Manipur ki honorable chief minister na peace hanjale hai ba wafam ka rom phong to kre madu na phong to ki ba matung ne ngase Manipur da अखोई की लेमकों की आर्मी कैंप की मांग की बा कबल कंबू की मिसी होजी मागी हक्सांग भाव होजी सीरी ना तक हिंगी फमी है बजे होजी फंगमंगम द्री अमदी मोरे की SDPO आनंद हा की बजे नरी बा फिलिप के खोंगसाई अदुसु हा महाना मकोई अरेस्ट होगी की पोते लगे अदु मकोई दा करम बखल की तब साब ददी पीपल लाइक खबगे मसे सिंग असे नते बतगा ओरी बदी मणिपुर का मेना इरा Harga Manipur zone je operate tawri harga makhona tawri zone gi area sing jitang asi state force amang ngam driba neba amadi central paramilitary force ke nga aga leiba buffer zone amadi red zone gi area da pupi paration da ba amadi kani sumui thap camera ma chathare ha baje make sure wa phone Mr. Speaker sir masaki cha khudam haiba bo bare video mo oraki ba 1 kg opium kuki lengi da mata pikhala kani haiba bare video sina make sure madudi masigi central paramilitary force gi mathong ma tawdri haiba amadi indan Malayam ki military rank da Malayam mari subala bata leiba Indiana Manipur ki Iraq ase kari maram ki lo samangam driba no sineba CRPF company samga kunna ha mathajang gre aduga November da CRPF company 70 bi thajang ki kamarum lege but adu ngasi ki Iraq ase mukhan atam na soli ne amadi kuki hai ba group ase indigenous community tribe banga lang chona ba laikre amadi makhoi na ngasi sona ba lang juna ne ba ngasi makhoi di admak kallaga laikhibe ne Mr. Sa aduna ngasi Manipur ki miyam na pamle badi Malana sino sambiu hai basini adu amadi ngasi tholi ba Iraq ase atam na Manipur ka mengi khoi jawe ha basidi hoi bakai kya monti phangna wapam ni amadi Mr. Sa ngasi Manipur ho ba Iraq ase Manipur ki prasa miyam na pamle ba Iraq ase kaino matam da langi mari na sukhala ba amadi kathira miyam jina pamle ba wapam ti kaino matam da Sri Jagat ki mabungo Krishna Sri Ram na Jakoi bagi kero tomal gi makhona tonga fajaraba basiki sur khongla padona te amadi Manipur ki fajaraba chingya ko sheli bela tapak sidagi khongla pa kangsi gi makhona te amadi leiriba amamanga sidarba nga khopa kangsi gi khojin ta pa pamana te ngasi Manipur ki miyam na pamni basi karino haba matamda pis hajalalo Manipur da pis amsu no mesti bolo amadi leiriba singa se religion masa masa ki religion sing dala ibe singa se masa masa ki mem than jam biru haba pam sidi aduna ngasi ki mosala sida pi ba matak pali ki kapik nam si nainaro matamda ngasi Manipur da tokli irang si pulling daro khotna lo samang ngamloi haba thum janaga ngasi house ki mosala su biru to thank you.
Thank you, Abhinas. Next is also from opposition bench. Korungan ba Thokchom. Korungan ba Thokchom. Say number 25.
Honorable Speaker, sir, imagine waking up tomorrow to find out that the conflicts in Manipur have deepened or worsened, not because of the lack of the governance, but because of the same cycle of blame, inaction, and shallow remedies continues. Picture communities growing more and more divided, laws failing to bring justice, and the cries of peace being drowned out by empty promises. This is the danger we face if we rely solely on political dialogue without addressing the deeper issues. Today, we debate the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. I rise to oppose this motion. Political dialogue is important, but it cannot be the only solution. The crisis in Manipur demands systematic reform, community healing, and real action. Let me explain why. Mr. Speaker, sir, political dialogue often prioritizes short-term agreements over long-lasting solutions. Histories have shown us that without genuine commitment and action, dialogues can become stages of political parties to showcase their intentions without truly addressing the root problems. Leadership is not about words, Mr. Speaker, sir, but about results. In dialogues, political parties often focuses on assigning blame rather than finding the solution. Let me draw an analogy. If a fire breaks out in a house, does the adult present spend time blaming on others, or do they focus on putting out the fire? The answer is obvious. Blame does not restore peace. Action does. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this motion as prolonged conflict can become opportunities for political parties to position themselves as saviors. This tactic does not resolve issues, but creates a cycle of dependency on future promises. True peace comes from addressing the core problems, not delaying them for political advantages. Mr. Speaker, sir, economic hardships worsen divisions. During crisis, relief funds and resources are sometimes misused. Instead of addressing the real needs of the people, these funds are exploited for political or personal benefits. Manipur's challenges cannot be solved through political dialogue alone. Economic development is crucial. Without economic stability, peace achieved through political dialogue will be very, very fragile. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this motion as prolonged focus on dialogue can shift public attention away from other critical failures, such as poor governance, unemployment, or lack of infrastructure. Political dialogue should not be a smokescreen to avoid accountability for these issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is one more big concerning reason why we should oppose this motion. Political instability is often used as an excuse to impose restriction on freedoms. Measures like curfew and internet ban may be justified in the name of safety, but they often suppress voice demanding real change. What is even more concerning is that the very political party imposing these measures are the ones violating the laws they themselves established. For example, when internet is banned, it directly violates Article 19A, which guarantees the freedom of speech and expression. Similarly, curfew disregards Article 19B, which protects the right to assemble peacefully. Moreover, these restrictions can impact Article 21, as people's right to life and personal liberty is compromised when they are confined in their homes. So, how can we trust, how can we believe that peace will be brought by those who don't even follow their own rules? True peace does not require only dialogue, but a genuine respect of freedom, fairness, and the principles enshrined in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose to this motion because the arrival of immigrants is a very, very sensitive issue in Manipur. But political dialogue often treat this as a tool for gaining support rather than addressing community concerns. Solution requires fairness and sensitivity, not just words in discussion. Mr. Speaker, sir, programs like South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission offer us a valuable lessons in healing divided communities. Manipur needs similar effort driven by local leaders and communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, civil society organizations, local leaders, and non-political groups plays a crucial role in building peace. Their independency allows them to address issues without political bias, and partnering with neighboring regions can also promote stability and growth. Mr. Speaker, sir, as my closing statement, I would like to mention that political dialogue is a tool, not a solution. The crisis in Manipur requires a holistic approach: judicial reform, economic progress, social healing, and the active involvement of communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mahatma Gandhi once said, "Politics without principles is a sin." Let us not depend solely on political dialogue without addressing the deeper issues like unity, justice, and equality. Mr. Speaker, sir, true peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to resolve it with understanding and meaningful action. Let us build systems that can deliver us lasting peace beyond the boundaries of political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, I truly request you to withdraw this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. The next competitors from Treasury Veins, MD Issertali. Opposition.
Nasigi House ki motion Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjalakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi. I stand strongly support this motion, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir,
पृथ्वी ममिंग लेरबा नोबेल laureates Albert Einstein na haibirami peace cannot be given by the force it can only be achieved by understanding haidana masimaktanani पृथ्वी की कॉन्फ्लिक्ट खुदिंग मक पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग कूटनीति खतना वारोइशन पुरक पंगमी अमसुंग वर्ल्ड वार फावदा नेगोशिएटिंग टेबल द लोइशन बंगम की मसीना ताई मदुदी मणिपुर की चरांग नब फिबम मसिजो पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खतना शांति अमसुंग महौसा की फिबम द हंजलक पंगमगनी मरमदना मौसन असि ककनिया याउदना चुमलब मौसन मनि मिस्टर स्पीकर सर मणिपुर दा शांति अमसुंग महौसा की फिबम हंजलक पा हाइबसि हिरम खरदा अखोइना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तोब मथौ ताई मसिगी मनुंगदा ख्वाइदगी मरुओइबदी मेगी तांग 2023 दगी थोरकलिबा हिंसागी इरांग असिना हाइना अखोइना लौब याय हिरम असिगी मतांगदा ngasi फावबदा फॉर्मल ओइबा पॉलिटिकल टॉक नत्रगा डायलॉग तौदमना इरांग असि लोइसिनबा ngamdana मिसी मिना लनथुम अमदी तंगदु लेता दबा लॉलेसनेस की फिबम अमा ओइरकलिबा से मतम चाना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौदबन ओहनबनी मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मरमदुना नकन अनिमकी माइकेदगी पॉलिटिकल टॉक की दमक वरी सानपम थोई मसीगी दमक पार्टी खुदिंगमकना व्हिप जारी दुना एमएलए खुदिंगमक स्टेट असेंबली लाकनबा अमदी खन्नबदा सरुक यानबा सिनफम थोई मसिना पॉलिटिकल टॉक तौद्रिंगागी अहानबा खोंथांगनि हाइना लोब याय मसिना शांति अमसुंग महौसागी फिबम हंजलकपदा अचौबा मतेंग ओइगदौरिबनि मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मरमदुना मौसन से चुमे मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मणिपुर शांति महौसा की फिबम हंजलकनबगीदमक्ता पॉलिटिकल टॉक तौब मतमदा कना कनागा करंब क्राइटेरिया कंडीशन वरी सागदगे हाइबसे मुन्न खनथबा अमा चंगे अहानबदा मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट का कुकी सिंह की मिहुट ओरिबा एमएलए तरा सिगा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबगी तंगाई फदबा दुले मसिना कुकी प्रजा सिंह ने तालिब डिमांड अमदी एस्पिरेशन सिंह अदो ऑफिशियल ओइना खंगबत ngамगनि मसि तनतना अनि सुबदा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट अमदी म्यांमार गवर्नमेंट अनि की मरक्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबगी तंगाई फदबा दुले मसिना बाउंड्री की चेनबा अमदी इलीगल इमिग्रेंट के वाथोक असगे वारुशन पुरकपत नतना लमदम मसिदा शांति पुरकपद अचौब मतेंग ओइगदोरिबनि मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मरमदना मौसन से चुमे मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मणिपुर की इरांग असिदा सिजनरीबा हाईली सोफिस्टिकेटेड ओइबा वेपन सिंग असे कनाना कमदौना कदाइदगी सप्लाई अमदी फंडिंग तौरिबनो हाइबसि मुन्न थिदोकपत नतना सस्पेंशन ऑफ ऑपरेशन सूद लैनरिबा मिलिटेंट कैडर सिंग असिगा नौना डायलॉग तौदुना रिव्यू तौबा मचंगे मसितना मिसी मिना थोकबा खुचु खुलाई कया मिसयूज तौबदगी कनमततना मिलिटेंट कैडर सिंग असिगे सर्विलेंस सु खंगबंगम गदौरिबने मसिना ड्रग की समस्या सु खरमखै हंधनबत नतना वाथोक असिगे वारुशिन पुरकपदसु अचौबा मतेंग ओइगदौरिबने मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मरमदना मौसन से चुमे मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मणिपुर दा तंगदु लेता दब सिंगी मनुंगदा इंडिया मणिपुर की कॉन्फ्लिक्ट असि हेना कॉम्प्लेक्स असु मोइसिलगले यावलोइ सिंगना हानदगी प्री मर्जर स्टेटस डिमांड तौदुना लाकपादो हंदकी इरांग असिदा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ना लौरिबा रोल असे पेना दबदगी अमुक हेना इशू असि कंसिलगले मसिगे रेस्पॉन्स ओइना इंडिया गवर्नमेंट अफसपा री इंपोज तोरकपासिना तंगदु लेता दबा मोहेलगले मसिगे चरक चहिंग नबासि कोकननबगी दबक इंडिया गवर्नमेंट अमदी मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट अनि की मरक्ता मर्जर पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौदुना मर्जर एग्रीमेंट असे रिव्यू तौपा मचंग मसितना शांति मसुंग महौसा की फिबम हंजिलकपदा अचौबा मतेंग ओइगदौरिबने मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मरमदना मौसन से चुमे मिस्टर स्पीकर सा एनआरसी फ्री मूवमेंट रिजिम आईएलपी बेसियर एसटी इशू डिस्ट्रिक्ट बाउंड्री की वाथोक अमदी एडीसी मिखल की वाथोक खुदिंग मक्सिंग असे नेगोशिएटिंग टेबल दा फुरुप कुंथ्रा मंगा फमिनदुना यानद्रिबा खुदिंग मक्सिंग असे डायलॉग तौदुना वारोइशन पुरकनबा होनबना लमदम मसदा शांति मदी महौसा की फिबम दा हंजिलकप ngамगदौरिबने मिस्टर स्पीकर सा अदुबो अखोइना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौब मतमदा मणिपुर की इंटरेस्ट इंटीग्रिटी अपुनबगी सक्तमना मांगद थमदुना हिरम असि करिगुंबा मदद कंप्रोमाइज तौरोइदबने करिगुंबा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग अदुना मणिपुर खुनाई की इंटरेस्ट की ओन अतैनब ओइरकबदी हेना शांति थुगाइबैनो थोकनि मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मरमदुना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबा हाइबसिदसु हेना मेत्यंग साना वरी सानगदबने मिस्टर स्पीकर सा पृथ्वी की अचौबा वाथोक ओइरिबा इजराइल पैलेस्टाइन की वार फावबदा सीज फायर दिल तौनक्रब मतम मसिदा मणिपुर ना असम पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौदना लैबा हाइबसे इरांग असि हेना कॉम्प्लेक्स ओइसिन खिदुना सिविल वार फाव थोलप याय इरांग असि एक्सटर्नल एक्टर कया की लानबुंग ओइखिबिसु याय मसे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हक्सिन लोफम थोय मसे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट लुमना लौदुना ट्रिपल टाइट टॉक तौगदबने मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मसिदि नोंमैना वारोइसिन पुरकपंग अमोय मसिदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना वारोइसिन पुरकपंग अमगने मिस्टर स्पीकर सा मणिपुर दा शांति अमसुंग महौसा की फिबम हंजिलकपा हाइबसे सोशल हार्मोनी हंजिलकलबा मतमदो ओइबंगमगदौरिबने मिस्टर स्पीकर सा अदुबो कांगलुप फुरुपता बेस तौबा बेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट युमफम होइबा कांगलुप फुरुपता बेस तौबा सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एनजीओ सिंगना मणिपुर की पुवारी मसक मुन्न खंगदना ngang ning ba mong da ngang ba sina Manipur da social harmony hanjalakpada achouba khurawai gadori bani Mr. Speaker sa maramaduna CSO NGO amadi dharma gi luching basing asina political dialogue to yawan bada wakal tamina ba machange masina social harmony hanjalakpada achouba mating wai gadori bani Mr. Speaker sa maramaduna motion asi chume Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da Mara Lechedraba Chamzeraba, Misam Prazakaya, no Makangana Sibagi Pautari Bamadi Tatana, Kanglup Masel, Onsenadana Hana Suna Basina, Manipurgi Tungi Laibakase, Kadom the Nohaiba Piba Mamadalakli, Manipurgi Nahasing Asina, education the Onsenduna, career Sims Agadaba Matamasida, Kutta Kulai, Paiduna, Lanting Nabasina, Karam the Manglum the Sanction Bangam Gadagi Haibasa, Achobu Wahangamoidi, Masiki Paukumdi, political dialogue Katan Waigadori, Mr. Speaker, Kuki Prazasina. Tatana Taliba Dimana, the separate administration ki wapa masa lenga ki karamba thausil thaurang da pen da badagi talak libe dimano ibc munna thizinduna lenga ki governance ta asoiba leramba taraga sumadu matam chana implement tawduna good governance amadi law and order ki ithilasa Imphal Valley khakta da confine tawduna Manipur ki kachin koya thungna yohanba machange masi ki sumatakta kuki praja singh na Manipur ki lenga kasida thajaba piba machange masina negotiating table da lakna ba amadi tung koina nungsi sana na hingmena bada achoba mating wai gadori ben Mr. Speaker sa maramadana motion si chome Mr. Speaker sa haina ba lay if there is a will there is a way haidana ngasi Manipur gi tangdu lai ta da ba piba masiso political will what pan oi ben Mr. Speaker sa India se prithvi ki super power manga gi manung chali ben Mr. Speaker sa India government na irang aso loisin da ba ya dekhanna political will ma yaung na approach to ba matamda minute kuntra da loi bia ba irang masi gi sumatakta Manipur government na political will ma yaung na ngasi phaw ba irang aso loisin da ba ya dekhanna Tausil Taurang Amata Yatana, Pam Kolaga Bahasa, apart by the Tum Takpa Chapman, Mr. Speaker, Masidi, political dialogue Tauduna, Yanadribe Hiramaduki Matanga, debate, discussion, home ministry level the Tauduna Warusian Purapangam, without even Mr. Speaker, Masidi, Loising Loyata, I call myself, one chin no my cup, the Warusian Purapangamoy, Masidi, political dialogue Cooktan Warusian Purapangam, Mr. Speaker, Loisil Lapada, Aina Heisening Badi, Manipur Santi Purake Harabadi, Prazai Koyamato, Matota, Ani Topaki Hinabisi Toro, Unity one voice, one apex body, Mato in a Sanction Mineral Matamda, Lengaxu political dialogue with the Karmakai Mating or Gedori, Masiki Sumatata, Lengaki Tosil Torang, the Pendrabadi, leadership body, Magi Makada. Point about the Ponto Cadabani, Kanglup Amada Tinero Devani, Purup Amada Tinero Devani, political dialogue to Devani, Masina, Ningto Kagi and Bamatamda, Laiki Balanga, Amadi Tangu Laitaba, Punshiro Lato, Angela Pangam, Mr. Speaker, Masimak Tanani, Manipur Government Consultative Committee member, Lieutenant General Konsam Himalayana, political dialogue is the only solution. I don't know Kribasina time Madudi, Mr. Speaker, Manipur Santimas Mausagi, Pibam Hanjalapa Hibesa, political dialogue, Katana Warushan, Purakpangam, Gani Hibes, Mr. Speaker, Maramadana, House the game motion as a yen about Yaudana Pasto Vinaba, Honorable Mr. Speaker, Sir Gipukin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next from opposition bench, Ayekpam Benas Singh, Seat number 7 from opposition bench. Ayekpam Benas Singh.
Hanu Makta Tinbiri Mambu and economic Kurumjari. I gave him Ayekpam Benas Singh. Amadi, I debate competition Asida, opposed to Liptari. Mr. Speaker, sir. Nasi debate competition, nasi when a Tamil motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Have a say. Hey, as an topic Asida only have a way I see your own banner, and I see against Lepang of Germany. Topic Asi peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Having a mota. Peace and normalcy can be achieved by knowing the core issues together and then political dialogue. Hina hand Mr. Speaker, sir. Political dialogue mean over principle the government amasung prajagi marakta political gi wari sana bhaibani political dialogue asina ngasigi democracy sidadi yamna muru oi masina leba ama ngakpa matamda amasung leba adugi afafata achumara nainaba matamda achawu thodang lawi Manipur dadi political dialogue ki pajarba masak mangala si mang khibaga pangkhak oire especially coki dominated areas the administration da sobe laikre amadi achumara matam chana wel hodabana ngasi Manipur ki history da hamambo awaina lehrugada method incident si thokre thokiba incident asidagi hauna ngasi phawda more than 60,000 people were displaced from their own homes and they have been staying at relief camps. More than 200 people were died and 1,700 buildings were damaged. Mr. Speaker, sir, supporting my issue, retired army amana, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Have the Haina Tambasina Chumani Haina Tamikre, Tabudabu, army retired Adugi intention of core issues Tamiramdre. Mr. Speaker, sir, Santiti Brook Tabayade, Santiti Brook Navagadavni, Santi Laborsing the Hygienic body, core Manipur the Toliba core issue, Manipur the Toliba violence, Sigi core issue, Krano Kaminaba, Matong the solution of Brookbang on the Vidamakta one way, one voice, somebody, one agenda that focused over action of Pamatai, course using Shikar in Okrapal Labada. Cookie violence is able to only but the real issues she can have a contact pinaba and issue with that. Cookie terrorism na central forces ki bunker degi aranbola in the river effect bunker system asi matang du khangmina ba 1969 ki gadgets ki matung inda Turchanpur da 200 villages lerami Tengnopal dana 68 villages lerami aduduga Kangpupi dana 179 villages lerami adubu 2023 ki Ministry of Panchayat ki matung inda di Turchanpur da 892 villages Tengnopal dana 326 villages amadi Kangpupi dana 700 plus villages later. Masi kari tagi orak liba no hai basi khangdong minaba. Ama di suai kraba administration asi ki matang tu khangdong minaba matau tai. Punga mga si khang minaba matung da one way one voice da focus da roga solution amang purok na bagi damak da fana minaba matau tai. Fana minaba aba solution kra di kari no kra palla bada ahan bada central government na military ga intervene to roga buki terrorist sing se neutralize to biba ani subada mabung phana Su se abrogate to biba ahum su bada NRC cut off year se 1951 da oi biba asini machi to raba matam da Manipur da shanti amasung normalcy handal halak ya nabagi ahan ba mami ama oirakani haina su thamjanenge Mr. Speaker sir tabu government se ngasi babu tawde topic su nong mudong magi frequently changes tawe even the union home minister Amit Shah na su tholi birang se historical background influence tawraga thuan ba itne class ne haina su thambi khre citizen ki makai da su unity we begin masak yamna wale masina core issue khangmina bada tengte hali amadi political dialogue ki mangala ma phangna bhana ba matamda panta haldi citizen sing ne tawya bada thabakra palla bada ahan bada core issue se karino khangmina ba masigi solution ama prop bada mateng pangba amasung one way one voice one agenda da lemina ba sini ani su bada Akwai damakta libiriba regional political parties the focus over, especially the NPP, which is the most political forward than rest of the regional political parties in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, supporters in the Ekayoma Kradang Tamjangi, Madudi Delhi, the 15th of October, the Ministry of Home Affairs, three major communities, key representatives, Sanga. Negotiation to what you take Hanaba like Masigi Matung the violence udum to Kuri su Kamina was supporters in Suyagre, Makoyana Korisu Kankana, Kasifa with the supporter library, talk about violence, she Amasung Polakway about violence, as she equals Amoy Biraba Harasu, Hangjani, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, political dialogue on another Vayade, the Wudu first steps, Korisu Kamina Vasini. Korisu Sigi Peter Seeker in Kamina related actions, consequences, as she Kamina Matautai, Kamina Matung the one way, one voice, one agenda, the focus of action, look at Mamina Matautai. Aduna Piram liver topic, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Benes. Next is also from opposition bench, Navrek Yumnam. After that we have one these debaters from Treasury bench. Then 10 or 15 minutes will be House will be resumed for 10 Pambra, 15 Pambra. Okay, Tain. After two these debaters, House will be resumed. House will be adjourned, and after 10, House will be resumed. Okay? Yes.
Good afternoon, respected speaker, sir, respected juries, and everyone else. My name is Maverick Himnam, and today I will speak against the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And here are my points for it. Firstly and foremost, there is a lack of conducive environment in Manipur for proper political dialogue. There is violence and instability in Manipur, which undermine trust and the political dialogue process. There is a essential need for law enforcement, strengthening of law enforcement, and this banding of illegal groups, as well as creating safe space for every community for proper political dialogue to happen. Secondly, there is resistance from insurgent groups as well. In Manipur, the Manipur government grapples with lots of and numerous political and insurgent groups which may or may not see political dialogue as a threatening to their objectives. Sometimes not all insurgent groups may see political dialogue as a good initiative for their own. So my third point would be that some influential groups in Manipur may also misuse and misinterpret the political dialogue process to advance their own interests, thereby squashing the interests of other smaller influential groups. Thus, I would like to end my speech here. Thank you.
Next from Treasury Bench, Ronali Lorembam. Ronali Lorembam. Chair number 4.
Good afternoon, respected jury members, Mr. Speaker, sir, and everyone present here. I am Ronali Lorembam, a student of Business Administration in DM College of Commerce and a part of the Treasury Bench. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the National People's Front Youth Front, Npyf, for organizing this debate competition and giving us a platform to discuss a much-needed political situation of our Manipur, and also a chance to build public speaking confidence. I stand here today in front of all of you in favor of today's motion of the House. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be restored through political dialogue. Through my performance, I would like to convince each and every one of you, and especially Mr. Speaker, sir, so as to pass on the motion of the House. All of us present here has been a victim of the war, directly or indirectly affected by the internal conflict started on the 3rd of May of 2023. Some of us affected worse than the others. All of us wish for peace and normalcy to be back in Manipur once again, but we know it is never going to be the same again, and we are all in confusion, dilemma, and doubt regarding how the peace and normalcy will be restored again, and today's topic gives us a platform to discuss a much-needed situations of lately. As I stand in the favor of motion of the House, my very first point on how a relevant political dialogue is the solution is because we as a society and students have learned and read about many wars that have happened even before we were born in history and political science chapters. Many great wars, including the First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, the South African apartheid, and many more wars more severe than what we are facing today have been solved through political dialogue. The great tragedy of the Second World War, which was much tyranny than what we are facing today in Manipur, has been solved through the dialogue, and at the Geneva Convention in Switzerland 1945. So Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's high time we actually start using what we have learned and end the war in an educated way. Violence can only start war. It can never bring peace. So as I begin my next point, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think all of us present here have at least once heard the quote of Mahatma Gandhi, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. I, for one, believe that in terms of Gandhi's word, almost the whole of Manipur is blind. Almost, because I haven't lost the hope to recover yet. My second point is that normalcy can return if only the over-militarization, the armed violence, and the gun culture is reduced in Manipur, which is all dependent on the political scenario. It is not in the capacity of a layman to demolish gun culture. If the other party has strong military, it only makes sense for us to defend through our military strength. So it is time we pressure our government and the pressure group to rise strongly towards a solution. A much-needed political dialogue is long awaited. It is time we start seeking out for a proper solution instead of wishing fatalities against each other and think outside of just violence and strong military for a way of conversation to be our only option. Lately, there has been too much violence and too much gun culture over the citizens, where we are slowly coming to a situation where people with guns are taking the law in their hands instead, and their words carry more volume than the law of the country right now. The way our government has been silent regarding this is an act of nourishing this. This is a direct act of political dictatorship, which is the biggest challenge and threat to a political dialogue. If this continues, soon the constitution will be overpowered by gun in this state. So there are worst possible outcomes if we do not put a halt on this issue soon. I understand some might say because I'm not one of the internally displaced and I haven't actually seen the actual war scene, but Mr. Speaker, sir, I am no less devoted than anyone present here about the welfare of our state, and I'm very concerned about what is happening and what might come next after this. Excuse me. I strongly believe that the only reason Manipur is suffering is not because of the absence of a proper solution, but because our government doesn't care enough for us to enforce the implementation of the solution. For my third point, there is an old saying that goes, a great ruler thrives of the happiness of his subject, but a disgraceful ruler thrives of the misery of his subject and land. Our government has nothing else but been disgraceful about the matter in a situation of going on in Manipur for almost 2 years. 2 years is a very long time of suffering for a state. The economic situation of our state has declined, so did our lifestyle, but much worse, it has put on a hold on the lives of the students of Manipur. We as the pillar of our nation, of our society, need a strong foundation to fully achieve our potential, and it is not simply the loss of our generation to be unable to continue our studies smoothly, but it is a great loss for our state, our country. So I strongly urge the government to finally open their eyes and see us as living beings for once instead of their vote banks. If this conflict continues till the 4th year, it is going to be very shameful for our current government of India for letting such a small matter such as this one go even longer than the First World War itself. I really do wish our government finally settle on a political dialogue, one where they properly discuss whose demand is relevant and whose is not. Which is also my fourth and last point. Peace and normalcy is only possible when both sides are put on the table through dialogue. The most disrespect we feel from our government right now is that we do not feel seen, we do not feel heard or even acknowledged at the moment. To earn our favor back once again, we need to feel acknowledged and we need the respect and value we were given during the time of vote. There is a very popular saying in our state right now, which I'm sure everyone has heard and everyone knows who have said it. It had been a while and any action haven't been acted out yet, so it only makes sense if we reply, action do yengzarege kadai no. Last but not the least, all of us present here, the Treasury team and opposition team, we might be sitting against each other with different opinion, but there is one thing we have with each other in common. We all wish for the war to end and the peace and normalcy to be restored once again. But I am confident in my opinion, and I strongly believe, as I have ever, that it is the political dialogue that is going to mend our state, Manipur, also known as Sanalebak, to be able to shine like gold again. So here I stand, hoping to have convinced Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass on the motion of the House. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ronali. Now the House is adjourned, and after 10 minutes, House will be resumed.
We hope you and everyone enjoyed the debate session. As a part of your experience, light refreshment has been served at the front entrance. Please proceed to it.
Sargi Ming Levan on the Habiba.
Yeah, Poke Crew, Kodimana.
Kodimana, your book could do every before. Isayo, say gas, say Yankunda. Okay, sir. Sir, Isada Hana, Karika Narangi, Sudden number getting to Habib.
I started Namaze, liver, tea liver, where me, kidney, kitten, show me. As I give Isa 6% Nava, Tormi.
Machi, what to tell me was that. Other Sarna. Sigin Narmagan treatment can get a weird Hana Naring.
I got it a Chalomato Tani, Dactare, I do not know Mukas, Mukas, Amukas Tani, Dactare, I do the kind of
Hojiti Sarado, a quick doctor therapy, my own company therapy to the Hojiti Sardica result Kakamai together. So do the Amkena was it put up more. Caricari Paresa to Tamiana. Hana, liver Narama Fare, Naramba Fare, and everything of Citrus had a Nadan Torombo Fare. At the BP with BP Super. The doctor not BP Golisa, the Yari, Highlights.
Haji Queen Lejedibasi Yaipo to Hel Maya Lekadini. Haji Pesela Magawadi Saraba, Mayangamanga Tamjeri. Medangi, Madame Medangi Ming, Amadile Pamantan Habi.
Kana pamsi kang de adubu sigi hidaksi maming kana ba pange nungai aduki matik aduga mit si hana di yamna ngangame adubu sigi hidaksi
adabukini haibugumba chakhaw gi hidak tum sai adubu phajana phabo du lete adu si hidak se jabda chakhaw so saba na su khar membo khor bu ka phai thabak na bu ka phai aduga hakchang da koi bu khotpa thogan bu thobon ngam nom de se adu si jabda gi koi bu khor bu su ngam me walking se challe adu jan tin ai be si jan da ya de chao hadna si jar ga dum le re adu hojiki doctor ne pirakpa moi ki
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा था क्या सुरा है ज़्यादा हम पढ़ा सुरे अब जो क्या हो जाओ जे हो जाए कम्प्लेक्शन या बजारे शादा मैं यहाँ कंबा सोंदा पे पता कम तो उधर हो जाए इम्प्रूवमेंट यहाँ बजारे लाख बजे कोई ठेंग ना रे अदर असेंग बगी दी हिसाब से था तुरुक जाओ है अपने से पान खुद पान बर्डी क्रॉस को कोई हो जाए था तुरुक जाओ तो अपने माँ तुरुक जाओ वो मने अदर मथंग दम टेस्ट तो फिर का ये इनका नहीं शादा रिजल्ट से यहाँ फरा मने रिजल्ट गुड रिजल्ट लाने को ऐसी है गाड़ी थम्स करके थैंक यू होगा
हजे कोइनु नजर जी पेशेंट अमा अदु मैडम मिंग लाइफम गमतंग हान हाइबिरो
आइगे मिंग असोम पिंकी देवी आइगे लाइफमना नामो कामों तो बमने काइदगी
ओके अदु मैडम दा खाना नुंगाइ दब लेरम बसे करी कई ओबिरो नोंतंग थमिरो
आइजे खनाउ जो खोनजेन थोक्तबा अदगी गैस्ट्रिक लेबा fatty liver also oire ko aduga ꯊꯕꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯁꯥꯔꯒ ꯆꯥꯛ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯆꯥꯅꯤꯡ ꯊꯛꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯇꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯠ ꯆꯠꯂꯨ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯩ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯆꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯀꯌꯥꯝꯗꯤ ꯀꯨꯏꯔꯒꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ
ꯑꯩꯅ ꯆꯥꯖꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ 10ꯅꯤ ꯁꯨꯕꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯀꯩꯁꯨ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯝꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ 15 days ꯁꯨꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠꯇ ꯏꯁꯥꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯁꯝꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯈꯣꯡ ꯇꯦꯛꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯐꯥꯎ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯊꯟꯇ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯕꯗꯣ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯇꯕꯗꯣ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯄ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯁꯥꯒꯠꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯐꯨꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕꯗꯨꯁꯨ ꯐꯔꯛꯄ ꯑꯁꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯕꯔꯤꯗ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯑꯣꯟ ꯀꯝꯄꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯕꯔꯂꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯂꯁ ꯃꯣꯔꯤꯡꯒꯥꯁꯤꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯣꯊ꯭ꯔꯣꯟꯒꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥꯃꯨꯛꯇꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯈ꯭ꯔꯒꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ
ꯑꯩ ꯊꯥ ꯐꯥꯗꯔꯤ
ꯊꯥ ꯐꯥꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯀꯣ
ꯑꯩ ꯕꯔꯂꯦꯗꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯊꯥ 2ꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇꯣꯟꯗꯤ ꯑꯣꯟꯂꯤ 5 days ꯀꯨꯝꯕ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯗ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤ
ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇꯣꯟ 5 days ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯗ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯍꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯂꯨꯝꯃꯝꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯨꯝꯃꯒ ꯊꯪꯒꯠꯂ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯀꯣꯛ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯏꯁꯥ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯃꯤꯅ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯉꯥꯡꯕ ꯁꯥꯎꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯄ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯑꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯄꯣꯛꯑꯦ ꯑꯀꯤꯕꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯟ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯖ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯁꯦ ꯊꯛꯄꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯐꯥꯎꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ 5ꯅꯤꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯟꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯃꯦꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯐꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯝ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤ ꯚꯤꯗꯤꯑꯣꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯊꯪꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯂꯧꯖꯔꯛꯈꯤꯒꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯆꯥꯊꯕꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯣꯔꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ 3ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 4 ꯐꯥꯎ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯅꯥꯔꯕ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯤꯖꯕꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ 3ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 4 ꯐꯥꯎ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯄꯤꯖꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯑꯇꯦꯟꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯒꯠꯂꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅꯁꯨ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯅ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯀꯣ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯇꯦꯟꯁꯤꯟꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ
ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡꯒ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯒ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯗ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯀꯛꯆꯤꯡ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯡ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏ ꯌꯨꯁꯨꯡꯕꯝ ꯄꯔꯦꯡ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ
ꯃꯌꯨꯝ ꯔꯟꯗꯣꯅꯤ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯨꯝꯗ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯇꯧꯗꯦ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯆꯨꯝꯅꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯎꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯈꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯄꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯈꯛꯀꯤꯗꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯒ ꯂꯧꯍꯧꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕꯒꯤ
ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯕꯤꯔꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯥꯏꯑꯣꯟꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯔꯛꯏꯁꯦ
ꯊꯥ 2 ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ
ꯑꯗꯣ ꯊꯥ 2ꯁꯤ ꯁꯨꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯗꯣ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯌꯨ
ꯍꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯊꯣꯡꯗ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯈꯪꯗꯦ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯥꯇꯣꯟ ꯑꯩ ꯆꯤꯝꯕꯥꯟ ꯄꯥꯟꯕ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯉꯝꯗꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯥꯏꯊꯣꯡꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯂꯥꯛꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯁꯨꯀꯣ ꯃꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯥꯇꯣꯟ ꯄꯥꯟꯕ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯞ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯦ ꯑꯩꯅꯁꯨ
ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯃꯤꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯃꯤꯁꯦ ꯎꯕ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯉꯝꯃꯝꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯃꯤ ꯎꯔꯒꯁꯨꯀꯣ ꯎꯕꯨꯗꯤ ꯎꯕ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯎꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯅꯦꯒꯦꯇꯤꯞꯀꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯥꯏꯜꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯃꯤꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯈꯪꯗꯕ
ꯃꯤꯁꯤ ꯀꯅꯥꯅꯣ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯈꯪꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯉꯧꯕ ꯃꯨꯕ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯆꯞ ꯃꯥꯟꯅꯩꯑꯕ ꯍꯣꯏ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯉꯧꯕꯅ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯉꯥꯟꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨꯗꯤ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯅ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯤ ꯑꯃꯒꯤ ꯁꯛꯐꯝꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯂꯥꯛꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯥꯇꯣꯟ ꯆꯤꯝꯕꯥꯟ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯉꯝꯕ
ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯐꯪꯉꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ
ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯖꯕ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯗꯥꯡ ꯆꯠꯄꯗꯀꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯝꯕꯦꯟꯁꯤ ꯑꯀꯨꯠ ꯑꯇꯣꯡ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯀꯔꯤꯝ ꯈꯪꯗꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯀꯨꯠꯄꯒꯤ ꯑꯇꯣꯡꯕꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯈꯪꯗꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯔꯦ ꯑꯩꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯗꯤ ꯆꯥꯈꯤꯅꯤ
ꯑꯗꯣ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯥ 2 ꯈꯛꯇꯁꯨ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯆꯥꯔꯛꯏꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ 2 ꯆꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯎꯔꯝꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯩ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯗꯕ ꯄꯣꯠ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯎꯔꯛꯏꯅꯦꯕꯀꯣ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯊꯥ 4 ꯆꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯇꯥꯔꯗꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯀꯌꯥꯝ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯅꯤ
ꯑꯗꯨꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯤꯁꯦ ꯍꯟꯗꯛ ꯊꯥ 2 ꯁꯨꯔꯦ ꯊꯥ 3ꯁꯤꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯔꯛꯄꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯈꯤꯇꯪꯗꯤ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯑꯩ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯇꯨꯝꯕꯗ ꯑꯌꯣ ꯂꯥꯏꯍꯦꯔꯝꯅꯤ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯗ꯭ꯔꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯝꯕ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯀꯤꯌꯣꯔ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦ ꯐꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ
ꯇꯨꯝꯕꯗ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯕꯁꯦ
ꯏꯁꯥꯁꯦ ꯇꯨꯝꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯑꯍꯤꯡ ꯇꯨꯝꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯡ ꯅꯥꯕꯒꯤ ꯂꯦꯡꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯀꯩꯝ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ
ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯠꯀꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝꯁꯤ ꯈꯛ ꯅꯠꯇꯕꯤꯗ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯡ ꯅꯥꯕ ꯇꯥꯡ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯃꯤꯅꯦꯕ
ꯇꯥꯡ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯑꯃꯄꯨꯗꯤ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯁꯨꯀꯣ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯡ ꯅꯥꯔꯒ ꯏꯁꯥꯁꯦ ꯂꯦꯡꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯇꯨꯝꯕꯗ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯂꯥꯍꯦꯗ ꯀꯩꯗ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯕꯁꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ
ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯁꯥꯕꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯁꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯂꯣꯏ ꯐꯪꯉꯦꯕ
ꯑꯗꯨ ꯈꯪꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯆꯥꯈꯤꯕ
ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯖꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯇꯦꯁꯇꯤꯃꯣꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯚꯤꯗꯤꯑꯣ ꯃꯇꯦꯛ ꯑꯃꯇꯪꯒ ꯂꯧꯖꯈꯤꯒꯦꯀꯣ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡ ꯑꯁ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯇꯦꯟꯁꯤꯟꯖꯔꯦ
Koi sargi ming level ang tak habi ba?
Ya po ke ku konje mo mana.
Konje mo mana. Ya po ke ku de ober ko. Sar isa yo jik sai kya sure sa?
Sai yang kai doi sure.
Ang kai doi. Okay sir. Sar isa da hana kari kari naram ge isa da naram ba ge ang talu habi.
Ai isa da naram ba je liver wermi kidney kitang so mi. Adagi isa sikpa sadna ba khar tormi.
Hoi hoi. Masi ho da tormi ko sir. Ada sarna Sige naramba kan kage treatment kage topir ke hana nari adu.
Ai gote da chalo matung thani gi dak thare adu no dum amuk se tha amuk se pakan amuk se thani gi dak thare adu gi kana hongi doctor ilaida.
Hojikti sarade hojik akoi hidak je therapy je man company gi therapy to budi hojikti sarade kage result ka kamai to ge sa.
Sadu budi am ke na hojikti pura pha bu mo re.
Kari kari phare sarade ta me amna.
Ai hana liver naramba phare kitne toromba naramba phare isada ayung ni chikto sada nadan toromba phare
ade bp nung bi
bp su phare
bp jo je doctor na bp goli sada ba yare haira bas
hai le
haji ji khoi le jeri basi yai pok tul hel mayai le kai deni haji pesel amaga wari saraba mayangi mangna thamjeri medam gi madam medam gi ming amadi le pham tang habi
Kai de gine ai sa se adu kimatik narame sugar lai betegi adu yeng basu doctor da so amata so tem yeng ore adu kana pamsi khang de adu sigi hidak se maming
stem cell mayon gi
stem cell mayon gi sigi si sa betegi adu sa se khara kana ba phange nungai adu kimatik adu mit si hana di yam na ngam me adu si gi ta si sa ba de gi adu ngang ba khot ba di ka su tau te adu ga isa so adu hana khara son tharam ba de gi pangan jaw da ba du si gi ta si sa ba de gi adu ki matik nu ma
hakchang nuar gri ba koi gi narak ba che sahi kya su bu de gi no ko na sahi kya su re na bi ri sa
sahi tarit mukti chura
ado ate tegi koi laing pa thapti medam na sathabi ramne ba te te jaga jaga ta ko ado medam adu kana ba phangmang ngambar kamai toi
phangba ngamde chi da ke cha ba de ge adum phangye ai ta ri cha de nungai bi to phaw
ado haji ji medam na masigi hidak se course kaya hadi gi packet to kaya sabira
packet ahum sure
ado di akoi gi pandam di tha om hai bani packet hom di tha ma khai ne ba ko adidi masidi medam akoi gi course suna ba mathang da sabi yo aduga amu akoi amu unasi aduga phabasu wai bi yo haina akoi gi mai gi digi nungai ba phong to
ozagi isagi ming laifam ong ta bi yo sai
ai gi ming si thomas singlai kawi laifam na lisamlok village tigi ni
hoje je ozagi isagi sahi kya sura
ai gi chahi se humpu go mari
mari sura ko ozara hoje hana naramba na ba sang da nungayam da kai ke no naram
han ai sang da na ba se hepatitis B haina doctor na habi matung na akoi ken jenims da yeng jeru re adu doctor duna masidi cancer ta do re haibade ki ichani pi na as yaroi cancer ta ba naina na ti haidna private ki to apri hospital na puraga ai se moigi doctor duna yeng matung da hojik se ai se wana hoka ka khap ngamde adubu hojik ki hairi ba hida sarkhoi ni pirok pa hidak se khara ummaga charaga ai se khara kankhat pa duda masi ki hidak se ai ngonda pakna bigira natragana karigino masi hidak se ai ngonda khara paknai phabigira ama gira khangdre adu masi hidak se chaba tai han masi hidak se chaba de hojik ai se yeri pokta hojik sarkhoi ga unaba lai sini ani thangba phokde adu chabaji dum khara dim chai adu thabak nawa adigi pok thaugatpa adu kari haitare doctor da hangaga acha khau ya da bikini haibugumba acha khau gi hidak tum sai adu bo phajana phabo du leti adu si hidak se chabada cha khau so sabana su khar ne ngo khor bu ka phai thabak na bu ka phai adu ga hakchang da koi bo khotpa thogan bo thokbo ngam nom de se ꯑꯗꯨ ꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯀꯣꯏꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄꯁꯨ ꯉꯝꯃꯦ ꯋꯥꯀꯤꯡꯁꯨ ꯆꯠꯂꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯏꯆꯥꯅꯨꯄꯤꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯆꯥꯗꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯦ ꯆꯥꯎ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯗꯥꯛꯇꯔꯅ ꯄꯤꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ
ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯆꯥꯏꯁꯦ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯆꯥ
ꯊꯥ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ
ꯊꯥ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦꯕ ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯒꯤ ꯀꯝꯄ꯭ꯂꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯔꯦ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯃꯌꯥꯡ ꯀꯪꯕ ꯁꯣꯟꯊꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯀꯔꯤꯝꯇ ꯎꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯁꯦꯡꯕꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯊꯥ 3 ꯆꯥꯎ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦ ꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯕꯔꯗꯤꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯁꯇꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯊꯥ 3 ꯆꯥꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦ ꯃꯥꯗꯨ ꯆꯠꯊꯣꯛ ꯍꯣꯡꯕꯅꯦ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯇꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯊꯣꯛꯄꯤꯔꯒ ꯌꯦꯡꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯔꯤꯖꯜꯠꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯔꯕꯅꯦ ꯒꯨꯗ ꯔꯤꯖꯜꯠ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯅꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯝꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯎꯅꯖꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯃꯤꯡꯒ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯒ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯣꯝ ꯄꯤꯡꯀꯤ ꯗꯦꯕꯤ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯅ ꯅꯝꯕꯣꯡ ꯀꯥꯃꯣꯡ ꯇꯣꯝꯕꯝ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ
ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯔꯕꯅꯣ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯈꯅꯥꯎꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯇꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯒ꯭ꯌꯥꯁꯇꯤꯛ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯐꯦꯇꯤ ꯂꯤꯚꯔꯁꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯊꯕꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯁꯥꯔꯒ ꯆꯥꯛ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯆꯥꯅꯤꯡ ꯊꯛꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯇꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯠ ꯆꯠꯂꯨ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯩ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯆꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯀꯌꯥꯝꯗꯤ ꯀꯨꯏꯔꯒꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ
ꯑꯩꯅ ꯆꯥꯖꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ 10ꯅꯤ ꯁꯨꯕꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯀꯩꯁꯨ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯝꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ 15 days ꯁꯨꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠꯇ ꯏꯁꯥꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯁꯝꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯈꯣꯡ ꯇꯦꯛꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯐꯥꯎ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯊꯟꯇ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯕꯗꯣ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯇꯕꯗꯣ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯄ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯁꯥꯒꯠꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯐꯨꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕꯗꯨꯁꯨ ꯐꯔꯛꯄ ꯑꯁꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯕꯔꯤꯗ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯑꯣꯟ ꯀꯝꯄꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯕꯔꯂꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯂꯁ ꯃꯣꯔꯤꯡꯒꯥꯁꯤꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯜꯊ꯭ꯔꯣꯟꯒꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥꯃꯨꯛꯇꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯈ꯭ꯔꯒꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ
ꯑꯩ ꯊꯥ ꯐꯥꯗꯔꯤ
ꯊꯥ ꯐꯥꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯀꯣ
ꯑꯩ ꯕꯔꯂꯦꯗꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯊꯥ 2ꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇꯣꯟꯗꯤ only
Nanu doesn't know that from day one we've been using Johnson's baby soap. Its vitamin E and glycerine keeps the skin clean, moisturized and super soft. Nanu knows nothing, does he?
Beans. Wahengbam Langlen Tubi Langlen Tadoi Coxelagadum Corgi Wahengbam Langlen Tubi Langlen Tadoi Jampazunum swimming. It's very lovely. Langlen Tadoi Zabi Manine. Now go. Timekeeper the links in bureau. Yare. Langlen Tadoi. Oh, horo yare.
Ngasi House of Pukal Pirakliba motion Manipur da Santi amasung mahusagi fibam da hanjalak pahaiba si political dialogue Sige wahan to si karai fau bahan ba yabagi Mr. Speaker haibadi ngasi fau ba Manipur na inata tilaba matung lamda masida makhal makha kayagi santi gi kholaw kaya ma law ba lepale tri Mr. Speaker aduna mosa na sida panbiri ba santi asi kadama makha gi santi obigadori bano ama sunga sida sunatana ani shuba pointa mosa na si yamna maru oiba ma oiriba political dialogue khaktana hariba si kadamba makhagi kadamba level gi rajniti gi wari oibirabana Mr. Speaker masi kana gi marakta legadoriba rajniti wari oibirabano haibadi lamda masi gi rang na sohalaba victims singi marakta legadoriba stakeholder ama oina makoina represent tawraga makoi gi marakta legadoriba rajniti wari oibirabra natragana leaders singi marakta legadoriba rajniti wari oibirabra Mr. Speaker asumna kana gi marakta legadoriba rajniti wari no haiba adu fauba mayek seng na banda baduna takli madudi mosana si mayek seng de mi phamasi da pukatuna khana naina riba si mi phamasi ari matam manghan boina thoka da bana mara moiraga house sagi mosana si withdraw to wina bagi dama Mr. Speaker haiba phamna ning singzari asomna mosana si mayek seng de haibagi ai wafam khara thamjakraba matung mosana si lali Manipur da santi purak pa haiba si political dialogue khaktana ngamloi haibagi wafam khara so ai mathang rana thamjaraki madudi ahan bada democracy chaliba lamda mamagi manungda leiriba apikpa community amana sugi mamna chathariba thawong sing asi communal riots natragana communal conflict na hana define tawba yari Mr. Speaker masidi terrorism gi thawong ama khakni aduna terrorism gi thawong ama bu kadamba ground da kari manam gi rajniti wari sanagadri bano Mr. Speaker amusa khana dona yengminasi madudi constitution gi article ama tada terrorism gi thawong ama bu rajniti gi wari sanaraga solve tawba wari panba laite Mr. Speaker ningsing ba fai madudi 9/11 ki Osama bin Laden ki terrorism ki thawongda US ki response rajniti wari sanabana oikhide asumna mang batak ba kaya loi khraba matung lamda mamada thogi birang ambo rajniti ki wari khaktana sol tawba ngamgen haina pukhalaliba ngasi house asigi mosan asidi ai tasena ngaktaba ngamjadi Mr. Speaker mayam so muktan khanduna yengbiu madudi irang asna mang tahan khraba kaya ama matu macha kaya ma mamang magtara tamthina hatok pikraba punsi kaya pikhamna khraba mayung makai kaya ma mang tahan khibana maram moiraga ngasi phawba laifam laituda kangauna duna leiriba makhogi thamoida chakliba mairi adubu rajniti gi wari khaktana sop tawba ngamgadra Mr. Speaker karigumba rajniti haina leire khallasi madu iba taragadi makhogi thamoida chahoriba mairi aduna nongma natraga nongmari soidana mairik pitagi maijau altuna pumnamak chakla khigani matamda dana kadamba makhalgi kadamba level gi santi purakpa ngamloidaba rajniti wari oibirabana Mr. Speaker asumna haiba mosana si lali haibagi ai han wapam thamjakraba matung ani suba pointa hena pakthok sakthokna lamda mamagi irang ambu rajniti gi wari khaktana solve tawba ngamloi haibagi world gi history khara sumayang mafamda thamjagi madudi ahan bada Sri Lanka amasung the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Ilam ani sigi marakta rajniti wari lekhraba matung ani subada Colombia amasung the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia 2015 ani sigi marakta su rajniti wari lekhraba matung hena irang kaya tholaki civil war phawa thorakpagi wafam masina su loiba nati madudi Nigeria amasung Boko Haram 2013 marakta su khaba matung mana do fangna zadrabi satri mahiro kaya amasu kidnap tawduna makhogi demand phangna bo hona ki Mr. Speaker aduna ngasi lamda mamada thokliba irang amabu rajniti wari sanaraba khaktada solve tawba ngamloi haibagi world gi history khara su mayam gi mafamda thamjaraba matung ahum suba point da muning singjaraki madudi community amana taliba demand separate administration asi phangna ba chathari ba thawong sing asi terrorism ki thawong ama oibana mara moiraga masi rajniti wari na sanabagi mathau tadi Mr. Speaker masi atha thoktaba ama khakni mataw karam na haiba doining sing jaraki madudi 2nd August 2024 iba nominasi da mar amasung maitai community ani yauna phamkiba mifam adu aremba taki haibadi mifam irang hauraki amasung yung kai kaya ma mang takibana mara moiraga thawoning deba thodok kaya ma tholakwi wafam lekhrabani Mr. Speaker so loiba nate madudi 2nd October 2024 humge MLA yauna haibadi maitai kuki amasu famadu aremba taki matau karamna 20 October 2024 hariba numit asida amu si adugi tayona bada hen irang horaktuna 2024 bam district Mr. Speaker House talo hariba si mi kaya masuta khangmina madudi mari ba politic amabu makhoi wa thawoi de haiduna amu hana irang horaktuna thoning ba thogdo kaya amasu thogloi hainingai leite Mr. Speaker aduna terrorism ki thawong amabu rajniti wari na som to bahai ba si akoi praja gani amasu thajaba do amu hana phangna bu hona ba matamda hena thoning ba thogdo kaya ama tholakpa yabagi mami kaya amasu sauna taduna lei Mr. Speaker aduna masidi santi purakpadi laidana kuru pham taduna tokani Mr. Speaker aduna ngasi House of Pukalali ba motion asi mayek sing na lali Manipur da santi purak bahai ba si political dialogue khakta nangam loi masidi niyong gi wamna satharagli ba thawong sing asibu terrorism gi thawong ne hana lok thok tuna lokhat from thok pa action lokhat bi ba illegal immigrant sing masak khang tok tuna makoi bo tak thok hi ba border fencing ningchina maintain tok bi ba leaders sing ne pi ri ba power adu bo michang mi khai nai dana ningchina exercise tok bi ra ba amasung India government na Manipur da sanari ba geopolitics asi lepi raga Manipur su Indian amani khanbi raga manaba mine yeng bi ra ba matam da khak Manipur da santi purak pa ngamgen hai ba wafam khara si thamjaraga ngasi motion asi sagi withdraw to wina bagi dama Mr. Speaker sai mafam da nengsing zari thagachari
Thank you Langlen Thadoi. Next is also from opposition bench Ms. Nam Chanathoi Chanu, cell number 31. Nam Chanathoi Chanu, cell number 31.
Mr. Speaker sir, ngasi ki House ki motion nasi Manipur da santi amasung mahausa phibam hanjila dialogue khat pangangani motion asida amadi karamba party ga political dialogue ga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilakani haibasi mayek sengna pandabana motion asi aranba amadi mapung phadaba motion amani. So I strongly stand against this motion and let me share my valid arguments categorically. Ahan Manipur 1940 14 August ki nongyai chabukta British loram sasan gi makhutagi ningtamba fanglaba matung masagi oiba constitution na lengak charamlaba matung da amuk 1949 gi 15 da India gi expansion policy na malem gi lebak kya gi ningtamba gi chana kang khongaung naramlaga dominant of India na purbu makhoi gi phibanung da namtintin sinki Annexation asigi mayokta 1949 gi 28 September da form kiba Manipur Assembly session na yaning daba fong na utuna condemn taw kiba 1949 to 51 da hizam irabona sanction kiba ningtam ihaw 1960 da Maitai State Community amadi Manipuri National Community gi ihaw 1964 da UNLF amadi 1978 da PLA amasung tongan to kayana India gi mayokta political violence sathaduna ngasi phawba lamdam sida tangdu laita daba mihat mipuntana thallaba leibak ama oiduna lagli phibam sida kanaga amadi karamba party ga political dialogue tongnaraga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilakador banosa ani subada 1940 10 AM Constitution gi Article 30 370 gi matung ina sovereignty pithok taba sumna tagi associates oina masagi statehood personality 100 na UN gi member oidrabasu Constitution Article 35 ki clause 2 amasung 3 gi matung ina clause 35 की clause 2 amasung 3 की matung ina International Court of Justice ta masagi maning tamba hanjin janabagi hak phawba lairiba wakat pagi hak phawba lairiba Kashmir phawba ngasidi Indiana supai passion kre aduna di missing shriam jadaba duga India ki divide and rule policy na maram lamdam sida khunda minirba phurup singi marakta ngaya kangdana hatna sunariba lamdam sigi ngasisu Indiana ira laina thamli masida politics ki wafam de tayona banisa ahom subada khunai amabu maru phangna hairagadi khunai dudo khunda phurup singi apun bagi saktam wakhalon machet thongna thugaiba amadi semilon bu lek manghalaba matam data oithokani masimak india pudangasi phaba sathaduna lagli ngasi di lamdam sigi chief minister phaba chingi lamda changba ngamdre masina tagli badi Manipur masek tana kairak haibasi masina khudamni kanaga karamba political dialogue tongnaraga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilakador manasa bada India nungda hek tinsin kibaga lamdam sigi mitram myam amadi lalhauban nam yanabagi namada 19 chalaiduna lam mitram myam singda mihan mipu mina sathaduna lagli 1992 2017 phawada misam 2284 790 security 1023 ki bunsi become nakre ngasi somuk lamdam si tampaki district police station tarung nakonba mafamda MHA na 14 2024 da na tagli badi ngasi Manipur na India ke colonial rule gi ma haibasi mayek singna tai kona po India na party amataga political dialogue tongnaru ba haibasi hingna khoi gumbir ke khata baga pangkhak oiganisa manga subada 2023 gi megi tang ahum dagi ngasi phaba sangshi tha kun henzelak laba irang asishu India na Manipur maseta na thugai na bagi saru amani karigumba India na Manipur bu makhoi gi leibang manung da leiba state ama oina uramba taragadi ngasi thogli balanasi thoglam da bayai kuki narco terroristing na missile ama this sophisticated managani masidi yana but na kuki sing insin banisa daruk subada daba nipun khang yaw daba han basi purna india ban nam tin tin mahin wari sanabo na thokanisa asomna mathakta panjakriba facts and figures sing asna mostana se mayek sing na lali haibo labanina yena bayaw dana house ke floor dagi withdraw to binaba speaker sagi pungning chingsinjari
Thank you, Senator. Next from Treasury Vance, Yumnam Npyf Singh. Yumnam Npyf Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected juries, honorable speaker, honorable members of both benches and the audiences. With the changing time, there is a need to change the outlook of the people in order to participate in the global rest of development, and any movement needs to adapt to the changes. Several precious lives have been lost in the movements and conflicts that began since 1960s and 1980s in Manipur. Many women have lost their dignity, many promising youths killed, and the society lost uncountable academicians. However, several such movements and conflicts across the world have been resolved through political dialogues, and as such, a strategy in this line is needed to resolve the prevailing conflicts in Manipur too. With this notion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to extend my firm belief and support for today's motion, that is, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Essentially, to get the right context of conflicts in Manipur, we need to look back at the history of Manipur. The first democratic constitution of Manipur, as the Manipur Constitution Act 1947, was promulgated by the King of Manipur in July 1947, even before the transfer of power by the British in the midnight of 14 August 1947. Following these, the king became a constitutional monarch, but shortly Manipur merged with Union of India, following the infamous Manipur Merger Agreement of 1949. Youths who opposed the manner in which Manipur was forced to merge with Union of India rose up to form several organizations and started undertaking movement. The movement turned into an armed revolution during the 1970s, which marked the beginning of an armed conflict with the government of India. Clearly, the insurgent movements in most states of Northeast India had their roots in search for forceful inclusion in India. However, in Manipur, the post-independence insurgent movements had their roots in However, in Manipur, the post-independence insurgent movements had their roots additionally more in conflicts of ethnic identity and demand for self-determination. Increasing ethnic clashes between the three major communities, Nagas, Kukis, and Meiteis, over land and political power could be witnessed during 1980s and 90s. Mr. Speaker, sir, coming to the ongoing conflict between Meitei and Kuki-Zo communities of Manipur, we have already witnessed how much destruction this violence has caused on both sides, and in fact, the whole of Manipur. The suspension of operation agreement signed among the central government, state government, and the two Kuki umbrella organizations, Kuki National Organization (KNO) and United People's Front (UPF), appear to be the foundation of this balance. Signed on 22nd August 2008, this agreement was taken as an opportunity by the Kukis, and as a consequence, illegal immigration, illegal drug trade, and arms smuggling came to arise across the international border with Myanmar. This shows active involvement of the two groups, Kuki National Army (KNA) and Zomi Revolutionary Army (ZRA) under this agreement. While this agreement served as a foundation, Mr. Speaker, sir, the present conflict seemed to emerge as a protest against Manipur government's eviction drive for illegal occupants in hills, reserve forests, and protected areas. And the war on drugs campaign led to successful destruction of poppy plantation. However, the immediate triggers for this balance, which has been 1 year, 8 months, and 22 days as of today, were Manipur State Cabinet's decision on 2nd January 2023 reapproving the delisting of any Kuki tribe from scheduled tribe list, a case scheduled tribe list. Another important decision of State Cabinet Subcommittee on January 19, 2023 to identify illegal immigrants and to take up strict action against the influx across the porous Indo-Myanmar border. These two measures thus fueled up the Chin-Kuki-Zo communities for this violence. Coincidentally, to their advantage came the order of Manipur High Court on 14 April 2023, directing the state government to sign a recommendation for the inclusion of Meitei or Meitei under scheduled tribe list, a case which has been pending for nearly 10 years. With this as proximate cause, the crisis started as a protest against the order on 3rd May 2023 and later turned violent in Kuki-dominated areas. After a deep analysis of this balance, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have come to the conclusion that political dialogue is the basic need of the hour. Proper transparency of government policies and programs should have been provided to the concerned communities to avoid misunderstandings. The sooner we initiate proper political dialogue between the concerned community with the state and the central government, the sooner we can resolve this conflict with a long-term solution. So I would like to request the Honorable Speaker to please pass the motion from the floor of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepesh. Mathang sidi opposition bench tagi ahum lokatare. Treasury bench ki kanosi debate si amak treko. Next from opposition bench, Mayang Lambam Mangal Singh. Serial number 19. Bayang Lambam Mangal Singh, serial number 19.
With the permission of the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Mover Ngasi House to move to remember motion. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi primniba topic asite yauriba peace haiba siga normalcy haiba siga anigi kenaba si mamangda supporting bench ki sinau sing na mayek sing na thamiram da bumna uzai Mr. Speaker. Aduna ngasigi topic asigi main point oriba peace haiba siga normalcy haiba siga anigi kenaba si Mr. Speaker sagi from the masakha na thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, peace haiba taragadi santi haibani hauji hauji oriba Manipur asida yengba taragadi hauji hauji thokliba irang asi loiba matungda haiba peace ase phanggadabni Mr. Speaker, sir, aduga normalcy haiba taragadi mahosagi oiba pushon aduda hanjalakpa adubu aikoina normalcy da hanjalakpa haraga khangnagani Mr. Speaker. Masida akhogi wakala samam nariba ase mahosagi oiba pushon haiba sida irang asi thoktingai haibadi tharmegi mamangi mahosa adu oigadoribra natagana mamangai nithau palinge haktak to oramba ching amsung tam ani gi marakta leramba nungsi chanaba madugi oiba pushon aduda hanjalakpa adubu mahosa da hanjalakpa haigedribra haibasi akhogi wakala samam naba ama leiri Mr. Speaker. Hariba samam nabasi koknabagi damakta Mr. Speaker sagi from the wafam khak thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, mahosagi ba pushon hanjalakpa haibadi normalcy da hanjalakpa haiba taragadi mamangai mahurol da leramba chingam sungtam ani gi marakta yenaba yaudaba nungsi chanaba na thalaba madugi oiba pushon aduda hanjalakpa adubu aikoina normalcy da hanjalakpa harga khangnagani Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga hariba normalcy asidi Manipurda matam kayagi mamangdagi hanjalbang ngamdana laklaba wafam amani Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga masida ngasigi topic asida political dialogue khatana hariba peace asiga normalcy asiga masida political dialogue khatana ngamgani hariba ngasigi topic asidi khannaruba matamda thoiding haidoga khunma sanabagum thokadaba topic ama oibna ngasigi motion asida yang oppose tawjiribni Mr. Speaker. Aduna ngasigi primble topic asi mayek singna lale habadu unnabagi damakta aigi obe strong build argument khartang Mr. Speaker sagi phomda mathang manaung na masa khaina thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi primble topic asi yauriba political dialogue haibasi karino haibasi ana munna khanane na yeminasi political dialogue haiba taragadi party ahum punsalaga reconcile tobagi process du bu aikoina political dialogue harga khangnagani Mr. Speaker. Masida yanadriba party ani du balarani aduga atopa neutral oiba party amana mediator oigidabni Mr. Speaker, sir. Adubu hauji hauji thokliba Manipur ki current situation asigi haibadi conflict asigi mediator asi India government oibagi mami yamna sauna tari Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna India government asidi kanagi favor da leibano haibasidi mipum tingna khangraba wafamni aduna ngasigi topic asi langina Mr. Speaker sai phone thamjage. Masigi sumatakta political dialogue asida yawadriba party ahum se kyamuk yamna political dialogue asi sinabada satisfy oirabano haibase masi yong khanane duna yeminasi Mr. Speaker. Masida wafam makak thamjaramge madudi maya thona penglaba thang ama hariba thang ado sizinaba haitabadagi thangnamna haiyale haibugum thokada wafam maka pangkhakni Mr. Speaker, sir. Political dialogue haibase yamna afaba kulai amani adubu masi sinna kadoriba lengak sasun asida yauriba lengak pasing asina political dialogue asibu sizinaba haitabadagi political dialogue asigi mayak samhangadori Mr. Speaker, sir. Amasung mase mai papagi lambilomda pusanma ngamloidaba ngasigi topic asi lale haina thamjage. Masigi sumatakta political dialogue asi phaba kuloina sizinaba haitri aduga masida political dialogue khakdana haibadi can only be hariba wafam masina ngasigi topic asi hena lale habadu mayek sengna ulli Mr. Speaker, sir. Makatra pada Mr. Speaker reconcile tawgadriba party ahum sigi marakta ama oriba terrorist party sigi makhogi slogan da sumna palli Mr. Speaker, sir. Solution first, peace later haina paliba makhogi wafam masina takli madudi kaidonungda Manipurda peace ama normalcy asi handalaki haiba taragadi political dialogue ngamlo habasidi machine marek larba khudamni Mr. Speaker, sir. Masigi sumadakta Manipurda peace amasu normalcy asi handalaknabagi damakta aikoina khana sabani masida aikoina karigi damakta terrorist ka wari sanagadribno Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida political dialogue taw haibasidi haiba terrorist group asiga aikoiga reconcile taw haiba pangkhakni Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida leader change phanamna tawba taraga su kaidonungda Manipurda peace asi handalakpa ngamoi Mr. Speaker, sir. Manamdi Manipur ki chukli se India government adum pai habasidi mipum tingna khangra wafamni aduna ngasigi topic ase langin haina Mr. Speaker, sir gi mafamda thamjari Mr. Speaker, sir. Manamdi political dialogue ase yaugadiba party ahum se satisfy am fabo oidaba ngasigi topic ase langani, sir. Makatra pada Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur peace ase hanjalhalake haiba taragadi there is only be one solution, there is military solution khatana ngamgadabni Mr. Speaker, sir. Indian Constitution ki section 15 the yauriba unlawful activity prevention eki matung ina haibadi refugees sing relief camp lariba myo sing amasung civilians sing da faniamna armed rebellion natragana civil war lapa matamda makhoi asi sokpa yade Mr. Speaker, sir. Adubu hariba group asidi masigi law asibu break tawri Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna prithibida lariba mipum khunimangna amasung prithibida lariba country khunimangna makhoi ase terrorist ni haina yanraba wafam mani Mr. Speaker, sir. aduna terrorist ki di hidak like Mr. Speaker aduna makhoi sidi mapangan sonthan ma mathok tagani ana Mr. Speaker sagi fumna thamjage aikoi na ngasi thokliba Manipur ki conflict asida politically kayuma solution porki bata kasu matam kharagi matungda sungsoi soi namaki atop irang amu horakani Mr. Speaker sa manamdi hariba terrorist group ase mapangan yamna kalli Mr. Speaker sa aduna ahan bada makhoi ase mapangan sonthan ma mathok tagani ana Mr. Speaker sagi fumna thamjage Makata pada Mr. Speaker sa Indian Constitution ki 7 schedule ki Union list ki number 1 da yauriba amasung state list ki number 1 da yauriba haibadi Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da ladiba central forcing khudam oina haribada BSF ladiba CRPF ladiba Assam Rifle ladiba hariba central forcing ase under the act of civil power ki makada makoi se state government ki command makada laigirim ni haina mayek seng na palli Mr. Speaker sa aduna Manipur da hoji thokliba conflict asida akoina military solution ase nainatriba si hariba act ase akoina mayek seng na khangdabagi ni Mr. Speaker sagi from the Tamzige military crackdown natragana military solution asigi mayek laraba oithokani haibagi khudam haibu Mr. Speaker sa 1984 da Punjab ta chathagiba operation blue star na masigi mayek laraba khudam ni Mr. Speaker sa Punjab ka Manipur ki yengba matamdadi paklaba samudra amaga piklaba pukhi masa amaga tangdamna pangkhak ni Mr. Speaker sa July ki date 1 da chathagiba operation blue star do numit tani da Punjab ta terrorist mutat pangam gi Mr. Speaker sa aduga piklaba khujin man pakpa Manipur se di kari gi damak terrorist mutat pangam loidri no haiba wafam Mr. Speaker sa from the thamjari aduna Manipur da pisa se handle ke haiba taragadi athu matam da military solution asina masigi solution organize thamjage aduga makhata pada Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da normalcy ase handle halake haiba taragadi yamna long term oiba process ama changani Mr. Speaker sa ahambada legislative council ama lingduna linga ki oiba tongan ba thabak singda tongan ba furup singi magi oiba representative sing thagatuna magi oiba community singi grievances sing ready sel tohangedabni masina ahan ba Manipur peace amasung normalcy handle bagi ahan ma khungthang am organize haina Mr. Speaker sa funda thamjage makata pada Mr. Speaker sa MLR and LRA haibadi Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act of 1960 si amend tawbiduna haibadi Chingal ladiba lam singda tampakta ladiba miyoy amana lam laiba amsung khundahan ba yahan biduna hill and valley divide asi lehendana unity and integrity ki oiba saktam ama sakat biduna hana lairam liba Manipur gi mahosa haibado hanjalakna bada machine achauba thodang ma logani abasi Mr. Speaker sa gi fun thamjari aduna Mr. Speaker hajning ba wafum kaya amadi leijari adu matam sina yamna limited oikibana matang sida lotion jagi sa aduna mamang da panjaki ba wafum singa sina ngasi gi topic ase mayek singa lale habadu uli Mr. Speaker sa aduna mayek singa lale khangnaba motion asdi house gi yena ba yaudana withdraw to wiki ba Mr. Speaker sir gi langtak ngarba puni musinjari thank you
Next is also from opposition bench, Dineshwar Purit-Sabam. Cell number 13, Dineshwar Purit-Sabam from opposition bench.
Gasigi bibirba topic haitare Manipur ta peace and normalcy se political dialogue na purakani habasi hana taseng masi thwai hakchang yaung ya janing de aduna masi ruling bench ki site ki masi withdraw to bi speaker kuthang da dokchari taseng na kari maram ge political dialogue na purkpa khaktana purakpa yaroi haribano haitar gadi koina peace building process ta political dialogue habase part macha ma khatan state ki machinery sing na constitutional machinery sing na state na the fail loina oidan lerga state na collapse tawduna lerga hansada political dialogue aise lamdam du da taw waise soi oi thok ta maram de maduna masigi soi oi roidaba topic ne haitare masida bibiram no sens taseng na har kanda ko yengse koi Manipur da hojik leiriba phibam je kari kamana ge kanda khoina ipai pui wari de hekta ba yong na tan yin madu adu ka chap mana hi hojik leiris yong na tan yin ba serapla pai ba yong du na governments ni both state and central governments ni adu ka ngasai ge suya ya na roi da ba hodong majani du suya ya na da ba ba adu ani du na hojik ohelis kana no kanda maitei ga kuki ge sine hojik ohelis adu na hodong sine hek mi won ma matam na koi Manipur da solution por pangam dois akoi taseng na har kanda political dialogue haise karamba mina political dialogue toroga ngamgani haitadi laibak nuksiba mi singdona political dialogue torokanda maduna mihut wara kanda natra constitutional machinery singdona lamsi da functional ohela matam da political dialogue se mai pak kada hun political dialogue habase karam kan lakani har kanda akoi gi hojik irang tholiba element me amsa eliminate toraba matungda Mokoise wipe out to matung da sanitize to matung da akoi lamdam sida taseng nar khanda santi puruk no lambi du la ka da hone तसेंगना अमुक्तंग खंथर हेंबियु स्पीकर सर अखोइगे लमदमसिदा प्रजा जिंगसे मसाना मसागे लाइफ एंड प्रॉपर्टी जिंगाक चोइना लंगथोबा मिकुपसिदा मतौ करमना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौदुने अदगी हाइदी मसी आर्टिकल 21 द पीर नि फंडामेंटल राइट मसी जे टोटली वायोलेंट इन मणिपुर टर्स फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन अदुम लाइत्रबनी मणिपुर द करम फंडामेंटल राइट से मियामने एंजॉय तौरिबनो हाबसे अचौबो क्वेश्चन नम ओरबनी सिगी फिबम जिदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौसिलुबा हाबसे अदुके मतिक अचौबा सोइबम अदुगा मैतई की होना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा लेते हुजिक लेसिदा अखोइदे मणिपुर कायबे यारो इंटीग्रिटी कायबे यारो हाबन अदुगा कुकी गिदी पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा लाई मखोइगी सेपरेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बियु हाब असिगी जिदा सिगी एजेंडा सिदा मखोइ पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा अखोइना पॉलिटिकल ली डायलॉग हौरुबा तारगदी तसेंगना हायरकांदा कुकी गिजु सेपरेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पिथोखरसी अदुगा नागासिंगजु नागालैंड पिथोखरसेने याथोबगा चप मानै मरम मदुना हाइबा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से सेंक्शना ख्वाइदगी मतंग मतम चादबा मसी खक्तना पुरक पाइजे सुओइ ओइथोकते तसेंगना अखोई 600 स्क्वायर माइल दम सुजिन लेरगा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौदुरिबा कंडीशन सि खरिगिनो नेशनल हाईवे दा अखोइना चटपा ngamdraga अखोइना करी मरमगे अखोइना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदोइनो सिजिंगजि हाना चटपा लोइमक याहल्लबा मतमदा लोइमक नॉर्मलसी मा पुरो मतुंगदा स्टेट मशीनरी सिंगसे एक्टिवेट तौर मतुंगदा अखोइ पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग पुरकदबने मिस्टर स्पीकर सर अमुक्तसु खंथान जेंबियु अखोइ बफर जोन समजले बफर जोन जिदा सेंट्रल पैरामिलिटरी फोर्सेस म्याम लाए बखोइना हुजिक वर्क तो बई मोंगजे अखोइ यूनाइटेड नेशन की पीस कीपिंग फोर्स मॉडल ने हुजिक वर्क तोरिस स्टेट की मशीनरी मन वर्क तो बई ममी सुक्ता ताद्रे अदोइ तादिंग असाई की योंग दो अदुगी पावर दु नेबसि तोरिस मोय ऑर्डर फंग दे हाबने ऑर्डर फंग दबनिना अखोइ की शांति रखा थुगाइब कांगु से एलिमिनेट तोनो प्रोसेस हम बोल लेत्रे अखोइ तसेंग हार कांदा मैतै खुदिम नत्रग कुकी सुनबा हाइबा म लैरोइदबनी मसिदा अखोइना शांति रखा थुगाइब बेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट थबक तोर मी मैम जा अखोइना गवर्नमेंट की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मेशनल मैम दो एक्टिवेट तोथोगा लोइसिनगदमने दिस इज द फर्स्ट थिंग टू बी डन मसी हेक तौदना मसी यावदना मणिपुर दा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सुइ ओइथो पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग हाइबसे येंगसिको अखोइ की कई हाइतारे बोडोलैंड की लीडर अमखकनी प्रमोद बोरो हाइसे माना बोडो हाइब जगह सिदा अखोइ की 1996 तमा 2012 तमा अखोइ की कम्युनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट थोय अमना आदिवासी सिंग बोडो का थोपनी अमना बेंगोली मुस्लिम सिंग थोपन हाइबा बोडो की दुपादुना प्रमोद बोरो हाइब नुपासना हाइबगी मथुंगिना मिस्टर स्पीकर सर अमतन खददुना येंबियो अखोइ वारिंग ग्रुप अनीसिना पॉलिटिकली सोल्यूशन पुरके हाइबा खंद्रगदी खुद खुलाई पाइबा अनीसिना नत्रग मखोइना याबा मीसिंगना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौब नत्रगदी कैदोंगैसु लमदुदा शांति पुरक ngамoi गवर्नमेंटसु कैम तौब ngамoi अदुगी सिचुएशन दुने हुजिक मणिपुर लैसे तसेंगना एनी इंडिविजुअल नत्रग ग्रुप तगी मी अमना रिप्रेजेंट तौरगा मणिपुर की मैतै रिप्रेजेंट तौरगा हुजिक पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग ता सरुक याबा ngam मी से कानानो वरी सारबा हेक हौरुबगा दम सेंगदोलिने कैगिना कांदा वारिंग ग्रुप तुना यादबैने तसेंग नारकन अदुना मिस्टर स्पीकर सर कोई यहालानबा मतमदा मणिपुर दा प्रोसीड्यूर एस्टैब्लिश बाय लॉ से लेहनबम चंगे असि सुक्लै लेतना मतौ करमना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग हाइजदे कोई के उसोपते येनबा थुमदुगमने उसोप की हिंजांग मथन मैम लोइन चारगा अरोइबा लेबा कोई के थुमदो अदुगमने अतैदो हाना लोइन लोयर मतुंदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से इट्स द लास्ट स्टेप टू बी मसिना अरोइबा खोंथांग दना सिखतना मणिपुर दा शांति पुरक भाइसे सुइ ओइथोकते मणिपुर दा आर्टिकल 163 एन्जॉय तौब ngamba गवर्नमेंट अमा लेहनबा क्वाइदि मथौ तारिसे अदुगा मणिपुर दा अखोइ के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की 7 शेड्यूल दे यावबा एंट्री नंबर 1 and 2 दे यावबा पब्लिक ऑर्डर एंड पुलिस की थबक से मपुंग फाना थबक तौब ngamba अदुगुम्बा गवर्नमेंट अमा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अमा मणिपुर दा लेरबा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से मसाना दुम लेजरा मधु हेक लेबा ngamdriba होजिसुम लेइत्रिसिन कैमंगुन हाइकांदा अदुगी गवर्नमेंट दो कोई स्टेट दा लेइतबै अनि सुबदा स्टेट सिदा आर्टिकल 355 तो इम्पोज तौर हाइतारदी सेंटर नसु मतिक चाबा लमजिदा महकी होबा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मशीनरी दु सिजनरगा अकोई लमदम सिदा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर से लाक्सिलबा मतम दुदा अकोई पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से तौब याने until unless adu hek tawdri phawdi Mr. Speaker sir khoi Manipur da political dialogue da was so we talk te political dialogue tawna ba hawru mi sing do loimak adum sengdo kan su upai suk lei le Manipur da aduna iroi loi bada akhoi tasengna ngasai gi Manipur da santi purok na ba irai lai ITL ki power thupchen ba kotu ki power thupchen ba constitution ki 163 makha da 163 makha da fully functional of state government ama lairabata da Manipur da santi purok ba ngamgani political dialogue su tobu ngamgani aduna thringa su ngam loi aduna opposition ruling bench da hai motion je withdraw to thank you.
Next from opposition bench, Deepening Khetrimayum, cell number 24. Deepening Khetrimayum, cell number 24.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am Deepening Khetrimayum Kauzai. Ngasi gi House Bukhalagli notion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hari notion asida aina ngasi Mr. Speaker sir gi ayaba laujaraga yamna simple oiba wafam kara thamjage. Ahan bada political dialogue khaktana yamna solely depend oiraga yam solely minjam oiraga political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani habasidi ayajaningde. Karigino haba matamda political dialogue si yam achoba yam powerful oiba dialogue amani ayajaningi adubu sina khwaidagi most effective tool am oibra habadudi ayajaningde because we need public consensus and political consensus masida both the parties na yanaraga table talk ama taraga wari watai sanaraga resolution si purakadamni adubu hojik Manipur gi fibam je oibana Manipur gi fibam se uraga di hoje puki tawba udribanina resolution se purak pangam de maduna ahan bada aina public consensus amadi political consensus anima yauraga table talk tawna bagi wafam thamjage ani subada Manipur gi hoje ki lairiba fibam se uba matam dadi akhoi gi Manipur gi assembly constituency sida yamna achauba leg ama oina uyeba there are many legs masida ahanbada power imbalancement in political dialogue Manipur gi assembly constituency sida power imbalancement amagi power imbalancement dynamics ama se yam thina chawna uriba kuki gi mioi tara amadi ruling party gi mioi ya majority amadi minority tongan di divide tok thorak panina masida power su setok narak panina yenthok narak panina yamna unequal oiba power dynamics ama thokpa uri masigi power imbalancement tholak pasina karida result auri hai matam da akhoi gi legitimacy mangakpa adudagi di root cause to phazana address to wanga maktaba masigi root cause phazana address to wanga maktaba sina akhoina long term stability ama phangakpa da akhoina hojibuk ngamdriba sigi maram se ama chu oriba for example this proportionate oiba favor one sided oiba favor ama peace pura e hairagadi in 15 years 20 years we don't know that but amukasu tension to renew oraga amukasu ihause amukasu lakaniba masigi purakpa the power imbalancement lay na purakpa PCD yamthina short lived oiba yamthina fragile oiba solution ne habado aina ngasi house thamjage second suba pointa the role of justice achumba tauba sisu khwaidagi achauba role amaneba achumba haibagi sisu political dialogue khaktana political dialogue khaktan resolution purak padudi yam political dialogue sidi justice to focus tawdana compromisation to focus tawra gudum layeba sigi compromisation to focus tawra sum layrak pasina karida mangjar I haba matamda relief camp ta layba yum laigidraba mi siraba sidana mangjabana tan atopani hel laigideba masigi resolution justice phangdaba compromisation na helaba solution sidi karida lakchari haba matamda mioi bada enmity anger violence si no sum hengal hala iba truth yaudraba adudagidi legal accountability yaudraba peace sibu kamaina short live oiroidoinoba fragile oini masina long term peace stability phangbagi wakhal de khoina thadok ba ma darka tare ba mathang subada for example 1994 da Rwanda the thokiba atrocity Rwanda conflict moi kamaina restore tauki moina atrocity the loireba matamda moina kari the focus tawi justice purakpa amadi rebuild nation do amuhana rebuild nation rebuild taurakba nation do adu kari gi help gi tawi gakaka court widespread reconciliation program gi help gi amuhana moi gi Rwanda manguraba Rwanda do amuhana hanjaleeba akhoi gi Manipur gi samaina Rwanda ga su hutu abadi tutsi ga conflict thokna gi yam thina chawna thokna gi adu bo hojikti conflict to loiraga hojik peace ama phangle ne peace ama phangle political so yamna atoba saruk ama yai adu bo sumaina adu bo sina solely means oiba haibadu di yaning deba Rwanda gi solution pu salang pa hona ba matamda social factor amadi social cohesion su darka ta giba sumaina akhoi gi Manipur da peace pusalake harga di social factor amadi social cohesion purakpam su darka ta yeba madudagi di Gandhi na haramba malai peace is not just a essence of conflict but the ability to cope with it masina haibadi lan lep khre no mai kapna de haga lan phabana teba mi siriba mayam sidi akhoi huji lan lep kre haraga hariba mayam se sibu hujipu sarkar na lan lepe hari adubu huji lan lepe gi phibam di oina thoina udri mathangda people huzik Manipur gi praja singna pame basi karino haiba matamda security amadi stability pambane hoji ngatang adum paw adum tana lere ngatang lerga labukta nongmai kapame relief camp tagi mi lauraga mi hato ame hariba conflict me amse nongmai sum hengalakli basi pharabra haibusu phaba laitriba Manipur gi prajana pamise karino haiba matamda Manipur da mai chakliba mai kokhan biu haiba khidang ne ba mas relief camp ta lairi basi masa gi yumda hanjan hanbiu haiba wasine ba masibu sehi ani suraktorba lanse Hauji po political dialogue khakta na ngamni harbani na hauji po ki udri basi kari ginoba aina ngasi supporting pens aina hangjaningi se political dialogue khakta na pusan ba ngamni haribani na hauji po la leptri bai maram si kari ginoba mathang suba point up akhoina lan se pahalake hairagadi kari darka tai haiba matamda social cohesion ama darka tai masina trust build tawraga communities ani gi marakta trust build tawraga moi gi marabta wari sanaraga pusalakadaba dialogue sida dialogue political dialogue khakta na pusalakani haiba sidi taseng maki aina yazaning de aroi bada political dialogue haibasi yamna vital loiba tool amani ayazaning but it also requires a holistic approach that incorporates with economical development justice accountability grassroots initiative sigi macha po sigi basic necessity se yaudringaida political dialogue na peaceful jalakpose ngamjaroi aduna akhoina political dialogue khakta da akhoina solely depend oileragadi akhoina we are risking the neglection of broader structural and social factors masi haizaraga aina ngasigi aigi waro se loizarage aduga aroi bada aina haizaning badi masigi wafam mayamsna tabiraga ubiraga Mr. Speaker sir na ngasigi house to bukhalagli motion asi withdraw tawna ba haizari
thank you Deputy. Next from Treasury Veins yam tang ba Treasury Veins ki Glady Khetrimayum chair number 5 Treasury Veins chair number 5.
Dialogue is the most effective way to settle a dispute, for it enables people to understand each other's perspective even if they do not agree. Former President African President Nelson Mandela gi wafam asiga loina na Speaker Sir gi ayab laujaraga ngasi House the bukat pirak liba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi film hanjin halak pai ba se political dialogue khakta na ngamgani harba motion ase kakninga letana chumba wafam amo ibna motion ase bu support tawjari. Mr. Speaker Sir, Santi gi lambi da chang na bagi damakta irang gi khongul hana leminasi aikhoina itihas ki latam sing hanna faktun yengbada Britishers singi tung sang na yengba ngamba midyang na sagat lamba manaba sing tok haina taning na bagi wakhalon yawba amasung aikoi gi mainland Indian sarkar na lisang sit na Manipur ase tok haina tathi na atombi macha dong na thambiba matang matam chana yungkhai shambal khabiram daba amasung matang chana yumkhai da thokliba irang sing ningthina loishin biram daba masigi mathakta amu aikoi gi state sarkar na lisang sit na senja thumjagi kom da puthaduna mahaki maramdam ching amasung tamgi praja singna kari kari tauri makhoi da kari awad apa leiri karamba thaudok sing amasung karamba thabak tawduna makhoi punsi hingi ningthina matam chan yengchin haudaba popi thaba horokpa matamda matam chan na thing haudaba popi lisang sitna tharakpa asi phawba ngasi phawba thingba ngamdaba amadi magi praja singna lam hen tu helakpa matamda matang sana warak haudabadagi thoglak ibe irang ni hain hajani ngasigi irang ase adu oiba taragadi May 3, 2023 dagi hauraga ngasi tha kun numit kun ni thoni shurak laba ngasi irang ase haujik phawba loisin bangam driba sidi kari gi oiriban wahang ngasi gi pakum oina ko ningsing minasi 19 June 2018 da phakhiba malemgi kaithel da 27.79 crore agada Chandel ADC gi chairman lokoi sai jaug dagi fagi ba drug ki case asina miyam na hana ningphung ala duna chingna dun leiba drug ki case asibu angam athogi khut yauri brane haibadu mayak senghan ba manba case asina mayak senghan bagi maong da uri adu oiba taragadi makhoi ga khut samna duna thakhiba nisagi sendong na lei nisagi marugi sendong na leiba khulai na prajad onsin duna kablakpan yumdang bana kainaraban masina ngasi irang thokliba asida fawba aikhoigi lam amasung akoibagi lamsingda crore gi drug kaya ama fari masina takpadi lal haurak liba lomda sen thungi phibam dagi di lan ase loishin nabagi lambi di leitri makoi power yam kanna paidon leiri nakan ama romda na irang ase loishin bangamba aikhoigi India sarkar na makoigi national interest ama oriba Kaladan multi model transit transport project ki khalag irang ase athu bada loishin haningdri habasidi akoigi honorable home minister gi wafamda Manipur da thokpa irang singgi chahi ahum mari dum changbani haibna chingba amasung president amasung prime minister na khangsin ushin nadana tumin na leibagi thawong sing isina praja mayam na chingnaba ama pokhali mayam sing asigi mathakta aikhoigi hauzik paliba state sarkar ase leiri kaidri haibiri article 355 356 anaba mali mande chanariba thawong sing mayam ama leiri masigi mathakta makki sarkar gi minister singna mahaki mayokta amasung leibak sigi mayokta wangang laba constitution violation tawraba asi phawbada karimata haidana tolo piduna yamna nungaya thami sem ama oina leibaki mafam sinba thungna maning tamna chatpa ngamdri sem gi phibam na asi phaw yauraba study law and order gi phibam di kada yoram lagani khanbiro article 20 amasung 21 national emergency gi matam da fawba lawthok tab article 20 amasung 21 yamna thina khongaw nari ngarang ngasi makta mi hat mipun gi paw mayamna tabi basin adu oiba taragadi aikhoigi irang asina asui yongna warabasida political dialogue tawduna irang ase loishinaba honabagi lomda khong thangjenba tok khong thangjendana aikhoi hoji khubak muktang pak palam asida maikai sinba thungna su irang haujalakliba masidai sida mana adu haikre haduna mapuna thilakpa pungno sida akhoi kayam kuina jagoi saduna leikhisi haibasi haiba wahang ase hangjani adu oiba taragadi political dialogue haibasi karino masina aikhoigi irang ase karam haina loishin gedori ba haiba wahang asigi pakhum oina pijage political dialogue haibase mi amana miyoi singi marakta amana amagi wakhalon khangna nabagi lambi amani marse partial debate kumba amana amagi wakhalon namthana ba tawba adugumba debate nate adu tar oiba taragadi Manipur gi irang ase karam ba dialogue sing tawraga lotion ba yagadagi haiba ai gi oiba mod khar thamjage ahan bada akoina formal dialogue tawgani Manipur da kaitharakli ba law and order ase hanjinna bagi damakta parliament amasung Manipur state sarkar na Manipur da law and order hanjinna bagi damakta minister sing si marakta tawbigada ba political dialogue ani shubada akoina community dialogue tawgani mayam na ngasai dagi haibigre dialogue tawna hauju phawba lotion rise kaigino na matik chaba dialogue tawdabagi ni haijanegi akoina tawgada base ani shubagi community dialogue aikogi Manipur da khunda minariba community singna makoi community singi marakta idea of Manipur apunba Manipur gi damakta punsin na bagi damakta tawgada ba political dialogue amasung community sing pulap punsilaga aikoi Manipur se kai ba yade haibagi wakhalon asi sagat na ba aikoi community punna punsin ga ba community political dialogue ama tongminarba mathangda national dialogue masi sarkar amasung lal haurakli ba amasung insurgent group singi marakta political dialogue tawduna santi prokna bagi damakta khong thangjin ba hauba yana ba khulai thaba lephan na bagi damakta tawgada ba political dialogue mari shubada multilateral dialogue Manipur dagi popi asi maruf phakna muthat pangam na bagi damakta aikoi gi mayam punna hauduna United Nation dagi mateng launa bagi damakta tawgada ba dialogue amasung irang asida khut thingjalakli ba mapal gi leibak sing da wakhal tamina na ba tawgada ba political dialogue masigi mathangda track to dialogue khut thaba lep le haiba matam aduda CSO singna punsil ba CSO amata oira ba CSO singna thajana ba leitriba kanglup singi marakta thajana ba purakna ba gidamakta thajana ba ani gi marakta trust sagatna ba tawgada ba political dialogue makha tarakpada bilateral dialogue kanglup ase haktheng conflict ase haktheng na mayok nari ba kanglup ani kuki amasung maitei gi marakta matam sang na leiminaраklaba akhoi gi kuki amasung maitei singi marakta hana dagi nungshina ba do leiminasi kari toba yage habado khanasi haidona political dialogue tawduna santi gi lambida chatpa hausi haimna tawgada ba dialogue ama aroi bada conflict resolution dialogue Manipur da khunda mani ba kanglup khudingi representative amamam yawba central government amasung state government yawduna Constitution piriba law and order ningthina induna saukhatpa Manipur gi damakta unity in diversity in Manipur idea of Manipur puba political dialogue tawduna aikoi gi irang ase losin bangamgani Manipur thori ba irang ase yamna complicated complex oy maram na political dialogue su complicated amusung complex oy gani haba yajanengi aduna matang sana matam chana tanja khangna karam haina political dialogue tawgada gi haba hana ningthina nainaraga khanara matungda political dialogue khaktana Manipur gi irang ase santi amusung mahausa gi fibam hanjalak pangamgani haba sin ai gi honorable member amasu hana haibikre amuk hanna ko tawjaram ge Mahatma Gandhi gi an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind aduna Mr. Speaker sir ngasigi motion asikan ngalden chumba maram na house ki floor gi pass to wina ba speaker sir gi puni chingsinjar thank
you thank you Glady. Next from opposition bench step Limbu from opposition bench chair number 11 Step Limbu chair number 11 from opposition bench.
Hello. Good evening to all the juries and respected speaker, sir. Today, we stand here in a situation where the land has been divided into two parts unofficially, where the two communities had a war between them. And because of that, we all are suffering together. As you know, in the past few years back, it's a history there where the Britishers divided the Meitei, Naga, and Kuki. The Naga, they were like at the border side, Kukis in the middle, and the Meitei at the end of the zone, which leads to a communal distraction between them. Like they divided through religion, they convert Naga and Kuki into the Christian, and in the middle, they put Meiteis as a Hindu. Because of that, I believe strongly that that is the main cause that separated the community between them. Secondly, the topic itself, it says that the motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And I strongly disagree with that, and I oppose it. The reason is because if there is a peace and normalcy in Manipur can be only achieved through political dialogue, then why not now? Why? There is no such kind of peace and peace right now in Manipur. Why? Because the government is not taking action, and moreover, the Honorable Chief Minister, what he says that normalcy will come soon. But where is this normalcy? I don't understand. Because if there's a normalcy coming, then why there's no action? He always say that action is coming, but the action doesn't come all the time. He always say that action is coming, but action is not there. The reason because he doesn't have the power. The power has been taken by the central government, especially the Sri Honorable Amit Shah ji. Now he is controlling kind of Manipur. The Manipur, the situation right now is very, very not good, to be very honest. And moreover, the people between the two communities, I don't think that they both will agree with the fact that the situation can be handled. Because how can you displace so many people from their roots and their houses, and you just come upon them and give them a treaty that sign that we will give you harmony, we will give you money, and how can you replace the dead people? How can you replace the life of the dead people? Is it a valid reason? Will it be? The treaty might even help like this. Suppose someone died from your family by killing by someone, and now the other person is offering you a job and offering you some harmony, then it's not, doesn't make sense, yeah? Then how can you, like, even this, the topic said peace and normalcy in Manipur can be achieved through political dialogues. I strongly disagree again. In Manipur, especially the highways, when you go through the highways, you will find central security forces. They all will be standing in line. What they're gonna do is they're gonna check either you are the community or not. Between the between the community, they'll check that is it the person or not that belongs to the two community. If the person is not, they let you go. But why they stop you there? The reason is simple. Because they don't take action, they just make sure that you won't attack. But somehow, in a few years back, not a few, even like some few months back, someone from Lima Congo got kidnapped. In Jiribam, the mass murder was there. How is going on? Like, even the security forces are there. Is it like some kind of agenda over there? Or something else? Which like make us think like, no, it can be, it can't be like, but still, at the end, what's the ultimate result come out is that nothing has been there. How is it even? The point, the simply I want to mention is that when there is a conflict, the government can take action directly with the power. India is the third most powerful country, but still it cannot fix its own state problems. Whenever there is war against Pakistan, they fight back. But it's a communal war between the community. And again, how the government cannot interfere between them and stop them on the time. On 3 May, 7:30 p.m., I was at my house, and that time, what happened that shoot at sight order was announced by the Manipur government. During that time, the internet was also banned, but still, no peace was there. How it goes worse and worse by time to time. Why? Is there something agenda between the government? Because whenever there's normalcy in Manipur, after a few 2-3 months of conflict, somehow, from nowhere, a video will come out, someone is murdered. Like, can you understand the fact that how is this even coming out from there? Like, when there's normalcy, why this kind of situation again occurs? Someone has to think about this. Even from the supporter side, can you reply upon that? Whenever there is normalcy, somehow from where we don't know, the video will come out upon, is there someone who don't want peace? Is it someone from the government itself that doesn't want the peace in Manipur because they're getting benefit through poppy or many kind of extortions? Is it like that or not? So this kind of things that really make me think upon this peace and normalcy in Manipur can be achieved or not. Mr. Speaker, sir, even if there is a peace and normalcy, we want to go and with the agreement, make agreements regarding this and that. But still, I strongly believe that both parties will not allow, because what Maite really wants is, they want is the ST. If not, peace should be bring back. But from the Kuki side, if you told them to stop the war, but they will directly demand a separate administration, they will strongly disagree the fact they don't want it. They will want it, and that's for Kuki side, they'll say this is the only solution to bring in Manipur. But we know that if a Manipur breaks in, there's no more peace. There will be no peace because Manipur itself is a land. The name Manipur is given to the Manipuris. The name of the land itself given to them. And the most surprising thing was MIT cannot buy a land in Valley region, which like really shocked me, to be very honest, because suppose a land, the people has the land because they own the land, they are the native people, and that native people can't buy in some hilly area because even if that was their place. So doesn't make any sense that who make this kind of policies? Is it someone's fault or not? We don't really know that what's going to happen again next. And moreover, if we really want peace in Manipur, first of all, I think that we should all reunite. Reunite in the sense like doesn't mean that we have to go through normalcy, peaceful, through this political dialogue. We need even communal region. We need the community talk. We need to talk and discuss region. Where was the mistake actually we have made? The main mistakes, what we're going to do is we have to go through the policy where the Maite say that we don't want ST. Through that we have to go through and figure out that truly and be able to know what's wrong in that. And for the cookies, we have to first, what we're going to do is we have to first, Indian Policy Act said that if a person live in India for 5 years, and if he submit back the passport that he owns or the citizenship to given to the government, then he can apply for citizenship. Yes, they are a legal citizen. But those who migrated from Myanmar, Bangladesh, without a valid passport, nothing, they are immigrant. We have to let them go out of the country because they are the legal immigrant. That's what, and thank you. I would like to pass the motion now. Thank you, everyone. Once again, Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blembu. Next is also from opposition bench. Ilangbam Aboy. Ilangbam Aboy Singh. Chair number 30 from opposition bench. Ilangbam Aboy.
Good afternoon, everybody, all the respected judges, and especially Mr. Speaker, sir. Today's motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur, can only be achieved through political dialogue. Piram liba motion asi, ay thawai haksam yauna zaningde, maram asina ay opposing bench sa pamjaduna oppose tawjaribani Mr. Speaker, sir. Piram liba motion asi mayek singna lali hai tak na bigi damakta ay gobe strong valid argument sing mathang manaw na Mr. Speaker, sir gi mafam na thamjage. Ahamada peace amadi normalcy amadi political dialogue haibasi aigi opposing bench ta phamir bai chil naw sing amadi supporting bench ta phamir bai chil naw sing na mayek seng na taklam ne habagi ai thajaba leijai maram masina aina amuke na explain tarubagi maru idhana lawje Mr. Speaker aduna I point lak sage Manipur da peace amadi normalcy haibasi di British na palingai matam dagi leram drabani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi 1947 ge August ki tang 10 mari da Manipur na ningkha tamlaba matung masamang ki constitution leijaduna masamang na lingak chabalam dam ama oirami Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam haibabu loyum basilena sakini Mr. Speaker sir aduga 1949 gi September gi tang kunma thoida Manipur bu Bharat na namlo losinduna Manipur gi makha da thamkrabani Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam haibabu 1949 gi March ki tang kun tarukta Manipur Praja Shanti Party na Bharat government da ikhiba chithi eduna sakini Mr. Speaker sir aduga hojik tada Manipur da peace amadi normalcy asi political dialogue khakta hanjalakpa ngamgani haibasidi mayek sengna lalde haibadu takchari Mr. Speaker sir masida support togani haiduna tholak liba ai gi chinau singi wakhalon ai ngak tabang ngamjade Mr. Speaker sir aduga ani subada hojik Manipur da thokliba conflict habadi megi tangahum dagi na ngasi pawa chataragli bairang asidi Manipur da chanakhiba December gi date 11 2019 da ILP section adu chanakhiba du Myanmar rom dagi changlakpa kuki na terrorist sing na thugaiduna changlakibadagi Manipur bu mache kya thokna thugainaba honaduna lana do horakibani Mr. Speaker sir masida Manipur government nasu makoi gi voter khara da bu phanglabadi haiduna makoi gi mathakte action karimata lokhalu da baduna ngasidi Manipur asida huran ba sing aduna ngamlaktuna Manipur bu mache kya thokna thugaiba pawni Mr. Speaker sir masida huran ba ni duna Manipur gi damakta political dialogue taunaraga Manipur da peace amadi normalcy anjalakani haibasidi oi thoktra bo apan Mr. Speaker sir masida nungdai sing haiduna Manipur da peace amadi normalcy purakani haibasidi asa taurubagi kana balike Mr. Speaker sir aduga Manipur gi government asina haidi
Manipur ki government asina mahaki nupi ahangi na sanalay na bahonari ngay atomi na play na bahonari ngay da Manipuri salak saraga le mabli Mr. Speaker sir masida political dialogue kattara Pisabadi normalcy pura kadi hai basidi oi thok trabo apam Mr. Speaker sir aduga config asida Manipur amadi kuki ani sina political dialogue toraga Manipur da pisabadi normalcy jalaro hai basidi mayam na khangna rabo apam ni aduga masida India government na mateng bangsin ba yai aduga India government na sidi kanano hai badu mayek se na khangna rabo apam ni India government na Manipur ki damakta karigumba khara kadai phawa tokrage hai baduri munna thiruba matamda mangna magratan magum thokani Mr. Speaker sir hai badi Manipur ga Nagaland ga kanana na state phangba han khibage Mr. Speaker sir masina mayek singna tagli Manipur asibu India government na misang mikai na yeng ya badu aduna aiba wapa masina pion liwan bosan si mayek singna lale ha badu takchari Mr. Speaker sir aduga India government na Howzik Power totally by Irang Sigi Matanga, Garigomba, Akan be Exana Matalokapa, Imisitang, Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga. According to 360 article number, Aduga IPC section Amadi 364, Asigi Matungina, Mui Babu Hatpa, Tupa, Toba Taragadi, Madugi Matakta, Siba Yabaki Serak Piri, Mr. Speaker, sir. Adubu, Cookie terrorist, Singasina, Manipurida, Samjaraba Bisa Prezakayabu, Hatuna. Akan batam tina hatu na Manipur praja sing buot pa naiba tawra si pawada Bharat Sarkar na Manipur ki matakta karigumba action na mataloka tabahai basisu Bharat Sarkar na Manipur si butukai bada achoba mateng pang hai basi taksari Mr. Speaker sir maramadu na piram liba masana si mayek sing na lali Mr. Speaker sir adugi matungina adugi makada the Arms Act hai badi India da illegal weapons in season abaya di Mr. Speaker sir aduga housing oriba Manipur tholiba conflict asigi matang su kuki militants ngasina illegal weapons in season aduna Manipur da attack ya sathari Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam hai babu hantak tai koi dana hana si minister oiramba koirengi mayumda missile attack torakiba aduna mayek sengna saki ori Mr. Speaker sir masigi mathakta su India government na karigumba action ama talokapa udri Mr. Speaker sir masina Hai ba exing asi Indian Constitution asibu Bharat government na sing kong na signary bra na tragana hai ba exing asi Manipur khakta da chana dra hai ba asi wahang amani Mr. Speaker sir aduna piram liba mosan asi mayek sing na lal habadu taksari Mr. Speaker sir aduga ngasi political dialogue khakta na Manipur da pis amadi normalcy asi hanjalak pasunga ngam Mr. Speaker sir ngasi ge action out ba Tamil film gi batogum ariba Manipur government amadi cookie terrorist gi marakta political dialogue taunaraga Manipur da pista di normalcy purakpa ngamla Mr. Speaker sir masida India government na judgment pi duna haibadi wayan duna Manipur da pista di normalcy asi purakpa ngamla Mr. Speaker sir masidi yong na tanyen bagum thokani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi mathong maram kam da matay manao ani kana bada yumlo na bana wayan ba du thokani Mr. Speaker sir aduna ma piram liba mosanasi mayek seng na lali Mr. Speaker sir aduna kanagumba kharagi mafam dadi kanadraba arguments sing asina ngasi gi piram liba mosan asi mayek sing na lal habadu tagli Mr. Speaker sir maram aduna house ki mamal yam laba matam amadi Mr. Speaker sir gi chilaba matam asibu mangan bagi mauta house tagi piram liba kanabam suktok draba apam asibu withdraw topic hin bagi damakta Mr. Speaker sir gi sarang na pungni buting sijari amadi mayam dagi kaina na bagi bidai lauzari
Nanay privacy ko bada yam nungay nga mo pati it's not parliamentary language anyway matang si Treasury bench tagi malokot sage kaisam Leoneng Singaira Leoraz, okay. Kaisam Leoraz Singh from Treasury bench. Kaisam Leoraz Singh. Set number 9.
Good morning, respected judges, honorable speakers, and valuable audience.
Ngasigi social scientist, political philosopher amasung National People Youth Front ki Central Committee na hojik thok liba Manipur ki political conflict present crisis asida foundation thamlaga judgment ama purakpa ngamna bagi damakta puthok pirak liba ngasigi topic Manipur da shanti amasung mahoksa gi phibam da hanjalakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi I myself as an supporter moina harland the sole support tawjari haibagi foresight universal angle viewpoint pizari Mr. Speaker sir puning bundolukna chingshin ahan bada ngasigi topic asita palliba political dialogue hairiba se kanaga gi marakta tawgada political dialogue no haiba matamda India gi political delegating Manipur gi political delegating tongan ba ethnic group ki lusing basing amasung stakeholders sing gi marakta tawgada political dialogue ni haina lawgani ngasigi opposer bench ki sinau sing na matam punamakta hojik thokliba Manipur gi Kuki amasung maite ani gi wars the foundation thamlaga ngasi gi topic ase lale haibado modi wakal khantha watni haijeningi aikoina India gi phibang the hek tin silbo nimit adudagi ngasi thokliba crisis se sidagi ahen be tongan tam thiraba crisis kya ma thokre punamasing adusu ningsing haningi hojik tholiba crisis ase the foundation thamlaga topic ase lale haibado wakal khantha watpani haijeningi Mr. Speaker sir aikoi gi Manipur South Asia Mahadesh tamaning makha tamna panjarakpa sahi lising ani henbagi puari leijaba 12th century gi ining thok loyumbagi haktik Constitution chanaduna lagle amasung ithokuna leiramle haibase archaeological mythology resource na phongdokpa leikrabani hari wafam ase ngasi maksu International Court of Justice na accept tawduna leiriba wafam ni laibak chibadi 1891 Anglo Manipur war gi matung dagidi aikoi gi Manipur British loilam makha da leiruba matung 1947 gi August ki tang tara marida amuk maning makha tamba hanjinjaduna democratic election pangthoktuna Council of Minister na lengak sabalam tama mo oiraki masigi matung 1949 gi September gi tang kunma thoida aikoi gi ining tho Maharaj Buddha Chandrabu India government na Shillongta arunwa wari ama sanasi haiduna kauraga by using forcefully house arrest tawduna major agreement sign tawhanki Manipur praja sing e aba somati yauduna numit adudagi hauduna Manipur gi praja sing da phanglakhiba ningam dabagi maichak sing aduna ngasi maksu Manipur gi praja sing teng thaduna leiri Mr. Speaker sir aikoi gi Manipur se Mr. Speaker sir India gi phiban da tin silobadagi dam special pork 1958 thamjan biduna Manipur gi yelhomi kyabu ot pi khre nei bi khre hatok pi khre ningsing yabadi dungai Manorama gi thokdok Chitaranjing thokdok Kangla mangi thokdok tongan ba conflict kaya ma thokre Prithibi gi laipa kaya na saukhat pagi lamjen tanraba matam masida aikoi gi Manipur ngasi muksu nungi chu kimwe bagi punsi gumna hingduna leiri aikoi gi Manipur sambal khabi daba hawai maton gumna changni masana apa ma changduna chahalli masi meklar ba khudam di aikoi gi yumthang nariba top state sing atopa country sing na aikoi gi ngamkhai da boundary hena sambal yung silala phawda India government kari su haidina aikoi gi ngamkhai gi sambal khaba ngasi phawba loisindana thambiri masi gi mathate Mr. Speaker sir state asigi political party khudimakpu national political party sing tam mami shamalali masi mathakta aikoi gi Manipur gi naha sing na puthok saba maming oina pallabada wangkhai pi rani pi tongan ba nat ge uyung ge phirol kaya busu India na matok tamdura so machine kya sin aduna masing yamna puthorpuna Manipur gi yeromi parja sing asigi sinmi sing asigi chakhaw ase makhoi ne hingtha thadali Mr. Speaker sir masi gi mathakta akoi gi leijaramba lining license kaya busu makhoi na tamna mami shamalakli Mainland India dagi sangsilakpa miyan cha kaya amana Manipur gi yelhomi ningol sing asibu blood relationship sagatna bagi damakta yelhomi ningol sing asigi izzat temsing na ba makhoi na nongna bagi henjilagli masigi mathakta Mainland India gi miyoy sing na akhoi bu ngasi maksu India gi naगरिक kumna uba ngamdri haibagi meklar ba khudamdi aikoi gi satri sing na atop state sing like tam chatpa matamda akhoi bu ragging tawbiba nupi obi kaya bu rape tawduna hatokhibagi case kaya ama leiriba punamaksi mathakta missing yamlaba India gi saukhatpa apakpa state missing yamba atop state sing da birth control policy system thambado adugumna kaisu missing yam sidaba apikpa khujin mamai gum lamdam masidu makhoina birth control policy system thamjanduna Manipur gi yelhomi parja sing asigi missing hanthaliba masigi mathakta ngasi maksu foreign country dagi sangsilakpa refugee kaya mana Manipur gi yelhomi parja sing asigi mathakta lan hauduna ime kai munbiri kaya na mai thadori ima ipa ise isen kaya ama kaina haliba ningsing bayabadi jiri gi thokdokta karisu khangjadriba angang ahum amasung nupi ahumbo minung silaitana rep tawduna hatok pikiba puna maksing ase mamit chama longba mamai chama longba India government na khangna una mana tadaba mamit udaba murti ki saklo lodun leiriba puna maksing asibu India gi phiban da tin silubadagi India na Manipur da pirakpa nungsibagi khudol ni haina loksing Mr. Speaker sir asugumba Manipur gi crisis oibalam dam oirakliba shanti leitaba hingsa gi lamdam oirakliba se aikhoina India gi phiban da tin silubadagi ne masidagi khoi shanti leiba moksa gi phim da hanjilapke hairabadi pre annexation political status hanagi mafam da hanjilaba matam da aikhogi Manipur Shanti level of them or a caneva. Punamaxing a ship Pange Harabadi, Lan Hova, me hatpa, Amanamu Hinshato, Kaishukana Panglebo. Shimnatangi legally political dialogue to Romatam, the Kakada, Manipur Shanti Pangani, Mashiki make Larba Kudam, South Sudan, Africa, country, the Tokaita, Zarege, I don't say Lishin Kayamoko, Lan Hoki, Adumoko, my papangam. Kind of thing, South Sudan political delegates in Africa political delegates in a political dialogue to Romatam, the Kakada, 2011, the Manimahatam Hansela Kiva. Assume Nasu, Kosovo Nasu, Sheberagam, the Lan Hoki Tokaita, Zarege, had an Ariamataki, Lan Hobo. Kind of thing, the political dialogue to Romatam, the Mako 2000, Aita, Manimahatam Hansela Kiva. Assume na, I go in Manipur, Sisu, political dialogue to Romatam, the Kakada Manipur, Shanti, Lebelam Dama, Webangamakaneva. Ngasigi wakal khantha watpa opposite ki bench ki sinok chin khan biram ngani madudi lan tawba amana mabu hingsa tawba au hatpa akhoi ning kha tamna bani haiduna lan hoba sina akhoi gi manipur kari kana porok toinoba tek ka doroba thongra amada akhoi myam pulap lan homina lemina je aduga ising ipak ta irak minna ga simina si haiba chap manaiba ngasigi Indian constitution gi maikhum upa Lang the two Krabalam, the Masiki Pamnai Basing, Amasung Masiki opposite bench is now in Kanbiram Ganimadi. In the government Makada Quest election Pangtoi, and no always came KPB, Indiana Koida, Regional Institution Medical Science Tambiri, Central University Linkalay, Punamaxing Uraga, Indiana Quibuluna, Biri Habado, Madudi Wakal Kanta Watpani Hajani, Punamaxing City, Indagi South Kalaba, atop state care, metropolitan city in Harbor Mumbai, Mopam the lady Pazasing, Nagration of the Pangba scheme, Aduneva, Nasigi, Swatarabalam, the Manipur Pazasing, the Pang. Kara Sotae, Kara Ware Hibum, a quick Manipur possessing a in their government, Kaisha and be related. Mr. Speaker, sir, I quick Manipur a share. A quick Namno Lokshan Gibani, Hibase, Nashing Ashimox, UN, United Nations Organization, a Kangli, Masiki make Larba Kudam, a quick state Kayamo, at over country Kayana, Namno Lokshan Gibagi, rules and regulations, Labor Madam Namakoi, Article 1, close to almost Article 30, a quick Money Makatam, Hanzelaknabukidamakta, rules and regulations in Tambirabli. Punamaxing Aduki Marta, I quick Manipur, Nashing Ashimak Yauri, I quick Manipur a share, Money Makatam, Hanzela, I question Namno Lokshan Gibani, in their government Sumba, my Kumbo Constitution, Yaning de Haiduna. Manipuri reborn wing Kayam and Ashing Asimak land holy, Machine attack with the Aquay Manipur say in delegate to Kaita, Pami having make Lar Kudani. Mamanga Tamzaki pointing us the Yumpum where Mr. Speaker Sana, Machine Asimak Yelhomicana, Repiziki Punsigum the Hingliba, Reliquem the Hingliba, Punamaxing as a Makoi Shanti labor, Mosaki Pum the Hanzel, Nabagidamaka, Sumna Kaki Pamba Oriba, legally political dialogue to was a Masiki topic as a Atsumba, Amasum Kanya labor, data Wapamni, Mr. Speaker Sana, Mosan, a civil past of you, Hyperluna, I myself and supporter Moina. Isagi motion point, Matang is the tension jari, Punamaki kind of a give luxury. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Lioras. Special announcement, Nama. Hozik say, a fire alarm Kong Adi, Pakapi and However. My trial to whenever. Hoisum Chata, the Pupu, Galatian Tonogums, I wonder. Katang top the main Tantorisico, no yam selectre. Next. From opposition beings go. Livestream Chanazawa. Livestream Chanazawa from opposition beings.
Speakers are Manipur and Asi totally but Tangu Leta Drabsi Hana Pana, we know Tanumai Kapapa Hana Lepan. Hives among the Tamsari Harakanda, Nasi House of Pukat Prickle Motion. Manipurda Santim Sumosagi Pum Hanzel, Hibsi political dialogue, Coctana Propong, Gani Hibsi political dialogue, Coctana Propong, Lodo, Moslam Coem on the hand, but I know post of it. Speakers are law and order Hibsi state subject Mokangim. Matam to the state government and Nitina Hyper Iran Super Control, the hotel during a sea Yamnuru Pium Talaktanza, say Yokim, Masiki Mayla Kutam Hypo 2023 May 21 in tourism day, Numita, Chief Minister and High Kibase, Manipur Tandu Leta Dripsi. Manipur Lengaki, State Lengaki intelligence pelam the security lapses na thon kibni loina pali belengas na madugi texak puno pugan na man mayasin na thamba sulekar madugi matung tarak pada foreign hands illegal immigrants kaya ma yausilak tunang asigi irang se khangchok chok por kip tan natang asidi India gi national security mdi national integrity the power threat am oilak na yamna lubu pim da leire masiu ma talak tanja state government khaktana har birang asi luisin bagi opam leiroi central government asoba kudam su yagu dur Speakers are Irang Amagi Warusin Porok Haraka, the Irang, or the root cause of the Queen and Nitina Kangbam sang.
हारिबा मणिपुर थोली इरांग असगी रूट कॉज से सेंट्रल की लुसिंग बसिंग खंगना खंगना ngasi phawba khangsin adra sauduna leitholi union home minister amisana 2023 gi me tha dagi ngasi phawda tongan ton ba statement kya ma thole hara kanda india na magi national interest ta manipur haiba lamsi budu nungsiba manipur haiba lamsi da laiba purup sing yellow purup sing asi bidi kaisu leitana khanba mong da lana se loichiloi haina loisinna laiba mong as da political dialogue hektam torogo warison poroken have the speaker pangai haijin moi thokani motion jam laisa मोशन असी कदाई फाव लान बिखाब तो मसाखन थमजर के स्पीकर सर अहान बदा मणिपुर दा हान दगी लेजरिबा सेंट्रल फोर्स लिसिंग यांkai हुंफुजिंग मथकता नोमा कांद्रन लेप लेतन सेंट्रल फोर्स गायाम इंडिया लेंगानम इरांग से कंट्रोल तौनम हादना थाजिलकी मदुदा मणिपुर की प्रजा सिंग हान बदा याम हराव की इरांग से कंट्रोल तौरगनी निंगतिना तंगदु लेता पुरसोम दा लेरगनी रिलु केम दा लांजेनर सिंग से कोई मयुम मकाई दा निंगतिना हंजलगा लेरगनी ने अदुमाइन खंजकी तबु तबु असम राइफल्स हाइबा फोर्सेस ने लुसिंग हार काना नकल नाबदा तोंगसिनो लेकिबदगी लाना से लोइसन बंगमदना खुरोक थांगनो ले मसी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट खंगना खंगसिन अदब साधनो ले मदुमक तहले होखिबा जुलाई 2024 दा BSF की एडिशनल DG ओरंबा PK मिसाना मणिपुर दा ngasi चथरिबि इरांग से पाक हे लोइसन बि यारोय हाबिगि इंगिदम सुपी खरबने मदुदि मणिपुर दा लाइरिबा असम राइफल सिंग सिगा कुकी लालो सिंग अफ मरि लेनाबदिना मणिपुर दगी असम राइफल सिंग से हेक लोकथुक त्रिमा खदि मणिपुर की लाना से वारोसिन पोरप वागने जमांग सुपोंतो पलै खरबने अदुइजु मतकता इंडिया की सिक्योरिटी पॉलिसी हम खलै मदुदि सीक्रेट ओइबा पॉलिसी नि इंडिया की फोर्स अमता असोपन मिसिम ना अमता यहंदा मोंगमदा वारी सानरिबा आदि पिस्तोक तोरिबा सिसपेट तोरिबा लालोबसिंग से सिनरे हार कांदा वारी सानसि यादबा पिस्तोक तोनसि यादबा लालोबसिंग से तखाइबि थबा मतम कै मांगनि सथनो लालोबदि मदुगी सरुक अमोइना 2005 ता असम राइफल्स का सिसपेट तोनखिबा 2008 ना ट्रिपर्टाइट टोक तौदना लेरगलिबा दुमला कुकी लालोबसिंग से प्रोक्सी आर्मी ओइना सिनरे हार कांदा मरुओइना कुकी ना ताबसिंग सिंग अकोबद खुंदारंबा लेरंबा दुमला लालोबसिंग हाइबदि मणिपुर की वारी सानसि यादबा मैतैन लुसिंग लालोबसिंग से तखाइदुना मतम क्या मांगने सथन लाबने मधु लाना से थोलपदगी हारिबा मखोय मसेल हानहदुना मखोय मसेल लोइसनहदुना इंडिया की फोर्स ता सोपन मिसिमना यहंदबा हाइबा पॉलिसी दो मधुगा मपा मपा साना खिबदगी मधु इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी जो यामना कानै इंडिया की नेशनल सिक्योरिटी मखोय मधुना पिरप थ्रेट जो यामना हंदै हाइबदो अदुंबा इंडिया की अरोनबो पॉलिसी खलै मरमना लाना से डीलिंग टेक्टिक सानदुना लाना से फिल्म की सीरियल येबदुना ngasi इंडिया लेंगाना येंगलु लैथोकलिम नामसे पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरगे हेक्तम वॉरिसन पोरकोदम ते स्पीकर सर अनि सुबदा इंडिया दा यामना कोक्सिकपम ओरिबसे वारी सानसि यादब मणिपुर की लालोबसिंग हाइदि मैति नुलसिंग लालोबसिंग असिने मखोय की के मैम दि म्यांमार दा लैहबसे म्याम लोइना खंगनरबो गाक्तने मखोय का म्यांमार दा लैंगाक पारिबा मिलिटरी सिगदि अफ मरि म लैनरि अदुना मखोयबु म्यांमार दे तखोनरबिदमता सिन कुकी सिंग असे मसिगी मतेंग से इंडिया लेंगान लौब तंगाइ फते मदुना नि सिन कुकी लालोबसिंग असिगी इंडिया फोर्सिंग अनक मरि लैने अचेत मरि लैने मखोय दा मतेंग पांगसिली लान की नमता कोइ खुजु खुलाय क्याम पिछली अदुगा मैतै की लालोबसिंग हाइतर मणिपुर की लालोबसिंग केम दा लंधाले मदुदा करियुंबा म्यांमार की आर्मी सिना हारिबा चिन कुकी लालोबसिंग से प्रेशर पिरक मतमदा चिन कुकी लालोबसिंग सुबु मिजोराम दा टेक ता काइदना चेंसिनबा या मोंग अमदा मदुगी पॉलिसी पोरम फाव इंडिया लेंगान याले मसी ओबे तारगति चिन कुकी सिंग अमदि चिन कुकी लालोबसिंग की मिचंग दा इंडिया लेंगान चंगदना मणिपुर की मिचंग चंगद्रबा मदुनानि मखोयना मणिपुर लागा कुकी लालोबसिंग सिंग मानरगा मितै सिंग मतक लान का मतम दे इंडिया लेंगाना येंगदुना दुम अदु कोइ दुम दुबिदुना दुम येंगदर लेसे मदुगी मरम दुना सुने हारिबा फिवम तालक तंजा से पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तरोगा कमाइना वारोसिन पोरकदुन स्पीकर सर मसीद ओइद्रो वाफमने अहुम सुबदा इंडिया की डिप्लोमेसी दा म्यांमार दा चाइना ना पीबा प्रेशर से हंथना बिदा अमदि म्यांमार मनु दा चाइना पाखलिबा थौ थौ मैम से मसी थिंगहो बाइब से इंडिया की डिप्लोमेसी जो तौ देबा थबा मखने चाइना ना मागी खानौ सुक थंबा लमदम से दगी बे बेकल ताना बा ख्वाइदगी यामना संबा लंबी से कोइगी म्यांमार फारोगा सेमजलखरेबा मसीदा इंडिया ना ख्वाइदगी निंगदोपोम मसीनेबा मसीजना केमा सेमखिब लंबी से मसीना इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन दा चाइना की इन्फ्लुएंस अंगक पफंग हेंगत कदुबिने मदु थिंगहौना बैदमता म्यांमार सिबु इंडिया ना थेम याबा थेम हारा कांदा मागी सेसुदगी किलोमीटर 530 खक लापना लैबा अदुम सिटी पोर्ट से मसी मुसेम कन इंडिया लाइगान कन होजिक लाखनरी पैसा थादरी अदुज मतक इंडिया ना हांदे पाइखलैबा कलादान नेशनल प्रोजेक्ट से मसी माइ पाकना बिनमता कलादान हारिबा मफम सिगी सिटी पोर्ट सिदगी हासागी असोनगी दो लैबा पालेतो टाउन हाइबा स्टेट मनुदा लैरसे मसी यौना अखोगी तुरेन खोंग से जहाज थौबा यानम करादान तुरेन से कन्न सेंग थबा कन्न चथरी म्यांमार यानम चतपर इंडिया से पैसा अंगप फंगना थादरी ngasi मदु एबा तादि कलादान हारिबा प्रोजेक्ट से माइ पाके हारगदि सागी पेटोआ हाइबा टाउन से मसीबु कंट्रोल तौरबा चिन यावना मागी इथनिक रिबल ग्रुप सिंग मसी यानम चतपा मतंगाइ फते मखोइना यारकांदा कलादान प्रोजेक्ट माइ पाका दोइनी मरमदुना मखोइ यानम चतपा ngasi से अखोइ लापथोंनाबसि यामक यादा फिल्म दा लेरि मखोइ से नकना तुम लोइनारगदि नॉर्थ
स्टेट इंडिया की स्टेट से मसी मतम चुप्पदा कंट्रोल तौदुना लेगनी मरम मुतुना मखोइसी यानाब चटप अदुम दरकार ओइबनिना हारिबा यानाब चटलिंगी तालक तांजास्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनरे हारगा मणिपुर की लानसु इराइलाइन हेत लेफन वंगमगद्रा मसिना मोशन से अकुच लाले स्पीकर अदई मोमरी सुबदा चाइनादा सानरिबा जियोपोलिटिक्स से मसी इंडिया सु याम कन्न लांथिंगनब कन्न होनरिबा चाइनागा सक्तु मानबा अदि हरोकपम तिनबा अखोगी तोरो खंदानबदा नुंगाइबा नॉर्थ मियांगी मियाम से चाइनागा नक्सनगी हाबसे इंडिया की जियोपोलिटिक्स से यामना चाउन सिंगनबम को ओरिबने मरम मसिना हारिबा नॉर्थ रीजन दा लेरिबा इथनिक ग्रुप सिंग से खाइबुंग तानहलगदी इंडिया ना मागी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी दा पिरकपा थ्रेट असे हंदई हाबसे इंडिया की लुसिंग बसिंग अचेट पथाजबने मरम मदुननी लान से लोइसिनदबसु मागी जियोपोलिटिक्स में खल लेनि अदुगा इंडिया की जियोपोलिटिक्स से यामना चाउन मरु ओरिबसे साउथ ईस्ट एशिया हाइबा लमदम से खुंफम सेना लेपे हारकांदा नोमो नोमो पावर हेंगलिबा मपांगल शक्ति हेंगलिबा चाइना हारिबा साउथ ईस्ट एशिया लमदम से पीरिबा इन्फ्लुएंस से मसी हंधनब इंडिया लेंगान होनबसे मसीजु यामना तौफद्रबा जियोपोलिटिक्स सरोमने ngasi इंडिया को अकोइदा लेरिबा अखोगी लेबाक्सिंग पाकिस्तान यावना अदगी बांग्लादेश इंडिया ने निंग तमन ग्रिबिकनी अदगी इंडिया की मसी मनांग हारिबा नेपाल हाइबलम से मसीदसु अखोगी चाइना की BRI बेल एंड रोड इनिशिएटिव प्रोजेक्ट से मसी मखद अंगप फंगना बया पाइखत्रे नेपाल जो पाइखले बांग्लादेश जो पाइखले इंडस्ट्री क्या लेंखले डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट क्या लेंखले मसीदा ख्वाइदगी इंडिया ने निंग तोलपोम से म्यांमार रोंग पाइखले BRI की अंगप प्रोजेक्ट सिंसने मधु थेंगनब ngमदा होनम दता म्यांमार रोंग लेबा चिन कुकी सिंग से मसी मतिंग लोबो तंगाई फदे अदु मणिपुर हाइबलम सिंसु लेरमलिबि स्ट्रेटेजिक पोजीशन से मसीनसु हाइबा लाना से लोइसिनदना थमनबि असो मरम खने political dialogue hektam loisin gadom te speaker sa aduga loisel pa manga subdaina thamjaning base retired lieutenant general konsam himalaya phongtu ki wafam kol treasury bench members yam toina panbiram thengne mana phongtu ki wafam je kolkata ra pangtho ki ba symposium am da manipur lands political dialogue tor warison porkani phongtu ki madudi khabar ge heading wane khabar ge heading du nataba mana ma hairiba symposium da kari kari hai ke madu sa ekhon ningtin nei ba mathok ta mana symposium da hai ke masing da haiba sing da manglum da sanchin bhai da political dialogue amasung अंदाकल अनी मक्ते यानबम पोरपम चंगे नकल अनी मक्ते यानब पोरको सो ओरे मरमदना निंथिन नैनाबिरो कुप्तन नैनाबिरो मथक पंजाबी मरम संगे सिनेमा सिम मोशन से हम लाले ताकसर हमने स्पीकर हाउस फ्लोर विड्रॉ तो
थैंक यू सना जावा नेक्स्ट फ्रॉम opposition bench L Luchingbi Chanu L Luchingbi Say number 1.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can come to Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi house ta pukhat pirakliba motion habidi Manipura santi amasung mausa gi fibam hanjilalak pa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani hariba motion asi hek yengbada yamna chumba malaga su hauziki oiriba iramdam Manipur asigi asengba fibam reality da kupna yengluraga di motion asi chama lalaga da wafam amani maramaduna hariba motion asi lale haiba taktana bagi damak agi oiba points kradang thamjage Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi motion asina paliba santi amasung mahusagi fibam hairibasi hauziki oiriba context yengluragadi haukiba English ani kulhumdoi gi me gi tang ahum dagi maitai singi mathakta mapumoina Churachandpur dagi haurakhiba khulai paiba kuki singna landarakpa Churachandpur gi khumu jamba laikai yauna laikai kunlom uful ondringai Bonpong Saparmaina Kalapahar dagi maitai sing takthok tringai serau sugunu ikau dolai thabi dagi automatic rifles sindana maitai sing talak tringai gi mamang do oiramba fibam adubuni mahusagi fibam hairibasi haujek so koki sing na maitai sing mathakta lan tarakli basini AK rifle sniper drone bomb rocket missile sinaduna landarakli asida sunatara nupi amadi angang sing bu faduna tamthina or naiduna halakli thawong sing se tasengna terrorist ni haibasi madi pumna makna khanglabani Mr. Speaker, sir, terrorist ka political dialogue tawraga waration purakani Madi terrorist bu yokhat pani so terrorist bu yokhat pa motion di sogat from thokte I strongly oppose the motion, sir. Ani subada Mr. Speaker, sir, hangbaya bu wahangdi kanaga political dialogue tawgadawri bano kuki hairiba asida challi haina lawriba hauzik thokliba lad asida hakthingna yawriba singasi pallabada thadau mar paite mizo wifi any kuki tribe ta chaliba kanglup singasini adubo mar amadi paite gi apun mani haizariba jomi nadi makhoi kuki nate amadi kuki gi mingsian ambasu yadri kuki gi mahuta jo haigadabani hairi aduga thadau dasu amu ahum thokle kuki oide haiba thadau ama kuki oizai haiba thadau ama amadi kuki jo oi haiba thadau ama makhoi ahum sobuk yanade hairi asumna yamna chamamna duna leiri aduna kuki gi mahut sillaga warip lobang ngamgada CSO su leite lusing basu loite loinana India government amadi Manipur government na yok tuna thamliba su tawriba lalholop kunga manga asiga su muknariba maitai ga wari saduna yanaba purakba haibasima su chanaba yaba wafam nate aduna oithoklaroi tabadi sir ahum subada thamjaning liba wafam di Hauzik Manipur thokliba crisis asi kanana sangthan bano. India lengak na karigi lan kham da bano haibasi achoba maram kaya amasu lei. Isam samna Bangladesh, Myanmar amadi China gi honglakliba interesting da India gi geopolitics ki drama da maitai sing na chaiting phangbane. Maitai sing nam thana na pagi damakta India na yok tuna thamliba Myanmar da gi pro democratic forces sing association na duna maitai amadi naga gi counter insurgency da season na pagi damakta semgat khiba kuki su militant sing asina chatha hanba proxy war ma khaksune India na Manipur bu machet kaya thok na thugai raga idea Manipur bu thupsin na ba khusem gi oiba divisive policy amagi langlongni haibasi masu maitai sing na khangi loina na Manipur government amadi India government gi joint monitoring group na yachan lak tuna thamgada ba so militant sing asibu koitha thadok laga maitai micham singi mathakta landa hanba pumna makda khanglabani isam sam na masi But sanari ba mina but sanaba lotion draga political dialogue torga warashin purakani haibasi madi but sanari ba oza mai ba bo na koina na kan khatpa man bagi thong oinaga tokani sir masi apang bada tiki pizza raga false up sagaran bagi thong Mari subata thamjaning liba wafam di Myanmar gi parliament of our MP oiram laba illegal immigrants so oriba thanglen pau gaiti asina president oiba jomi revolutionary army ase India na su tawduna yoktuna thabli Masigi sumathakta Myanmar gi mongloi da pokpa India ga su tawnariba ki NO gi president PS haukim na phongdo kibada Myanmar Bangladesh amadi Manipur gi mafam kaya yauna Northeast India gi saruk sing asi pullaga kuki sing gi oiba maning tamba homeland jalingam sem ba haibasa phong na political objective oidi badi masigi dabang Manipur gi separate administration sem duna union territory sem duna amadi homeland sem duna ko na thangna maning tamba home Jalingam sem ba haibasini masigi dabak Myanmar dagi illegal chin cookie sing angak pa phangna pusilaktuna demographic imbalance sokan pa ano ba khun kaya ama thoktuna area domination toksilakpa popi thaduna sel tanduna khulai laiduna narco terrorism chatharak pa settle tribe ki mingda khudong chaba lauduna lairi pa kumna hingsaram ba kaya sing asigi mathaktagi 1990s sa more dagi naga sing tak thoki ba kom maitai chura chanpur dagi maitai sing tak thokina daba atamna na tholakhiba crisis ni masi nakal ani yana dabagi thorpa crisis nate masi maitai singbu Manipur maitai gi Thakta Manipur bu machet kaya thok na thugai na ba chatharaki ba kuki aggression ni aggression hai ba sidi lan thing na to na mai thi pa pi ga tamani masi lai pa asigi rules of law na chalai ga tamani banga subata thamjaning ba wafam di Mr Speaker sir Manipur da thok ni ba crisis asi wari saduna loishin ga tamana te masidi laingak asina mapan da gi changshilak liba mitop sing ase khandok na pagi damakta National Register of Citizenship implement tawduna detect delete amadi deport tawga tamani Manipur population policy ma puthokna population commission lingduna demographic imbalance thokna ba section thorang lokhat ka damani Manipur illegal poppy plantation tawriba singa se maru phukna manghan ga dabani amani war on drugs ase national level lagi puthoraktuna India gi naha singa se nisagi paktagi kannana ba hona ga dabani amadi sugi ground rule thugairi ba India amadi Manipur lengak na yoktuna thamli ba su militant sing ase Logi matungina chayak piduna makoi sing ase terrorist ni laktokuna su abrogation tawgadabani amade Manipur gi reserve area amadi protected area singda logi wangmada thorakliba khun sing se laingak da takthokuna yade haiba am khangan gadabani amadi yamna ngakpa mawongda anoba khun kaya ma thorakli samna hairabada Churasanpur 283 villages Kangpokpida 308 villages amadi Tengnopal 205 villages hairiba village sing ase angak pangna hengalakliba village sing se ase Matam sana yengsin hoduna jalingam gi manglanda area domination toksina ba paikhalagi ba thorang sing asi tawhaloi da bani Mr Speaker sir apun ba Manipur gi saktam da singnarak pa khuding mak ama toina leptuna yengna ba singbu maiti ba pina na ba hona ga damni aroi ba Mr Speaker sir law mapu yong na talaklaga yonga sangtai naraga warashin purakada banate maduna mathakta panjakri ba wafam sing asina mayek sing na takle madudi Ngasigi Manipur santi amasung mausagi phibam hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue khakta na purakpa ngamgani haiba motion asi aihak na mathakta panjakriba facts and figures sing asina mayek sing na taklapani na ngasigi motion ase house gi withdraw tobina na ba Mr Speaker sir gi puling chingsichari
Next is also from opposition bench. Hijam Pritam Maitei. Hijam Pritam Maitei from opposition bench. Set number 12.
With the permission of the Honorable Speaker, I would like to begin my speech with a reminder, and that is, dialogue without action is merely a drama and not a solution. Mr. Speaker, We must not fall into the trap of equating dialogue with resolution, because history is filled with examples where dialogue, even though initiated with good faith, either failed to address the root causes or serve as a mere smokescreen for deeper issues. Mr. Speaker, the ethnic violence that erupted in May 2023 in Manipur is not just a political dispute. It is an intersection of identity politics, historical grievances, ethnic divisions, and land rights. Mr. Speaker, this is not something that emerged overnight, but it is accumulation of decades of unresolved issues, including the competing claims of a ST status, forest rights, and territorial autonomy. Mr. Speaker, in such a multi-dimensional conflict, the notion of political dialogue as the only means for conflict resolution is reductionist. And moreover, dialogue between whom? The insurgents and Manipur government, the Meitei and Kukis, or the state or central government? Mr. Speaker, this is something irrational. How will, sorry.
Next, from opposition bench, Kulakpam Norendra Saha. Kulakpam. Mingdom tang hayo duda.
Kulakpam Nasruddin Saha.
Oh, Kulakpam Nasruddin Saha. Yampasane ibirame.
Nasigi House the Pukatpiram Luva motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, Nasigi House the Pukatpiram Luva motion, Manipur the Santi Yamasung Mahausa Kifiba Manjilak Bahai political dialogue Kaktana Purakpangam Gani Haibase, Yamna Landbana Maram Morega. Motion Nasibo opposed to Mr. Speaker, sir. Howzik Hakim among the supporter bench ki members sing na yamna chumbadi manba chumdi chum the wafam ki amram thambi kre. Howzik homage of India, homage of Amit Sahana. Hi, political dialogue kaktana Manipuri ki hani ki fiba mado hanjilak pangam gani. Adubo Meitei ki MLA sing, Kuki ki MLA sing, Naga ki MLA sing na political dialogue kaktana Manipuri ki santi ese hanjilak pangam gani hai ki bado hojik ngam libra. Political dialogue kaktana yaroi political dialogue kaktana Manipuri ki page pangam loy nasi Manipuri da thok libeirang ase political will leitaba masagi work tawbangam zadaba masana masabu thazadaba leaders ke amram na thokan bani hai buta himan bathoklo nasi Manipuri da May 3 da ki thoklak li beirang hojik phawba loishin bangam dana lai riba sa India government ki yakai eng bane India government ki yakai eng bataraga de ekoi mataw karam na base propangam gani Mr. Speaker, sir. Nasi ki house da nasi nai nariba motion na se yamna lali Mr. Speaker, sir. Palestinian resistance freedom fighter amada nakhoi na kari gi Israel ga wari sana tribano hangba matamda ngakka thanga mataw karamna wari sana ga dawribano haibado nasi Manipuri da oirabani Mr. Speaker, sir. Chammanana nasi gi Manipuri da tholi birang asa mataw karamna Kuki singa aikoi ga mataw karamna political dialogue khak tawraga mataw karamna peace propagam davina Mr. Speaker, sir. Kuki militant singa Meitei gi militant sing Meitei gi lanmi singa lalhoba singa wari sana ga dawribra political dialogue tawna ga dawribra Meitei gi legislator singa Kuki gi legislator singa dialogue tawna ga dawribra natragana Meitei ki lalhauba singa Kuki ki lalhauba singa
political dialogue tawna gadriba haibase hojik Manipuri da yamna confusing oiraba hiram amani Mr. Speaker sir. Nasi Manipuri da tholi birang asa illegal immigrants mayamam Manipur da changsil lapodagi illegal immigrants mayamam na mapu sarakpa madudagi tholakpa irang ni Mr. Speaker masibu mataw karam na political dialogue khakna ngamgani Mr. Speaker sir. Kuki gi miyoi singna India government ga kuki gi su group singa wari sanagadabni political dialogue tawnagadabni hairiba do aikoi Manipur gi miyoi singna yagadawribra karigumba political dialogue asa sugi group singa tauna bataragadi aikoi gi pesa sem bataw karam na hanjilakani Mr. Speaker sir. Aikoi gi pesa hanjilak ke haiba taragadi aikoi gi union territory aikoi gi boundary maram chana fencing tauba maram chana aikoi gi union territory bunga aga thamba taragadi aikoi gi pesa se hanjilak pangangani Mr. Speaker sir. Kuki gi di maram chaba demand laibana maram moiraga kuki gi maram chaba demand haiba taragadi separate administration union territory aikoi gi di points political dialogue taunabagi points haiba taragadi Manipuri gi angkhoi kai bearoi Manipuri gi hanagi santi kai bearoi haiba sine mataw karam na ani asa mataw karam na political dialogue taunagado Mr. Speaker sir. Nasiga house to pukhat piram lo motion Manipuri da santi amasung ab mahausa ki phibam hanjilak pa haibasa political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasa yamna lanbana maram moraga Mr. Speaker sir. Nasiga house is the withdraw to Mr. Speaker sir. Supporter members singna nasiga house is the karigumba support to biduna nasiga house is the karigumba motion nasa support pass to kibataragadi yong natan yen bagi theory ado aikoi Manipur da agani Mr. Speaker sir. Maduna nasiga house da bukhat piram lo motion Manipuri da santi amasung mahausa ki phibam hanjilak pa haibasa political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasa yet na bayawdana withdraw to winaba Mr. Speaker sagi langtak na ba puning ching chani Mr. Speaker matang aswaida. Thanks.
Thank you. Next from Treasury Veins, Ria Tongbram. Yao Dragonation Biroja, Ria Tongbram. Treasury Veins. Oh, yeah, say number 2. Ria Tongbram.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, today I stand in support of the motion of the House. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. First, I would like to state what exactly I meant by dialogue. Dialogue is about listening to the person's opinions, to their own beliefs, rather than imposing our own beliefs on them. Political dialogue is about bringing a solution in which we respect the other's beliefs and opinions as much as we respect ours. We know that everyone wants to be heard. In a conversation, if the conversation has to continue, we should make sure that one person does not speak when the other person is speaking. Similarly, for bringing normalcy and peace in our Manipur, what we require is political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the surface, it may seem that our problem, the ethnic clashes in Manipur, is because of a law and order breakout. But in the inside, if we look deep into it, it's not just a law and order breakout. Inside, there's much more to it. And that's the reason why we have to look at this case very much importantly. It's very critical for us to look after it. Main reasons why the ethnic clash has arisen would be because of the law or order given by the High Court, which considered to include the Métis in the ST status. The second reason is because of the eviction drive taking place in the hills. And the third reason is because of the drug trade going on in Manipur. And this is the reason why it is of grave and utmost importance for us to realize how to bring normalcy, how to restore the stability in Manipur. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe political dialogue is the only way we can achieve normalcy in Manipur. I would like to explain why I think so. The very first reason, we have to look carefully and understand about national understanding. We have to bring out a holistic approach and intervention to bring a peaceful state in Manipur. We cannot just deploy troops, we cannot use force in order to calm down a situation, because it is not just a law and order outbreak. It is more to it. It has been an entanglement of the various ideologies of the various communities, whether it be the Meiteis, the Nagas, the Kukis. They have their own ideologies, their beliefs, their wants, and it has been entangled. And it is a very critical thing, and we cannot just use force, deploy force to resolve it. As members of the opposition bench had mentioned, that it can only be resolved and it can only be resolved when we use a military outbreak. I strongly go against it, because we cannot use force to bring a solution. Yes, there might be certain instances that it might bring a temporary solution, but in the long period, Mr. Speaker, sir, it would never bring a peaceful solution. And for our own state, our motherland, Manipur, I do not believe in such a solution. The second reason, the members of the opposition bench may argue that what would happen when the dialogue is being brought, and if the persons of the opposition party, the two parties, do not come to a common conclusion? What would happen if their ideologies are sacrificed? I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is a dialogue and not a debate. And a dialogue is about listening to both the parties and to bring a solution that satisfies partially both of the parties. For example, it is in Assam in 2021, 6 communities, which were the minority community Assam, brought about to the government that they wanted certain rights. The government of Assam in 2021, in order to resolve this conflict, brought about certain reforms and measures which would not only satisfy the minority communities, but also make the majority community feel that they have not been treated unfairly. And in such a way, the resolution was done through political dialogue. The third important thing, many of the members of the opposition benches measured that political dialogue cannot be the only way to resolve the situation. They mentioned about social reforms, they mentioned about the economic reforms. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, social reforms, economic reforms, all of this can only be achieved when we have discourse among one another, and that is only possible when our representatives, when our elected members, the political people, they have a discourse, and this is very important. The fourth reason, as I would like to mention, is that many of us should know that Manipur, as a state, is a very critical region because of geographical region as well as political region. Manipur situation is very critical. And we cannot use arms, we cannot use force as a way to bring down the conflict that has been going on, to bring down restability or stability to resolve the conflict. Because it would gather and seek unwanted attention. It would gather and seek unwanted attention from a third party which may not be required. And when we seek this attention, I believe what would happen if we lose even the rights that we have right now? Isn't it better to resolve by letting political dialogue, political discourse among one another? Because in the long run, it is political dialogue that will resolve the situation. Fifth, the members of the opposition bench mentioned that the topic says, as a motion of the House, is that it mentions emphasis on only. I would like to say that it is not only, yes, I agree that it's not only the political discourse or political dialogue that can bring a solution to the problem, but what is the best way to bring a solution to the problem? There's none other than political dialogue, political discourse, because it is from political dialogue that it starts. Rather, we have to bring a solution, we have to speak about it. Rather, when we have to bring a solution for a problem in order to resolve something, we have to show opinions, and it is from our political representatives, because we are a democratic country and we should use our rights through political ways, through the right medium, to bring normalcy in Manipur. And because of that reason, I strongly support the motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to mention many of the members of the opposition bench has mentioned that political dialogue cannot be the answer. But they lack to inform us what could be the alternative rather than political dialogue. Because rather than political dialogue, it is only warshed, it is only the use of violence. Political dialogue may not be the immediate cause, may not be the immediate result, but in the long run, it is the bestest way. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we want to bring is to manage the different ideas, the different beliefs of the different communities. It is about reconciliation. It is to reflect the various ideologies in an reflective equilibrium. And because of that, it is not about what the Meiteis are getting, what the Cookies are getting. It is about bringing and restoring stability and normalcy in state. And this can only be achieved by political dialogue. And therefore, I strongly support the motion. And I hope Mr. Speaker would move and pass the motion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ria. Next, from opposition bench, Thoksom Roshan Singh. From opposition bench, Thoksom Roshan Singh.
With the permission of Honorable Mr. Speaker, Honorable Prime Mover ng House the move to biramlaba. Manipur da Santi amasung mahusagi fibam hanjalakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana oithokpa ngamgani mosala si lali maramasina oppose tawjari Mr. Speaker mosala sigi oiba aigi oiba valid argument khara da makhada thamjadringai mangoina na Treasury bench ki honorable members singna drama gi dialogue manba allegation kya ma opposition bench ta langsala ibja sigi matang da re khara dang tawjage ahan bada Treasury bench ki honorable members singna haibirami madudi Aikoigi Maite amadi Kuki anigi marakta community gi oiba level da idea of Manipur ja masina mangda thamlaka da political dialogue tawgadabni hana Mr. Speaker political dialogue tawnagadriba kanglup ani sigi manungda Maite haiba kanglup sidi idea of Manipur ngasi su lengdan lairi aduga atopa kanglup amasina idea of Jolland da sakhrakanda mataw karamna idea of Manipur da aikoigi base tawrakanda mataw karamna political dialogue tawnagadribna haiba se achobo hangam oiri maramasina ngasi gi mosala se lali Makhatana Mr. Speaker, Israel amasung Palestine phawba political dialogue tawna khrakanda political dialogue tawna rakanda ceasefire la khrakanda aikhoina ngasi phawba political dialogue tawna rakanda warosin purakpa ngamjai Mr. Speaker Israel gi oiba mieng da Palestine sing amadi Hamas sing ja makhoi gi mathakta amuk hanna lan hawba ngamaroi terrorism activities sing do amuk hanna tawba ngamlaroi haina mapangan sontha ba yaba sontha lakanda political dialogue tawra kanda ceasefire da lakpani adubu ngasi jing di kuki narco terrorist sing ja mapangan atuki matik yamna kali masida ekoina political dialogue tawru ba haiba sa maram sabo ali maram sina mosala sa amuk zulali Mr. Speaker ngasi gi mosala sida Peace amasung normalcy ja Manipur da hanjala kya ba taragadi mataw karamna peace amasung normalcy ji kaitharaki haibagi historical background khradang aikoi nisingba mathok tagani Mr. Speaker 3rd May 2023 ki adukumba mass rally aduda thokiba violence adugi matung ikui kuidana 12 May da kukijo MLA tara singna pulla kansida separate administration gi demand tawi Laksani liwa from the Mr. Speaker, separate administration bo oiro, union territory bo oiro, hariba singa city constitution gi matung ina India government na pigatawni. Madugi ona taina bada, Mr. Miam sing do onsa lakanda phuba saiba, yum mai thaba na singba, amadi thokliba ngasigi pangthokriba rally aduda kuki militant singa sina phongna nomai paira kansida tawriba activities singa do na maram oira kanda unity integrity amadi security da kai hariba se unlawful activity prevention act 1976 ki section 15 matung ina makoina tawriba thabak sing do terrorist ni Mr. Speaker terrorist sing di India gi counter terrorism policy gi aikogi zero tolerance against the terrorism haibado adu the season kanda terrorist sing bu marupungna muthak kadamni makoiga political dialogue tawba haiba se makoina tawriba activities sing du legitimate oi haina lowbaga chamanai masidi Manipur da terrorism gi mahum sarakanda hena pamdaba do kyam thorokna bagi achoba marama mo heli Mr. Speaker maramasina mosala se amuka sulali Mr. Speaker, makata na yengba yabasi official sing na Indian Express da phongdoki bagi matung ina Manipur gi state force tagi lakhiba khulai do adugi only 30% the bongasi boba recover tori lemho riba 70% dinga si jo recover to bangam dena leiri masigi amuk mathakta tampaki lamda maru oina maitei singda 1500 weapon aduga singila maru oina cookie singda 2000 weapons ya import to rakhre haina mayek sengna pali masigi mu mathakta manipur da law and order leitre amadi missionary khuding ma absolutely breakdown oire haina constitution supreme court so already phongdo ki balai bani laksani li wafam the Mr. Speaker masigi khudong sa balawra kanda sing amasung tam ani singda group semna rakanda leibak ningbagi namada amadi khungak pagi mingda senkhai thongkhai toba mi bu maram cha dana warakpa makoina authority khuding makpa rakanda makoina haiba yada haibagi damakta phuba saiba toba amadi hat pan singba kya ma tawrakli masida gi hendo khra kan sida hando ikui kui dana maitei amasung maitei pangan ani gi marakta ungkhana rakli ba amaji singdana naga amasung kuki gi marakta leinarakli batian sing asya matau karamna political dialogue tawrakanda pis amasung normal sida hajalaka doribno masida sungam ngamloi Mr. Speaker maramasina central force amadi state force ani pulakanda operation ama satharakan sida hairiba khulai sing asya local ba recover tawrakanda matha mathongmakta pis amasung normal hanjalakani nataba taraka di singkhong chingyada kuki amasung maitei ani kapna balep khiba tarasu maitei singi marakta siben war natraga maitei amasung maitei pangan gi marakta akhoi gi wa communion gi ba war kya ma thorok pa yabagi akiba tujung ba kya malai maramasina khulai sing se hana lokhat laba matamwakta bis amasung normal se da hanjalaka doribani maramasina mosala silali makata ne Mr. Speaker 1951 da Myanmar ki sin state ki sangang division da lairam liba makhoi gi population la se 4.5 lakh oirami aduga 2012 ki census report ki matung ina sumna tagi 45000 khakta mo oi masina takpadi Mr. Speaker hariba matamadu da akhoi gi ethnic politics amadi junta na maram oira kanda displace kya ma tawki hariba displace tawki pasing do tongan ba neighboring country kya amda sensana ki madu do India da sulaki hariba do adugi matung da 1970s da Burma Refugee Association ama siam la kan sida India da makhoi ge permanent settlement ama PBO haina se thakiba leirabani masina ta emadudi makhoi je Myanmar da amu hanba pamde maramaduna India da leiba pam haina lakchani li from the Mr. Speaker Myanmar da amu hanba gi mahuta India sida makhoi ga sakchul manaba marab ga sida makhoi da punna leisala kan da nationalize tawra kan sida makhoi da illegal immigrant mayam sing sina makhoi ge ba tongan ba jolen amagi manglan amadi drug singa se drug singa se business ta rakan sina moigi oirakli ba manglan singa to adugi mathakta amaka jo Mr. Speaker thokle ba irang ase illegal immigrant sing na thogali haiba gi damakte FMR lok thokiba amadi border fencing tawrani ana home minister na phongdok khriba singa se asida west to bira kanda Mr. Speaker illegal immigrant singa ti makhoi gi tobam thokpa thabak foreigner ek ki matung ina tobiba aduga terrorist sing asina India ki counter terrorism ki policy to season kanda muthat piba aduga makoina union territory ama the separate administration demand to do constitution ki oiba mong da yam democratic oina to hanba aduga maraleza da ba misa miam singi marakta reconciliation ki process asi tawraba matam da kakta Manipur da mahuksa gi punsi da hajalakpa ngamgani nataba taraga de Mr. Speaker illegal immigrant sing ama the narco terrorist sing siga political dialogue to ba ba sa masidi maram sukta sa to ba mosala makha oi maram masina ngasigi mosala sa amuka zulali Mr. Speaker aduga treasury bench ki honorable member amana phongdok piram ba statement ama tanga panjage madudi ngasi thokliba irang ngasigi mosala sida paliba mahausa gi phibam da hanjalak pa haiba sa ngasi dagi sahi kya gi mamang da South East Asia ge maning makha tamba Manipur ama oina leiramba isagi ina ngakseramba adugumba maning makha tamba adugugi phibam do adun hai Mr. Speaker sir adugi maning makha tamba isagi ina ngakseramba adugumba leibak ama dugi damakta kuki narco terrorist singa natraga India government ga maitai ga matau karamna political dialogue to naga doribno masidi sugoi oi thokloi daba mosalama khakni maramasina ngasigi mosala se aina mathakta bijakriba strong argument singa sina lal habdu mayek sena ucarabanina aranba mosalama bu afaba khunai amadi peace amasung normal sida hanjalakna bagi damakta ngasigi mosala se house tagi withdraw tawbina ba treasury bench ki honorable member singda honorable speaker sarge through the punishing sinjari thank you sir.
Thank you, Roshan. Next is also from Treasury Opposition Bench, MD Sharif Khan. MD Sharif Khan.
with the permission of respected speakers, sir, ngasi House motion di auriba khaktada haribo hayesina ngasi motion jibu hera lalhan maramna lale tak chana bida makta igi matik chaw wafum mamadi maram jing mathang none thamjake speakers, sir, Manipur political dialogue through the solution purakane na khanja batara kasu central government na political dialogue tabo matamda michan midan naiba punna tawbungam daba tongan tawbana ngasi bu Manipur solution popungam dre amni ngam sungam lo speakers, sir, amadi political dialogue tawru kana gano Manipur ki political dialogue to matamda karam luching ba karam pham nai ba karam government tharo political dialogue to gane Manipur ki luching ba singde Facebook ta YouTube ta hunna ba ngakne ngamjaba adu duga Facebook ta YouTube ta hunna ba ngamba adredi bodu ko bagi pungkhai me na ori san ba ngakne adu duga Manipur ki political dialogue Manipur political dialogue to khai ba tara gadi because sir afaba luching ba afaba government am ki matamda to butai amadi Manipur da India hai leba ase military da rank 4 leba ne adu India hai ki manung leba Manipur ne pick khaba state Manipur ne adu India is sharp lan chau kaya da 1962 war Indo China war da subna ki 1 month for solution Indo Pakistan war 1971 only 13 day for solution but our Manipur small state pick khaba state Manipur sida 600 day hena balance to ibja India government na Manipur usita bane amadi India government na Manipur thosa da bane because Manipur da political dialogue ki thuna tabida wathu osigorisin blockena khanba taragadi Manipur da lairiba CSO media intellectual sing thamoi sing thabuk tawbutai miyam gi thabuk tawbutai machum chaba khal lepi batai machum chaba ji hen galakma matungina akhogi malem gi Manipur gi mamang di kaijai aduduna speaker sir akhogi lairiba central government na Manipur gi tholibo wathu osida mediang chang pataragadi tholibo wathu acha nongmada lojinbia bo thokne May 3, 2023 thoki bo thok to May 3, 2025 da lojin bia bo thoki central government meeting chang da banina thausa da bin ngasi bo ba watho osigorisin bo pangam dri is because sir Manipur da watho osigorisin bo ka tara gadi magi root cause ane batai magi root cause ane matam da koina political dialogue ki through the solution ji kamena phangani political dialogue khakta na phangadra political dialogue na phangani har magadi ngasi motion ji isamak support to jarang badabne adu political dialogue khakta haribu ngasi khakta haribu waijina ngasi ki motion ji mesin la hanbana ma morega ai ngasi motion ji bu yang da phone chat ni because asuk lalaba motion ji da asuk lalaba khudam laitraba motion ji da ai ki del lane debate singna chummena puthok libase ngak tabngam jide amadi gyan tar su okhan tabiyo because Manipur gi orba hojiki wathu asida oroisin ji kamena purakane amadi political dialogue khakta ngam magadra hai bije koina khanna mathautai political dialogue khakta ngam gada bo ita ragadi ngasi Manipur mai cha iba Manipur wari bise waram dabsu ai thoi wathu asina chaitheng kaya Manipur piri wathu asina Manipur revolutionary gi mingda miyam de lut pat to miyam de nai halaga chaba yumthong khuding gi demand to ba school college khuding mag demand to ba CSA akogi Manipur gi government na Manipur gi state ki lai power asina security thaji laga akoina state ki private property ngak ngom da bi khudam nei because Manipur da only through political dialogue nga taramba taragadi horokpadi ga hona Manipur to political dialogue ka kan da lai Jammu Kashmir na ngasi India ra tilub da war ba sunna Manipur hai leba aja masai political power lai jidaba shakti lai jidaba corruption chathalaba furup masin toina khatnariba amadi CSO singuni jen manadaba CSO khara amna minister resign tawon tawgane khara minister resign taw biar wen wa ngangane sina maram more ngasi Manipur da solution bokong dam nis because aduna aigi del lane debate sing okhan tabiyo Bimra Ambedkar said that kagji kam kafi nahi zamini hakikat pe dhyan de paperwork is not enough please pay attention to the ground realities my dear learned debater please pay attention to the ground realities of Manipur please pay attention to the ground realities in political dialogue in Manipur please pay attention Manipur tholi bothok Manipur tholi bothok as a political gi akhogi leader sing laitaba political leader akhogi Manipur government ngambadi Manipur government gi thaunadi internet thingba amadi Facebook da min comment piakpada mi du phaba aduga Manipur gi government gi mathaudi internet thingba Facebook internet da mi phaba mase tan speaker sa aduna ngasi gi motion se election lan maramna lal hen yechar bene aduna speaker sa ngasi gi house motion se election lan maramna ngasi house approach the video to bio speaker sa ai gi mamana pan biramba der lan debate ran pan biraba 1965 war Indo Pakistan war only 48 days for solution 60,000 na displaced person da lai hai aduga mentioned 3,000 people were killed but 48 days the mogi the solution pu khieba ngasi pick khaba Manipur di 600 days balance hoeba balance thok pachida political dialogue tawdruba India ki mako oiba luchingba honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji nong matama Manipur gi damada okhan khan laiteba Ranbir Kapoor ki family ki gadima meeting tawba mai pung ani homna wari sanama me adu Manipur ki thole be thawdo sigi damakta Manipur ki lairiba CSO leader amata ma wari sanama ngamde magi matam ka thokung ngamde speaker sir adu duna Manipur political dialogue tawba sa akoi gi lamdam masida political dialogue tawrugaba luchingba leite amadi Manipur political dialogue tawba matamda changadaba community maiti and cookie community ja cookie have community si separate administration pidri makhaidi wari sanaroi political dialogue tawroi na leihraba community asida akoina hanjin political dialogue tawgadana wari sanagar speaker sir ngasi motion ji action lale speaker sir ngasi house motion je akoina may action lanba madi may action ofam yaudaba amadi yamal lalaba motion khan bidro ngasi house motion ji house floor ji withdraw tawbiyo amadi akogi Manipur leiriba naharon gi mingda marai bak ning bagi mingda miyam de lutpat toriba miyam gi pusirol maliba asi akoi ngasi hingleba ngasi akoi khunai ja miyoi bani hingba khunai drane akoi ngasi hingleba punsi akoi hingling ngasi punsirol ja miyoi ba haiba jati ni hingba ngam khunai dina te bispesa Manipur habi jati Manipur habi landam ja asuki medik jathiba US ki thokpari poramada world ki tourism changbe ya mafam je Manipur yaw khabne bispesa aduna speaker sana khantha biduna madi agi lane debate asine khantha biduna ngasi house floor la le khan biduna withdraw to biyo aduna ngasi withdraw ta hobana khoi tungi mirol da mari tunga lakha feature da kana kana khanja duna ngasi house floor withdraw to biyo speaker sa alu duga agi lane debate asina political dialogue si tawdagadi su yaro ene khanbi taragadi 2042 da ai chief minister rakane matamdra political dialogue to biya gane speaker sa
thank you
speaker sir Manipura ai lane debate sin wari intang li jage mapa macha male macha nu pa che chahi manga sure chahi manga su macha nu pa chin mapa chi dai baba ai football am lai bi hai mapa chi de paisa am leite lupa chahum mag lai me mapa da adu mapa na lupa chahum ji pur ga bazaar chale football lai chale football du lai re adu ga thangna ba dukan acha pot ki dukan me andura angang china baba acha pot lai hai amuk football ki khop lai hai adu mai baba der pisa dai tamina wari san ngai da mapa ga macha ga mang nakre matam du da mapa macha mane hotel macha pas kappe adura bagi thangre bi dukan gi mi sing acha ro bijali football gi but bijali loin bijali adu ma kaim pam deba adugumna ngasi Manipur gi prajamyam development economy is good but people of Manipur want peace only solution want peace Manipur gi prajamyam shanti pame hana gi development economy adu kaim pam tre hojek shanti pame ing tappa miyoi bana hingi be punsi mahing je Manipur hingi punsi mahing ji hingai ribane pung mari dena pung Taruk Potong Hingba, Makata, Buduna Karim later, Pussy Mangy Hinglibane, Pung Turk the Yum Hokumatamda, Mampanas, Miparable and Su Hingle Speaker. Aduna, last but not the least, Bimra Ambeka said that Kaji Kam Kafine, Jamini, Haket Pivdandi, Papuag is not enough. Please pay attention to the ground rate is my deadline debate. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. MD Sarif Khana, Chief Minister Wibamatam Dokwidi Hingdom Mandre. Sorry for that. Yamdre. Hoji opposition bench ki ahum treasury bench ki amma khatangai reko dore ka dore aduna request ka sanathoi ga leri ko boda muba opposition ki ko anima ready review minute jam pi ni ko ngan bani na ko kitang pi ge tormani yam chang pi ni adagi audience sing juzat biginu withdraw togadra pass togadra ngasi di audience ta leidoi ni maram di treasury bench ki ju adegi di opposition bench ki ju yam mangang jing chat khre pakhani bje sa pami myam jing ji di NPP supporter ngaktrani no move si pass ta ugidre no pakhalim anyway house is house now mathang se Treasury bench tagi yam maroina sai digi yam sang ngai rakpi Bomika Lystrom as a treasury from Treasury bench Bomika Lystrom
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, sir. Ngasi motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Haiba sida yauriba political dialogue to nawaro isin purak pangam gani haiba sina ngasi motion asi mayek sing na chumhale yetninga later wafam ni. So I stand strongly for the motion. Ahan bada political dialogue haiba se center am the state government na sanagada bani masigi ground rule amo ina hauzik laiba balance as control to bamachangi through state and central government. Masi micham praja sing ngam gada banati amadi military sasan ngam gada banati. Hauzik laiba phiba mase maitai amani kuki ki marak takana banate kuki na horok laga mitai na defense to zaba khaktani asikum laba chin kuki terrorist singa se Government of India Section 130 of India Constitution gi matung ina makhoi bu terrorist ni haina lauthok action laukhatuna makhoi bu phajin thamlaba matamda makhoi gi mathak action laukhalaba kanda political dialogue se sanaba ngamgadari bani chap chaba warisina ma purakna ba hona bada center gi chawraba thodang lai haibase kanglinga laito wafam ni Matangda political dialogue sanaba haibase khulai yaroga sanaga banate dialogue ki table da khulai yawba yaroi haina Bharat Sarkana instruction pigadabani aduga laiba political leaders sing is CSO amuko kokomi sing asi amato ebi agenda da ngasigi laiba issue asigi wari sanaraba kanda political dialogue is the only solution haibasina warasin purapangam gani maramaduna ngasigi motion asi chumgani Mr. Speaker sir Anisubada, Hauzik, central government and Mitei Prasasing the Tamil meeting as Sikarino, head of the state, head of the constitution, CM the Karigi Unified Command Pidriba, Amadi, Leba as a law and order later by Leba Amoriba. Law and order later by state government or Gadi state government Levaki Canada Bani, Hauzik central state government as dissolved of among the Treasury Karigi Damak. Mawon the law and order di or the Pidraga governor da ikuna uba fang the law and order kaya review taraga laiba masi hangba yawa fam ni central na kuda sanari barola se Masigi mathakta hauzik haurak liba ihawase lam masigi mapu yauri bra haibasine 1830 to 1840 ki matamda palamba ningthauda Kukizo sing kun mukchangda fampiki masigi matungda 1962 da Myanmar da land tawbadagi refugee oina lanjena ba oina changja fampiki masidagi ngasi fawbada illegal immigrant kaya narondagi foreign policy kaya na thairaga Jangse lagli baneba. Matamam like in 1970 da Brahma Refugee Association Manipur na Home Minister da Gerald Mapisan ki madodi refugees sing jangsa fampi bagi da magta thagali adubu refugee masing yambana maram oraga makhoi gi lebam kona de haiduna lamhe na pibiyo haikiba adu ngasi horogli bai hawasi adugum laba Brahma Refugee Association Manipur adura bading masina mayek sing na taglima Hauzik Hauraliba Lan Ase, Lamasigi Mapu Amatanate. Asegum Lava Kanglu Pasida, Bharat Sarkana, separate administration, Tale, Haraga, Piragasu, indigenous people sing the Makogi Matata Karitoropaya Habase, Kangadavani Amadi, Pibataraga, the India, the Laiva, refusing Kudimaki, Indiana, Liba Pibatabaneva. Nasifa Obada, Centerna, State Government Giwa Amada Tavalatri Adubu, Kukizo Singi demand, security force of Topayaro Habada, Adumak Tambanga Mitchalan Kibamami. Masina Haibadi central government as one side favor like Haibani, Masi democracy sa Palayba Amagi principle nate, Maramaduna, Layba Asida. Naka ani magta chapman na meeting yeng avaganda political dialogue ase nitichum na sanaraba matamda leba asa political dialogue ta nawaro sim pura pangam gani haibase mayek sing na utka dawri bani amadi political dialogue ki principle di people and government adubu naman kuba makhon thok ta bani ngasi fawbada praja gi ihau kaya haukre satra gi ihau kaya haukre nakal khudi magta ihau kaya haukre adubu waro sim piga dawri ba political leaders singna ta daba udaba mana pangbagumna leibana maram oyaga political dialogue ase Pulasiba Pangam Dribani Ngasi May 3, 2023 dagi Tarakiba Irang ngasi ta kun paraglisifa with the central Amadi state government gi marakta political dialogue ki karigumba amata same sadri Masidi democracy palayba amagi principle nate aduka ngasi fa with the phone sana laiba issue amana Assam Rifle ki former DG oramba amana haki laiba Irang asida drone bomb missile ching basisina de haiduna adubu handaki NIA da confirm tokre asigum lava drone bomb missile sisina de hariba innocent kangbu ase confirm tokra central government na karigi mokhoi gi mata action amata lokhatri banaba mathangda even P3 da oigera leba amagi manung da oigera santi hanjalaki haiwa taragadi chakliba mai ase muthatlaga warosin purakadabani masi Center ki chawa interference ama changi aduga leiba asida leiriba terrorist ki thabak tori basing ase maru phang na muthai kadabane Manipur ki territory ki manung da chingmai kaya kokthok duna popi tha duna ngasi fawbada nattaba thaba kaya tawduna Manipur ki territory ki manung da narcotic FIR anoba golden triangle ama lingba sida India government na ayaba piraga linkhatpaga chamana thokadori mani mansu manari bane masi lo na yaba thabang nate eco masina popi tha basna ecosystem kai halakpada natana natural disaster environmental disaster tholapada chawba thodang lawri aduga ngasigi lamdam asigi youth sing amadi leiriba angang naha ahal khaidana nattaba lambi da chatuna lam asigi lamdam asigi chakhotnabagi lamda yamna thinda hangadori bane ba Mitaina jing kitang kokthokpada nan land forest area ne haibiba adubu ngasi fawbada lisang sitna chatharaliba chingmai kaya koktholiba sidi land forest area natabra naronda lambi kaya assemblyba sidi land forest area natabra aina haijaninglibadi ngasi fawbada political dialogue ase sanadabana maram oiraga waroisin ase purakpa ngamdabani political dialogue sanana waroisin ase purakpa ngamlamdabani hai boragadi ngasi gi motion ase ai phone oppose tawjaramgani adubu ngasi fawbada political dialogue ki kariguma amata same sadri marambuda motion ase tasengna chungani Mr. Speaker sir even P3B do igera leba amoda igera political dialogue tana waroisin ase purakadori bani aduga khudakta irang ase horopa matamda Bharat Sarkarna Kokegi minister MLA tara yamna karigi sarkar paina BJP gi mayokta lepi bano haiba matamda ngasigi irang ase khudato losin ba yabaneba central government na kumbakarno oriba sina hemi ka tholokpada ngasigi Manipur gi irang ase di khudato losin ba ngamgadari bani dialogue ase thengdare hayagasu masinatana Manipur da warosin purak pangamloi Laiba ase law and order like the Baleba more. Law and order like the Bana Maram or terrorism, Masing Hingalale, Kulai by Masing Hingalale, Masina Amaga, Hana Duna Irang as a Hena Sagala Libaneba. Maram Aduna, Ngasi state Asida, state government, the order like Ray, Maram Aduna Akoi this center government da, Yam Kana pressure Bibama, their Katai to political leaders, CSO, Amuko Kokomina. Masi center pira matam center da ko na kan pressure pira bakanda political dialogue ase niti chum na mai kai ani wakta yengla bakanda ngasigi waroi sin ase pura pangam gadari bani leiba ase law and order like bana tawning ba tawbada athing ba thamdre aduna senabina ba like ba inkol adudi sanjabura pai masana tabani masigi motion ase tasenga chumgani Mr. Speaker sir so I would like to request to our prime mover and the speaker of the house to pass the motion and thank you all.
Thank you, Bhumika. Mathang sidi opposition bench tagi ahum lower loiduba. Duna ahan bada kautok say si Kumuksam Srinivas Singh from opposition bench. Kumuksam Srinivas Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to express my views on the motion under discussion. Ngasi House ki floor da pukhat pirak liba motion. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibasi. Treasury bench bu oiro, opposition bu oiro. Manipur da peace pam daba, Manipur bu nungsi daba kana amat yaubiram loy haina thaze. Adubu wakal khanta hogdabadagi Manipur miyam ki punsi amambal lambi da chatkigadra haina chingnazabana. Today I stand strongly against this motion. Ahan bada terrorist ka wari sana bahai basi prithibi ki mafam amata da chatna da wafam amani. Manipur High Court na writ petition amagi matung inna April 2023 da thorakhiba order adudagi haurakpani haina claim tawba. Aduga masigi onna taina badana micham prajada sophisticated weapons kaya ama sizinarakan sidaisida May 3rd 2023 dagi haurakhiba mathong maram sukhang khangdaba irang asi icham chamba political disagreement amanate mase terrorism ni. Manipur lairiba issue asi state government ki failure khaktamak sunate mase national failure amani Indiana democratic nation ama oina Indiana democratic nation ama oina constitutional values ngaktabadagi thorakpa yamna ikai ningai oiba wathok amani constitution bu hek ngaktraba irang mayam ama tholakhini lawlessness bu hek oiraba wathok mayam ama tholakhine ba kaigino kaigi maramgi damakta government se lairibano haibase ekoi amuka hanna ningsing minase Aikoi miyoi ba haibasi social being ni Aristotle na man is the social animal kainaga haibiramidana aduna social being ama oibanina society ama da hingminna ba punna leiminna ba haibasi tangai phade togada bu society aduda ing na nuksi sana na leipak mara tap na santi leina leige haiba taragadi society ado organize oiba amadi mathau tai haiba organized society ama leige hai taragadi definite territory ama leigadabani population leiba tai hariba people sing dugi conduct regulate tonabagi damakta law mathau tarakaneba hariba law se leitraba matamda ne hingsa tholakadori se mana apamba lambi da chatna ba matamda irang haiba se tholakadori baneba hariba law asibu enforce tonaba law sibu semnaba miyamgi punsibu ngaknaba lanthum se kannaba government se leidi bani haiba se ekhoi miyam ningsing mina seba adubu manipur da thokliba irang asi karino haiba se loina kauthok minaraga government na tawgadaba major tax anisa tawbra haibase yeng seba aina government gi failure ni haijabagi maramdi manipur da mi lising humfu henbagi mayum makai mai thadok phikre maram asina tai madudi manipur sarkar amasung india sarkar na miyam gi property ngak pangamdre ahan bagi magi primary tax se fail oire ani subadana mi chahum henbagi mapunsi kem khre masina takbadi india government both center and state government se fail oire haibaneba Sir, aduga makata jarakpada logi mityeng da yengoba taragadi Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023 ki section 113 da terrorist act haina tongan explicitly defined tawraga lei hariba terrorist act sida terrorist kamai tawraga thengnagada no haibase yaujaduna leiraba ngataneba hariba act se yengjaraba matamda kuki militant sing se aina terrorist ne haina house asida thamjabani I'm not talking about all the entire community. I'm not claiming them to be terrorists. Hariba militants sing du khata terrorist haina claim tawjabani aduga terrorist encounter tawba haibase law na tawgadabane ba masi law sibu khongaw nari hairaga political dialogue tawgani haibagi wakhanje karigumba hek leiraba adu itaragadi sarkar leibagi mathau tusukta tade law semubagi athrasu leite haib Of course, I agree that you can do political dialogue with the Kuki community, but not with the terrorists haibaneba. Legitimate oiba leader ga aikoina political dialogue tobadi yai togada bungasai treasury bench ki member amana panbigi ba matamda suda leiriba militant sing siga tongana muka wari sanaraga haibagi wafam amma yaubigi haribo wafam adusu withdraw tobiyo haina thamjari Mr. Speaker sir makha tajarakpada akoina terrorist pu legitimize tokthokpa haibase yamna laibak thiningai neba makoi bu encounter tobagi mahutta logi matungina chairak pibagi mahutta aikoina political dialogue toba haibase Terrorism cannot and should not be legitimized by inviting them to the negotiation table haibasineba. Aduga ani sujarakpada Mr. Speaker sir Kuki militants sing gi demands yam clear ni. Solution first peace letter sinemo in haise. Solution ji kaino separate administration hana piu aduga peace ti masa mathanta laksagadabani haibani. Wafam simakti non negotiable oi aduga we cannot compromise the territorial integrity of Manipur aduga Manipur di article 3 season naraga irai laina thugai be ya state amasu natte haibase hoi notominasi. Masigi makha tajarakpada Manipur da hingsa la heloi ge haiba taragadi aikoina lai haraubagi tangka ama ningsing ba yaeba. Lai harauba matamda aikoina thogal jagoi haina jagoi ama katli Thogol jagoi sigi athagi manungi oiba wahan thokta leiba ama khunai amada karamna santi lakani haibase yaweba kamaina yawriba no haiba matam sida thogol jagoi sabagi maram sa leipak ningthau punsi nungsang na ba leipak mara tap na ba ningthau punsi sangaga leipak mara tappaga chahong hong na ba khunjau leichau na ba thogol jagoi se katpani haiba yamna phajaba wafam amane ba masidai sida politically economically socially loina yawre akoina kamai tawraga khunai amada peace lakani haiba matamda hojiki context yingagadi leipak ningthau punsi nungsang ba haibase politically government se stable oigadabani mapangal kangadabani haiba aduga ani surakpada economically su pali economically dana chahong ba haiba society amada peace lege hai taragadi economically sound oigadabani economically sound oidriba makai society amada peace lairak ba haibase wana thokani haiba aduga hariba mayamase achieve toroba matungda leipak mara tapakani haibaneba hariba phajaraba wakhalon mayamasi ekoi youth mayamsi chungsin naraga akhang ahei mayamga tanari hairaga cooperation amadi coordination tawraga leibaki tungi damukta aphaba wakhalon kaya am khana gadabagi mahutta naha kaya drug laichu duna laikre aduga hojik lairiba irang asi May 2023 dagi horakhiba irang asina akhogi youth ayambana militarize tawkhre haibase thamjage Mr. Speaker sir aikoigi ngasigi irang ase lotion khiba tarabasu Manipur da peace leiba haibasidi oithoktraba wafam amani maramdi power without authority is very dangerous maramdi Manipur da leidiba CSO organization jing je power yamna leiba not only for the Kuki community. I couldn't peace like a high taragati bias when a yinga sunga yaroi, I could maintain a chumi, when a lali hiraga adugi argument, Adum Chanaraga Laragati, Kadung the Pisla oiba. Haribus had animoxi yinga kanta, my take is so around balay, Aduga, Kuki is so around balay. अखोई CSO organization मपांगल यामना कलक खिबगी मरम से कई मरम गिनो हायरबो मतम सिदा lawlessness लगी बसिना मरम ओरगा नेबा हारिबो lawlessness ते लैतनबगी दमक्ता law दो enforce तोगदोरिबा से government of Manipur and government of India ना तोगदबनेबा India की सरकार से करीनो आर्टिकल 74 नेबा मणिपुर की सरकार से न करीनो आर्टिकल 163 नेबा हारिबो पावर में हम कराई दगी लाख सोर्स नोबा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन दगी लाख नत्रबा अदुगा अखोइना सेंटर दगी पावर से नी पिबिरो हाइबगी मोंग अमसु उजै मसे सेंटर दगी निगदब नते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑलरेडी 163 हारिबो से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन न पीबा पावर नि अदुगा सेंटर न पाइबो पावर सिजु कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन न पीबा पावर दुगी मतुंग इन मखोइना पावर सिजिनबनी हारिबो मयाम से अखोइदा लोइना फंगजबो गातनी मसे सिजिनबगी महुत्ता टेररिस्ट कंगुगा अखोइको पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तो है से ओइथोक्तबो वफम ममनी मरम मसिना ngasi मोशन से विड्रॉ तो बिनाबगी दमक्ता ऑनरेबल स्पीकर की पुनिंग सिंह सिंजरी थैंक यू
Thank you. Next, Chitreswar Maibam from Opposition Beings. Chitreswar Maibam from Opposition Beings. Hoji debaters amma khatang ai re loigada boko.
Ahan muktada Tema me yu kui fa wi ko no kurum jaraga Tembido me ampuno suikai kum no butchery. Mr. Speaker sir, Piram liba liba topic ase Manipur da santi amasung mahusa gi film hanjalakpa haibasi political dialogue kakna prokpa ngamgani haiba topic ne masi topic ase tasengna aina support tawjaba ngam jibagi maramdi khakta haiba wai se rom badagi ne Manipur da asam sanglaba matam sida kari dam to husi hobda political dialogue na solve to ngam jibno kari gum da political dialogue na solve to ngam gada maram ko rim ta lagadi political dialogue haibasi atai kari sunate laidiba community ani gi marakta laidiba community ani gi marakta moigi tongan representative punjala matamda wari sanaraga common ground ma photoga laidiba piramiba laidiba thabak to tholiba crisis madugi solution ma photok padubini masigi photoliba posa national da community da natraga local da to boyai adu manipur tholibi rang sida jaraga de masai community crisis to ina da organi aduga अखोई सपोजर ब्रेंस ना बिरंबा political dialogue खक्तना solve तो बंगमगनी इरान खुदिमक political dialogue खक्तना पुरकंगम मीन हाइबी वफम दो अहन लालेना प्रमाण पीबा पामजाय मदुदी 1992 की लॉस एंजल्स की riot 2011 की लंदन riot अमसुंग 2019 अमसुंग 2020 की Chilean protest करम थोकी हाइबसे निक्षंग बियो दुगा करम solve थोकी हाइबसे मसिदो खंद बसुमे 2011 की लंदन riot fatal shoot तौबा Misak amabu police na nomay na kapto na halaba matungda toki barayo da sa judiciary reinforcement tawro matam da soft to bangam kedu 1992 gi Los Angeles gi rayo da sa police na black man amabu police marina black man amabu tamthina furo matungda toki bar racism gi rayo da sa federal law enforcement tawro matam soft to bangam kedu ga 2019 amsung 2020 da toki ba Chilean protest ase kamai to ko solve to ki haiba tarabadi sabudar ki bench na khang bi duna yeng biu anuba constitution law ama sem no solve to ki bane masida political dialogue no solve to bangam de wa thok maya ma pitri bi de leire adu ka haibi rakani world war for the political dialogue no solve to bangam me na abu tasena world war se kamai no solve to ki no haiba taragadi military cylinder tawro bu matungda angam ba fotuna political dialogue ki maram da wari sanar matam to ki bane taseng mati mase political dialogue na te military cylinder na maram warga thokiba lotion kiba lanfama mo oigada bane aduga ngasai mamang da supporter events na yamna court na yamna haibira memo didi an eye for an eye making the whole one blind na mahatma gandhi na haibira bo hayado aina masida hajani modi aina mahatma gandhi na hajri wa fam se la le hajri wa fam nate masi yamna chume mahatma gandhi se india da na tana pitri pum gi luching ba mani mahakna balance natabanan balance sabu support to na bagi makta phukana gi bani makta amusung aman amabu laman khumna tuna mahan tan bagi thok se thok ta na bagi makta yamna kan honor ma misang amane adu hadak 23rd January para divas pangthokiba ma ki mapok numit ko khani kai khumnariba netaji subhash chandra bose kiming ta do kana yarong gane Hoi, tadabadi yarom moy, adu khangdabadi yarom bayai. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose India gi freedom da yamna chawa chawa thodang amdi rawe. Masimak su ayan hajin imadudi haiba loriba thokriba riots myam thokriba land myam India da thokriba Manipur thokriba myam ase political dialogue na solve to bangam gada boy ragadi aswam misi mya kai dobagi malem sida thormi mun haiba sine. Aduga tasena si waji kai no di oire. Adubu India amsung Manipur da British langang na thalo mi base akoina tan ki bo posakam ta natte ba. Makoina chachara na kakholakpadagi chatkiba posang nei karigumba akoina tanba ngamgado posak over targade asam sanglaba sei samyam se kadabagi sum lermi bun haipsine pithomi posak se British na pinning na pithoma posak nei loinam lenga se kakholaga pithomi pisak nei adugo swing view Mr. Speaker sir Article 371 clause C the Manipur da tribal areas in the Mamagi tribal affairs ki tonganba administration amadi pizza duna dumak lagli masi lain kari gi separate administration tali bano habse masi su khandab ama change aduga India haibalinga ase federal junataba unitary sunataba quasi federal oibalinga ne masi na takpu maramdi ngalingai matamdigi mifum khuding mana khangduna la eba akoina khangdrabasu aso sangna di khangduna la e maramdi kari no haiba matamda tholiba thodo khudimak se political dialogue khakna solve to bangamoy matam ka digi liching mukha da thaja dana tung induna chat permission moy jaba taraga su Manipur se kana loksan ki wa se mifum khudimang na khangra wa fam amane ba aduna quasi federal religion je thamame thamami magi maramdi tholiba irang sing asibu sasan to bangam ne ba mokoina tawning momong da to bangam ne ba samna harba aina haiba yaraga de aphaba saba aina haiba yadra na fu sabai da to wagi thong se masi tawna ba tawba ya na ba gi tam sung Chataduna lag ne base ai jagan thamjani Mr. Speaker sir Article 356 the India gi president tawdu laita daba state amabu president rule thamagi hagado piduna lai adu Article 355 the na sumna sungpali maramdi kari karam asumna supali madudi state amagi tawdu laita daba film sing se central na solve to da me haiduna ana hajin wa famdi kuki lal haire Kukina mumite is mula lehare. Kana tanaga dori banova. Kukina mumite la lehare, mite no kuki la lehare, Nakana name Kim Kudimang Nadi, Aman Amala in a Luina Tanzana River, other in a literature to Wahai Karadang, what he Karadang listening in Mayam, the Madudi, Berzingi, and yet any listener, Tronas Puhale, Baduga Rome Foundation to Wigi, Mami Matambo Kieva. The Singanamak, any less sad. Trojan war mutungda Italy the lack of some neighbor. Mafum to the Kundali Taduna Layraga, Mafum to the Layraga, Mafum to get them to Moin occupy Taroga, Tronespu, Italy, Tronespu, Hatuna, Rome, position of Wigi, as over Todama Roki, Mami, Matambagi, Mami, other the wood labor. Mubigi Lichata, Mubigi Puarida, Masima de Dum Satuduna, Yauduna Amadudi, Masana Masagi top of Madame Pamza, Masana Masagi top of a life from Pamza by say, Honasani, no food or gera, no funata. Mr. Speaker, sir, I see Tamzariba. Thank you.
Aroiba learned debaters from opposition bench. Langamba Yumnam. He is from opposition bench. Langamba Yumnam from opposition bench.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, in the opinion of the House, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. The motion is absolutely wrong and needs to be withdrawn from the House. Therefore, I stand here to oppose the motion, for which I request you to permit me to put forward my arguments before the House. Mr. Speaker, before proceeding my arguments, let us first define what this motion means. Peace is a state where clashes, conflicts, and insurgencies are resolved and does not occur, such that It ensures safety as well as security of the communities in the state. Next, normalcy, according to this motion, refers to the restoration of a stable economic as well as government affairs such that it is not affected by the crisis of conflicts on various parts of the state. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, political dialogue, according to this motion, refers to a structured communication between the two conflicting communities to bring negotiations such that it is resolved without any violence and peacefully. Mr. Speaker, in terms of bringing normalcy in Manipur, we need to discuss, does this normalcy mean the normalcy which occurred when there was the kings, when monarchy was in place in Manipur, or does this normalcy refers to the one that occurred before the May 3rd event, which was an unfortunate event of 2023. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the monarchy system where peace was there between the valleys as well as the hills could no longer be revived back. So let us remove this problem. Let us now focus on the normalcy state where it occurred before the May 3rd event, where Meitei as well as the Kuki communities lived together, especially in Churchampur. Mr. Speaker, this normalcy itself is an unfortunate event which is not feasible in this date. The reason being that, can honorable members from the opposition bench guarantee me that through political dialogue, this 70,000 internally displaced people, especially from Churchampur, can return back to their own homes in Churchampur, where their houses have now been burned down, where those lands have already, where their houses is no longer there? Can they return back to Churchampur and live peacefully there with their neighborhoods, especially with the Kuki communities, Mr. Speaker? Next, let us talk about political dialogue. I agree, and we all agree from this opposition bench, that political dialogue indeed is one of the solutions to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur, Mr. Speaker. But what we are standing against is that it is not the only solution, and it cannot be the only solution because the complexities in Manipur is too much, that such that only on the table, due to some paperwork, it can't solve it at all. Let us talk about political dialogue, whether it can even occur in this state right now or not. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the demand of the Kuki community, they state themselves as a separate administration in the form of a union territory with legislature. And the Meitei community insists on not breaking the territorial integrity of Manipur. 1/6 is on separate land, 1/6 on the unity of the territorial integrity of this very place. Mr. Speaker, this brings us to a deadlock such that both the communities refuses to step back to have a compromisation. Political dialogues, as honorable members from both the supporting bench as well as the opposing bench already admitted that it needs compromisations from both the communities. Mr. Speaker, currently both the communities refuses to step back on their own stand. Therefore, political dialogue itself is not feasible in today's date, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, let us talk about peace. Mr. Speaker, let me remind of an event that occurred in Manipur itself, the Kuki Naga conflict that occurred in 1992. Honorable members, everyone, as we all know from knowledge, we know that it was solved through political dialogue. But is it really solved, Mr. Speaker? Let us take an example. Its epicenter was More, where the Naga Kuki conflict occurred. Mr. Speaker, due to that very conflict, till this date, after having been a decade, the Naga communities have their own villages was already overtaken by the Kuki community, and till this day, they cannot even return to their own homes, Mr. Speaker. How can political dialogue alone solve and bring normalcy in Manipur, Mr. Speaker? This is a prominent example. Next, let us talk about this political dialogue again. Honorable members keep on repeating that political dialogue is the only solution, It is not, Mr. Speaker. Political dialogue is not the only solution. A prominent example is the Bosnian War of 1992 to 95. Where the Bosniaks, the Kurds, as well as the Serbs, they all had an ethnic conflict, which led to mass atrocities as well as genocides in Srebrenica. This was tried to be solved through a political dialogue known as the Vance-Owen Plan of 1993. However, Mr. Speaker, it led to a failure. Instead, it was solved through a court in 1993 through a peace resolution with including military interventions of NATO as well as post-war improving programs such that both the communities where there is divisions and where there's conflict needs to be resolved. They were given on various programs such that they were peace at all, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, military intervention is also very much necessary. Let us take in today's state itself, Mr. Speaker, more than 50,000 personnel have already been deployed in Manipur, but till this day, Mr. Speaker, there is no peace at all. In the bordering areas, there is still gunfights, and we hear it every day. We hear so much dead that there has already been 200 deaths, Mr. Speaker. Until this day, today, we are taking it as a normalization. How can we take this as a normalcy, Mr. Speaker? Now, talking about peace, Mr. Speaker, if we remember of this Naga-Kunki conflict, not only that, let us also remember about this Israel and Palestine conflict, Mr. Speaker. It was, they signed an accord in 1993 as the Oslo Accord, 1993, between the Israel and Palestine conflict, Mr. Speaker. But till this day, we know that there is a conflict and it has not solved at all. So political dialogue alone cannot solve at all, Mr. Speaker. The motion is very much wrong. It also needs a lot of actionable reformations such that it is also implemented, not only taking it on papers and saying we can do this. It is not an election manifesto such that the political parties, the political members lie to their own people, promising them of a utopia which is not possible at all, Mr. Speaker. Today, we need the ground harsh reality. We need to check on the ground reality such that actions are being done and through which it can be proven. Now, we realize that political dialogue in today's date is not possible at all, but we also agree political dialogue in some time in the future, it shall occur. But today, we are not discussing whether it will occur today or not. We are discussing whether political dialogue alone can solve or not. And today, we, the honorable members from the opposition bench, deny that it alone cannot solve. Mr. Speaker, let me also remind that it's not only of territorial disputes that is occurring in Manipur, it is also of economic inequality that occurs. The main reasons the Kuki community, they claim is that development are occurring in the valley areas and the hill areas and the rural areas. There's no development at all in terms of transportation or in terms of education or in terms of job sectors. Mr. Speaker, this is a failure of the government. And they need to solve this socio-economic problems needs to be solved such that peace can be brought up, Mr. Speaker. Only then will they be ready to talk. An example is the Bodoland Accords, Mr. Speaker, that occurs in Assam. It is not a political dialogue alone that solves it. It also included a 1,500 development package. Only then there was peace in the very area, Mr. Speaker. Now, lastly, honorable members, Honorable Prime Minister as well as the External Affairs Minister also admitted that the conflict in Manipur is due to influx of illegal immigrants in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, this can be only solved when the border fencing is done properly, 388 kilometers which is left unfenced. When it is fenced, only then it can be solved. And hence, due to these various reasons, the government, they also need to take actions, they need to take measures in bringing peace, and at the same time, all the communities, the neutral parties as well as the other communities should also be ready to have a political dialogue. And only then will peace and normalcy in Manipur be achieved through political dialogue. And it is not the only solution, not only political dialogue, but also need other measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Hojik si debate si lore. Aduna sai House the motion si move to bigiba first mover and Rikesh. Minute kya lobby ke ahum logira mga logira. Minute ahum lobby ro. Next na Thoksom Sanathoi ready lebiu minute ahum logo daba. Judge Singi, Jury Singi Maxi, Tinjan Binanaba organizing secretary Kari Mayam Lokshin Miro, Siloraga Jury Singwa Krangang Adubong the Lotion View, Pudakta Lautoxi Natradi, NPP corruption to way Mohaini. Then Lokshin Biro, Jury Singis are how woman bita the funny speaker Yauna. Now, Enriquez, please take your time. There is not more than 3 minutes.
Speaker Sardaki, permission Lojarakanda, Koi, supplement point when Namaka Tazarakoda, Koi, House Dang Sisa, Koi. Hagi samang na move to duna sa tharagli ba koi ngase gi house ki motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue hai besi da khana rakli ba koi debate asi da koi opposition side longi observation koi yam kum na tare adu hek han ba ta ba di sumba man ba sumdi sumda ba am adu ki sum mathak ta self contradictory oiba observation mayam ma koi na phangjai si khakte sunatana makha tara koi na yam su nongning ba koi na moi na panjara ba da opposition side longi koi honorable members singna ngang biram ba hai biram ba poi na ma koi political dialogue asi usoki loisal lakpada yen ba thum gum bun ne hai birami ado lakse ningli ba wafam di loisal lakpada ye li ba thum dun khut ha ma kan da usop to cha ba to ka do rim ni aduna political dialogue sina hai ri ba solution asi loisal la matung du dai da koi santi hanjilak na ba Manipur ma hausa gi phibam da hanjilak na ba hona mi na si hai ba wafam se thamjage ai koi mamang da gi opposition sailong gi honorable member sing na thamirak liba hangbirak liba wahang sing asi koi ta ro kan da koi di koi ngasi gi house da phambiriba proceeding chathabiriba yaubiriba learned member khudimak koi treasury bench long gi mai kai da gi yamna awang ma thak ta khanjabani adubu ngang turak liba wafong khuni ma kupna ta ro kan da motion asi da yauriba peace hai je kanano kain hangak bugumba political dialogue se kanaga tawna ga da bono kain hangak bugumba hai re bo wahang sing ase ta ro kan da opposition sailong gi honorable member sing ase koi na awang ba thaki miyoi sing ni na khanjaru bu du thajaba khitang koi da mang bagi phibam lei paukhum amo oina pijara bada motion asi da yauriba peace aji kanano kain hangbirak bodu koi mi maming da thonba adugi peace shanti do nate akoina laksaning lebo wafam di khangdraga su amuktang waro wiro speaker gi through the pakhum bijage akoi Oxford English Dictionary na piba peace sai bese freedom from disturbance natre haragana a state or period in which there is no war haiba madugi peace tuni khangjan biyo ngasi dagi aduga political dialogue si kanaga kanagi marak ta tawna gada bono haiba du dei tielaba matam loisalak gi remedy sida aina panjadraga su agi mangna ngang bi kheba koi treasury bench longi honorable member sing na macha khaina thambi gre ana loisalak sida laksaning libo wafam di Manipur sidaida thoi be irang sidaida hak theng na akoi gi masibu control tawgada ba yengsin ga ba Indian government Manipur government makoi na tumina laikhiba si pen da bagi damakta i solution porang na bagi damakta makoi ni initiative lo bira kana political dialogue tawna biu aduga Manipur ma hausa gi phibam da hanjin han biu haijabani akoi khange Indian Constitution के article number 355 की मतुंग इना मणिपुर दा थोई बे इरांग असी एकोय external aggression नि हाइबा मखोइना फोंदोखिबा वाफम ना मयेक सिंगना ताकचरे मरम असिना Indian Constitution के article number 355 की मतुंग इना कोई central government is responsible for protecting states from internal disturbance and external aggression हाइबे भारत संविधान पीदुना लेरबा वाफम अमनि मसी खंगना मखोइना थबक अमता तौदगै थवोइना येंगदुना लैरिबा असि तहन दनबगी दमकता अखोइ मरि लैनबा स्टेक होल्डर सिंग फमिनर कांदा तौबा याबा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौमिनर कांदा मणिपुर बु महौसागी फिबम दा हंजल हनबा होनसी हाइबा वाफम से थमजरगा अजि खक्ते सुनतना अखोइ अहान बदा ओपोजिशन साइलों की ऑनरेबल मेंबर सिंग से मसिंग यामबिरमबनी अदुबु मोशन सिदि ओपोज तौथोरा कांदा लास्ट सुममबदगी अममम सनगी अनि सनगी सुम से चाकुई सुम हांगौरे मसिन दुम ताकसरबनी अदुना मोशन नजि पास तौबदा मतिक चारबा मोशन नम ओइबना असिगी मोशन नसिबु हाउस फ्लोर दगी पास तौबिना बगी दमकता स्पीकर सारगे मदि हाउस पुनिंग सिंचिनजरे
थैंक यू रिकेश नाउ opposition bench की leader थोकसोम सनाथोय take your time minute home
With the permission of Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, as a leader of the opposition bench, Honorable Speaker, sir, ngasigi support the bench the phambiriba members sing ngasigi house the pukhalkliba motion asi iram the Manipur asi the lairiba praja singbu lan lamjing nana honorak pa sida aroiba aigi concluding remark oina ngasi iram the Manipur bu lan lamjing gadaba asidagi kalhuna nabagi aigi concluding remark Honorable Speaker, sir, gi mafam da support the bench na thambiramba statement sing question tawjaba oina Honorable Speaker, sir, gi mafam da mathang nau nai thamjage ihan han mamakta ngasi iram the Manipur da thokliba structural amadi cultural violence ki core issue asi kari no haibasi miam punna ihan han mamakta da khangminaba yamna mak darkar tai ngasi iram the Manipur da thokliba irang asi ki core issue sing atu di ihan han da illegal immigrants ki issue opium cultivation ki issue narco terrorist activities singi issue aduga recently suspension of operation ki wathok issue sing asina maram oiraga iram da Manipur da ngasidi achauba wathok sing asi thoglakpani Honorable Speaker, sir, we all the members of the opposition members we do agree the fact that
political dialogue is the must. But the question arises over here is that kana political dialogue tawgada ribno haibasi achaw wahang amani. Honorable Speaker sir, support the bains the fambi riba members in the hangjanim wahang di ngasi ki political dialogue asi center amasung state lengak ka. Ain na yadaw mawong da yam na ning tambal laibak amada illegal immigrant when sanglak liba missing asi ka political dialogue tawgada ribra. Ani subda center amasung state lengak ka. Drug thariba poppy plantation tawriba music aduga political dialogue tawgada ribra. Ahum subada India ki lejariba Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita aduga formerly IPC amadi Criminal Procedure Court pu legal system pu khongau naramaga narco terrorist activities sing they involved tawriba terrorist singa iramdam gi leiriba center abasung state lenga ka political dialogue tawgada ribra haibasi achauba wahang amani hairiba board asi support the bans the fambi members na understand to thoi I get any super pointer, Nahan Makai support the bains the family members in the Tumduna Lairaga, Nasi Mak Mikap Toglaga, political dialogue, Hypagi Wapamasi, top you. Masiki Subsabu Kulam, I would like to remind this house, especially to the members of the supporter bains, is that 23rd October 2023, the Ministry of Home Affairs now already rudimentary Oibamong the tripartite peace talk ama violence Tadok Bahina mutually decision ama low crabani. Where decision to the violence thadok bahina low kiva taragasu ngasi makfoba violence thadok tabasina clearly political dialogue tawraga iram the Manipur santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilak ba haibasi oithok tabu wafam amani haibasi clearly state tawbana maram oraga motion asi aranba motion ni haina thamjabani. Honorable Speaker sir, I get ahum suba pointa KNLF ki president Tiger amasung hizang misona social media da yamna openly and loudly ngasi iram the Manipur the thokli bi irang asi perpetuate the honna gadavni haina social media the clear and openly hide about hobada asigumba aggressor singbu leiriba center amasung state lengaka political dialogue tawgadabani haiba targadi. My question over here is that India is a sovereign country in which Manipur is a part of it, and India never accepts security threat as it is. And moreover, supporter bans the Pambiriba members in Iramdamgi, India ki Leriva constitution bu Kongong Nana Bakaidong the Sinbigan. Honorable Speaker, sir, last but not least, my appeal to all the supporter members of all the supporters bans is that Article 371C of the Indian Constitution now Scheduled tribe category the piriba special protection amadi safeguard aduna maram oiraga illegal immigrant cookies sing asi ayambana iram the Manipur da thomjilaga iram dam de assimilate tawraga scheduled Article 371C of the Indian Constitution na scheduled tribe category the piriba special status the maram oiraga illegal immigrants sing asi incentivize tawraga ngasi the illegal immigrant ge negative fallout ama oina iram the Manipur da ngasi gi irang asi thoklakpani. Supporter bans the Pambiriba members in the Thamjaram Bawafam da constitutional amendment as a political dialogue tawraga constitutional amendment ama tawgadavdi hai. Honorable Speaker sir, supporter bans the Pambiriba members in the India ki constitution bu hana marit chumna India ki constitution bu yamna munna understand to you. Karam by India ki constituency ki provision da constitutional amendment as a political dialogue tawraga constitutional amendment tawwi yai habasi karam by India ki constitution ki provision da khairam bage. Honorable Speaker sir, maram asina ihan han mamakta India ki constitution bu khongau na basimbi ganu India the country India is beyond and above everything. India ki constitution bu khongau na basimbi ganu India ki constitution bu understand tawraga iramdam gi leiriba country sibu govern tawriba constitution sibu respect tawraga different provisions sing constitution makha da thamlamliba asigi framework ki manung da chatlaga India ki constitution bu aran ba maung da iramdam gi leiriba praja sing sibu karisu lairik la shu haitaba karisu khangdaba mioi ama oina guide tawbiganu. Honorable Speaker sir, maram asina supporter bans na ngasi Pukhalakliba motion, Iram the Manipurda, Shanti Amasung Mahosagi Fibam Hanjilakpa Habasi, political dialogue Kaktana Oitopang Namgani Hariba motion as see Matata Tamjakriba already a introductory remark, a concluding remark, asina different dimensions to Yamba Matamda, Aran by Yumfum Yauda motion or Moibana, Nasiki. Prime mover na ngasigi house the move to ramlaba motion asi amukahan reconsider tawraga aikoi amatoina tungi khunai gi damakta yamna chaukhatpa iram the Manipur peace and harmony oiba iram the Manipur amagi damakta ngasigi house the pukhalakliba motion asi amatoina unanimously withdraw tawraga iram the Manipur yamna chaukhatpa peace and harmony leiba iram the Manipur ama sabgal asi haiba wafam asi thamjaraga. Honorable Speaker sir dagi kananabi athang nugjari. Thank you.
Thank you Sanathoi. Mayamju House ki member ngakta ni lengsin biri se say how de loina loi tabiri ni nako speaker aizu ani maktai adum ama wintawi aidi aizu withdraw to gadra natraga motion ji pass to gadra gyanam ta deba aduna hojik si lengsin biri ba mayamna ai ahan bagi motion ji pass to bining bangai khudam thangapio House ki motion ji pass to bining bangai khudam thangapio okay Angta khan bi uda House ki motion ji pass to winning mai khudam thangapio ikai binu kaino si House ni kaino okay yare waro bi adre lakpiri ba lebiri ba House ki member me amji ki khud thangkar pasi yengjiraga motion ji pass to pam da gi mong de leire aduna hoji motion ji withdraw to gadra habi wafam mulai and as a convention speaker wena aina ngasi ki motion House ki motion ji kai khali noi kari khali pass to ninge ba aduga aseng bagi hayadi magi treasury bench su opposition bench su yankanda noi opposition bench ki mi myam chakhibje masi hayadi House tagi withdraw to ba nata the pass to ren pay ba kai khali okay Manipur ki speaker adagi India ki speaker adu dadi khangdre ko misam khayam naib dong tong na mali ai di debate ki ni ne achum sum logjirage motion je pass to jidre withdraw tore khoi mark teli to bo loidringai ki sida sum jury sing no magi mot khara pining ba leini bihum juthe aidi angang sing khoi debater sing sida su kanai dena ko aduna ahan bada khoi ujano ni kai khum nazar ba jano ni na matam kitang lobi gatra uja
Thank you everyone. Mr. Speaker, Wabigiba, Amasung, I colleague jury members and participants and audience. I respect Uchari. I'll take about 5 minutes. I have an Npyf initiative. I am not Tagachani. Karigino have Matamda, Wangang the Bahib say, Kunayamagi Tangai for the Nachang Bamacha Masiba public culture koi. Hen and why repeating a sea, Mahiro in a how we sing na Yam the Tawai Yauna, Nangbiba. Aduga maming panjadraga su aina yam impressed wa giba opposition ki bench ta su yauzei aduga treasury bench ta su yawi yam nanungai ekhuzu learning oiba moment ama phangi aikhoi ki manipur dang si khoi ngangnari basida yamna nungnang ba madi yawi debaters sing sida aikhoi si karam haina hingogadagi haibagi concern ama and I think that reflects that we are living with a sleeping conflict what Johan Galtung calls as negative peace. And I would call it sleeping conflict. Anytime it can wake up and put you in trouble. That's a very, very concerning situation. Second point, peace porakpagi matang sida debate haibasidi khana naba yana nabagi competition gi model puthorakpani sida puthoi sidi maroina akoina house ta assembly the parliament hek puthok padumaina di puthokta ba bill gumba su oina tawi aduda ina opposition bench amasung treasury bench ta hangningi treasury bench ki problem sina tawgudori ba peace dialogue asi kana gano haibasi akoigi mover na khadi attempt tawrami adubo mover na tawrami di amna pakti pak pa chawba aduga pointed way the Bahaitare. I think that was a big lacuna in the entire process as raised by the treasury bench. Makogi wangang loy kuding magna ayambana tawduri ba dialogue si kanagano karino karamba issue da tawduri no haibisigi bill sita puthorakta ba si treasury bench ki awacha ba mani ana khali. Opposition bench ki problem sina karigino harakanda wangang loy mayam ji thola ga member mayam ji agreement tawna ba adai peace ki building process to basi dialogue ki manung chandi hainaba oina honarak pasi yawi adudagi batak da su amuk opposition bench tadi lairaga conflict haiba city wari yotai saraga tawdamni haibagum basudum haibi yawi adana masigi akoigi yamna finally akoina argument tawgadab area du da Treasury bench amusung opposition bench anima ki weakness khar uba phangi mado akoina matung tarpa debate sing da khar semdo haningi haibasi mathamni aroi bada Treasury bench amusung opposition bench ani sina soi ki baji kadai dono haragati tawriba issue asi political dialogue asi maitai gu kuki gi oina khaktang ubudong toi kari no haibi topics di bill se di pandi maitai su kuki su aduna magi canvas asi amna pick na ugi ba haitare hena chawba problem amana muk Manipur gi wari ji khanar pamatana maitai gi wari ona tawna ngangba dawna tawbasu members sing sida uba and it actually disheartens my entire political consciousness because you are shrinking your own ideas about the idea of Manipur. Masima bench anida ikan hainingi topic asida bill asida community amatagi maming pande aduna khanarak pamatamda ngasigi bill asi khanabata maitai amsu kuki gi wari oina chatkiba asisu aikogi miyang sandaba members singi wakhalni haina idilose masima miyam gi mihut oina khara section hanni haibsani maramdi miyam gi mihut ni haidana ngasi lairiba mayam sesu miyam na pen daba kya lainariba matamni aduga peace amusung dialogue tawna ba haibase aigi wakhalda infrastructure and hainingi aikoina dialogue tawna doriba political process ma tawna doriba sigi my environment ma changeba madu aikoina infrastructure hana kobiyai khudamoina eda public culture ma leiba khunai ma ohan batai aikoina ngasai opposition bench ki member amana sukana haibi khiba akoigi lamsida wangang ba yaraktaba phaba punba tawba aki akhangi phibam ama lakpa siguma mayam se akoigi public culture directly threat tawi adana aigumba researcher amana di sigi public culture kanjana bagi wakhalon si amna phawi aduga ngasi member oiri ba singna su adugi public culture dubu kanna bagi damakta mayam ni mihut oina thakatli bani haibase kauba yade haibasini ani shubada aikoina peace amasung dialogue tawna ba haibase abstraction da tawna bayati yamna platonic obe process amanati masidi yamna pragmatic obe process amani madudane khoi institutions innovations sangis innovations of institutions to address the problems that we are confronting with number c aikoi gi member amasung akoi khunai constantly akoi the democratic world views sing se koina hengat han batai खुदमोइना मणिपुर की वानी सानाबदा फुरु अमा खतगी वखल खलगा साबा नत्रगना political movement तौबुतर कांगलुप नाइब मोंग तौबा पुनम असिदि democratic world view यावदबा वखलोनी मरम अदुना हाइरिबा world view सिंग से democratize तौदबा तारगदी आइखोइना पामलिबा peace process dialogue ओसी तौबा ngamde करिगिन हाइद मतिक साबा infrastructure अदु aikoina leite haina lawi ahum subada aihangna pukhachanibo idea mana hojik ethnocentric homeland wafam yam kal ai kanglup nai balai pak sem ga dabani haidana ngasai debater amana su palami aina suai gi public speech yam ngangse bani adu waina sida am khaktang haining badi aikoi gi kanglup nai bo wakhal khanbasi maike am khaktana khanba mande maike kaya de khanaba ui aduga kanglup ki miang dagi khunai amasung raniti tauba sina aikoi gi matam sangna leba political culture adu de yamna chawba chaitheng piba si aikhoi gumba mi amada di amna nuai zadaba wazaba phawi maram di aikhoi gi future si yamna mak sleeping conflict ama gi maikai da sangselak ba hekta makeup tholak pada hekta hanarak ba yaba phiba ma semgat pra habi aki baduna maram oraga aikhoi gi marakta leriba khena basing asi leiraga su aikhoi gi marakta manaba kaya su lei haibasi su aikhoi na kawba yade haibasina aikhoi gi khenabasing asi absolute oide haibase nahasingna khalangi haibaduri aduga wakhalon kangluki wakhalon sum sangsin khibasina amamba tanel amada amamba surung amada sumak sangkiba amamba surung adure sangkibata natana surung dugi manung duda chumthang makhong thibagum tauba political ideologies mayam kanglup naiba mongda poklakpa sina aikoi gi political future asi kari oigedagi haibasi yamna mammi haibatare maduna ngasi tinbiriba members sing amasung khunai asina nainabiba matamda adugi langadru thudana bagi machak sing infrastructure sing semgat pasina akhoi manipur kan gadori bani haibase political party sing nasu mieng sanna yenglabadi leba ase chawkhat pangam gani haibasini loisalam dai dain haining base aikhoina kanglup ki oiba wakhalda aikhoina yengba ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ political world view sing si community the loina picture like pa se matam go chunadaba philosophy matam go chunadaba political ideas oirak pa sina Manipur dang asidi masigumba wakhalon sing se manghan nabagi adugumba yamna ningthiba political world view sing democratic culture amasung sigumba debate chathariba public culture se semgat pa mathau tai public culture asi aikona kalhauda ba taraga dictatorial ba khunai lo namla changkini adu akoina matam sangna sagalakpa adu mangasai palliba democracy 1947 constitution 1949 the losen ki bagi wari punumak tugi adugi nungnang ba sing ado makha ta namak adumak leikhigani haibagi thazaba chingnaba adusu aingonda fawi aroi bada aikoina ngasi piriba ideas sing ase aina haibana chummi haiba langadu thugadra natragana aigi langadu tholaga chatna bayaba political world view amada aikoi thajagadra haibasi hangba taragadi aina khanjabada political science su yawba aikona su khara hena nainajaba aikogi aikona political propositions ama thamba matam siresida akogi value amadi yawpham thoi hariba value asi yariba makhai malem sida leriba amasung humanity ba khunai singsina yagadaba political value sing adu puthokpa aduna institutions singi mathau oigadabani miyang leaders singi mathau oigadabani aduna hariba value system adu puthokpa yanadaba tamudi political dialogue ama tawba mathau tai haibase political dialogue ama tawdaba taragadi karigidamakta problem lakani haiba society ado militarized torokani society ado conflict tholakani aduna mugnari ba mayam se aikhoina democratically relations si hairabadi aikhoida wari saba ngambagi awat apa hangnaba ngambagi adugi innovative oiba thauna ado leitrabadi aikhoi masel phunaba hanaba amasung aduga ironana khoi khunai ase lanmi sing langoi chankibana tana thoidok po option leiroi haiba wakhalon asida aigi oinadi ngasigi motion ase yamnamak support tawjai thank you very much.
Next, Ma'am Srima, Madam Kalowi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected speaker of today's debate, respected jury members, and people in the audience. Ihan mamakta de hagna ikok kumna kai kumna buchari. Thoidokna ai haningai lekte akhoi oja noni ne yam phajana debate sigi process amasung award pa soiba yam point out toraga thambirame yamna haraujai kaigino haiba matamda sikumaina yamna ningba kairaba yamna thawai nungaitaba matam asida akhoi haurak liba inkhalak liba akhoi students sing haitare mukhoina yang launa sigumba debate asida masing yamna participate tawraga faza idea myam puthok pirak pasi urakanda Manipur se asama di uri habase haksi na thaje asigumba debate competition asibu sinbi bagi damakta Npyf pu hanna thagachari debate se khakta sunatana essay competition amasu sinbi habasi ha khangjai essay competition dugi jasu ha oijabanina yamna thagat ba phongdok chari tungda su debate essay competition ain hapchen jaring badi poetry ki competition su to view extempo speech ki competition tu so view karigino haiba matamda ningkha tambagi wahai wata sing sidi saireng gumba art kumba da phongtok pana hena sakti leibani masi ehak thamjage aduga saireng amusung art pu yam pamjaba mioi ama oina nupi ama oina ehak saireng ama khak ai isagi ju thamjaramge aduga madu thamdringai du da ehak na shiro shairi se ehak yamna pamjai masigi inspiration se angang ringai de su pamjare tabu 2019 da ehak Jamia Millia Islamia Delhi da refresher course ama khak ehak December thada yauzarui Jamia da aina refresher course ama yawus da aikhoi na di Muslim gi institution Islam institution ne khoi khan ma khallaga changu bado aduki matik aidi aran ba wakhal ma oirame aduki matik democratic oi aduki matik nongai aduki matik humanitarian ethos yauna ma khoina pangthoi madudari da classic amai tawge da refresher course ki resource person se laktaba numita shero shairi tawi aduki shero shairi kharaduna ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯀꯌꯥꯝ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯏꯊꯤꯜ ꯄꯤꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯉꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯏꯊꯤꯜꯗꯨꯅ ꯊꯋꯥꯏ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯀꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯁꯦꯔꯣ ꯁꯥꯏꯔꯤ ꯄꯥꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯐꯒꯠꯄ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯤꯑꯣꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯁꯦ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯀꯥꯏꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯅꯤ ꯑꯋꯥꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯅꯤ ꯃꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯨꯗ ꯄꯣꯏꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯥꯔꯠꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯕꯨ ꯀꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯃꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯂꯨꯅ ꯂꯧꯐꯝ ꯊꯣꯛꯏ गालिब सुमाइना हैरमी अहमद उर्दू हाइजगे को उम्र भर गालिब यही भूल करता रहा धूल चेहरे पे थी और आईना साफ करता रहा मैं आप खंगबीरंगनी आई अमतंग हाइजगे को पुंसी सुब गालिब ना अरानब थब अमा सोयब थब मा अदुम तौ लेरमेबा माइद मोलगा मिसेन दो कन्न तअग सेंदोक लेरमेबा सिनी गालिब हैरमी अदुकी मतिक आर्थ कयाम चेनगे हाइबदा सिगी शायर की पोएम सेंटेंस अनी खक्त सिना अखोई पुंसी कन बंगमगनी हाइजरिबा मागी पावर से सी हारगा आई इसाबगदा इजबा सैरेंग अमा खक थिजरमगे याम तेनबा सैरेंगनी सैरेंग असे आइगी वाखलदा हप्ता अमनी था अमनी से सुम लक तरोगा लेबनी अदुबु ngasiगी सिगुम्बा प्लेटफॉर्म सिदा ehangna present tawge haiduna सैरेंग असे ehangna consolidate tawbudi ngarang ngasi khakta consolidate tawbani asoi yaruga su mayamna ngakpigani aigi sereng ase ming thonjadre mayamna dum chanaba yegaga thonbibasu yai nangna kalakna mitaru riba aigi hakchang ase kanana khangani nongba yonthoklambasu yai naya tara amada lambigi chidai da leptuna Napi sintharuranu aibu nungsi haiduna singya uraga kunya khungangi taklaba lambi uraga nangna pangkhre hariba khunaya si uraga sinthanaba khao nangi napido nang ai kwa matap ama lana khisira hujikpo natraga khutlai ama lana sira lauro matam yore thing tharoni warep ado ngairuranu kauthoklo khalluranu haibadi yamna lai adubu ngasi su ngairam khini mama kharadi musi musiba podon do paiduna sukhan halaklaro masa singbu khunthok kayagi wari likhoge खुदम कया पी खोगे इरमदम से आईगी इरमदम नि हाइनबगी दमक थोइदोंना थिररोइसि नंग आईगी ई कनाने हेली सेंगबा लैमाइदा ताखिबदा तुरियल सेंथखिबदा महौ रोलदगी सिंथरकलिबा इमाइबेन सिंगी इखेंगना ngangleinaraba lehause hena nganghanbada nang aigi ina khetnana mateng pangloi mayam puno phukrumjai
memgi sailing sida debate su kesu lo yawre matang sidi kai khumjar bai gi uja nuksijar ba uja kunjo
kai khum nazari ba ngasigi debate sigi speaker lengsin biriba guessing aduga debate sing akoi uza noni ga akoi madam gana loi haidok pirame ai di thoina haini ari te ado aina haizaning baje ngasigi debate se debater sing je kharadi yam phagre hoi sai uza noni na haiba damaina akoina manipur gi hauzu leriba topics da hairizi Manipur da santi amasung normalcy hanjalak paibani community ani je khadna bagi wana te koin hairse ado maitai ga kuki khatangi woina pubadaro sum tawkhre madu khak natabida debater khadi yam phajana performance pi akoi kana ni heli haidoino na haibada khanbam khangdaba makeup yauki aduna karigumbada kanagumbamna position taraga aidi ta dega na haiba matamda maduna nakhoi gi performance ta reflect tawgane na khangano akoi gi ngasigi daw ne khandopiyo kharadi am phajana tawki hoi angang pam sa ma yam nuksibam khayawi open debating competition oibina lakpu erangani doma yam nungsi ma na ngang bado aduma khoi gi chimpha purga ngang bado na toba ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯕ ꯗꯤꯕꯦꯇꯔ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯛꯈꯤꯅꯦꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯤ ꯑꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯀꯅꯥꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯈꯔꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯍꯧꯔꯛꯄ ꯅꯨꯄꯥ ꯃꯆꯥ ꯑꯃ ꯌꯥꯎꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯗꯣ ꯃꯑꯣꯡ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯥꯗꯧ ꯃꯥꯜꯂꯝꯃꯒ ꯈꯔ ꯇꯧꯔ ꯇꯣꯛꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯌꯥꯎꯒꯤ मासु ngang ba pronunciation ke yam nungai tabado adagi khitang preparation to the wat pa khar yawe mathang da hena phaba akhoi gi kenoma debaters sing oira kanena khanje NPYF na ngasi tawrakli basi topic si akhoi gi pass to bada taw da badu nataba aina khanjaba dadi ngasai wazana su takpi gi badune akhoi lambi makhak thirak pa male Manipur sing ngasi वारे हाना थेंगनबिरंबा हाना लेबिरंबा अखोगी मणिपुर की मतम अमगी होय कॉन्फ्लिक्ट मरक्तो ओइरसु अवाना मरक्तो ओइरसु सुक यामना वाबदी अखोई चही तरे खुंदाक मतम तागी बदु नतना सुक यामना वाबदी थेंगनकिद्री मणिपुर दा अदुगा मैतैना सुक यामना उपाय लेतबा सुक यामना पांगन सोमबा मानबा मसक अम उथोरक पजिजु हंदक किसिने मैतै सिंगजी अगदी अमुक्तंग अखोगी हिस्टोरिकल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अखोगी थौना लिंगजेन अदु अखोगी वाखल मियेंग नौना अमुक्तंग डिफाइन तौब चंगेना खंजे मसागी दरो जानो नि ताकपिरम बदुनी अखोगी डिबेटर सिंगजिना मैतै खतंग सुम हाइबा मानबा अद मणिपुर की राजनीति वाला सिंग के मरक्त सु अदुगा मैतै की पॉपुलेशन सिंग की मरक्त गिजु मैतै खक्तगी वासुम गांग बजे मैतै नुसिरोइजे हाइबदि नतेको मैतै ना मैतै खक्तबो सम नुसिरदिना ऐदि मणिपुर जे पुन्ना लेमिनबा यादो मानदे मैतै ना मैतै खक्ता नुसिरेंगे कुकीजु कुकी खक्ता नुसिरकनी नागासु नागा खक्ता नुसिरकनी पांगनजु पांगन खक्ता नुसिरकनी ना खल्लेदि अदुना मैतै सिंगना पुक्सेल चावथोकपा अमा बिग ब्रदरली एटीट्यूड अमा मिटिंग से अदुगा असुक कुइबा सही लिसिंग कयासदा अखोइना कलखिबा लमदमजे सिदा अखोगी पुक्सेल चावथोकपा खरा पुलप कोनसिनबा ngamba sikon नावकोनबा ngamba अखोगी वाखल मियेंग अमखक चंगेना खंजै मसी हाइबदा मैतै सिंगी खल्लोइसे हाइबा नते अदो अखोगी नुक्सीबदी इसा नुक्सीबदी थमोइदा थम्मगा अखोगी ममा पापा सिंगना अखोगी मिगी मचाबुदु योखटपा इचाना चैबदो अदुमाइना खरगा तौरगदी अखोई फगनेना इना खंजबा लैजै ऐ वाखंज लालंबजु याय हौजिक अखोई सुम हाइबगी वानी कोना फरखिनी स्वाई मतांग दैजु ओजा नोनिगी केनोदुदा सपोर्ट तौजगे अइना सी हाई हाइदना अइना सपोर्टर दे हेना मार्क पिखिबगी अदुगा केनोगी opposition दा मार्क पिदबगी वाद लेते अदुदी प्योरली ऑन मोगी परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ड पिजखिबनी मार्कटी अइजु डायलॉग सिदी सपोर्ट तौजनिगे डायलॉग की प्रोसेस से हुजबाउ इनिशिएट तौद्रीने खल्ले गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने इनिशिएट तौद्री डायलॉग से स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने ट्राई तौद्री अखोगी स्टेट की लुचिंग बसिंगना करी खल्लगनो खंगदब मोंगदा पुलप पुनबा यादब मोंगदा वा ngang हे हेक ताजै मदु खतंग तोहनजनिगे अंसा हाइजबदनी मैतै सिंगना मैतै ककी खनबजे अदुगा अदु खनबा मानबा मोंगदा थबक तौबजे मसी होंदोक पियु नाई अपील तौजनिगे मैतै सिंगदी मणिपुर बु सेमगलखिबजे अतोप कम्युनिटी सिंगी कंट्रीब्यूशन याम यावे हाइबु हेक अखोइना थेंगनजबा इतिहासता मैतै सिंगी इपाइपु सिंगदना चैथारोल कुंबाबदा इरमिबा निंगथौ सिंगदा मैतै निंगथौ गाक्तने अदुगुंबा इनिंगथौ सिंगदना पालंबा ngaamba अखोगी लमदमसे हौजिकसु अखोइना दुम कन्बम थोए अदो सी कन्बा मतमसिदा ख्वाइदगी चावबा थौदांगदो अखोइना मांग थाना लौमिनाजे अखोइना अखोइ खक्तंग मैतै खक्तंग नुसिबगी वासम गांगदी लेबाकसे पुनबा यामना नुंगाइरोय अदुना अखोइ पुक्सेल खरगा चावथोकमिनासी हाइब वाफमजे थमजरगा इ मतंगसे लोसिनजगे
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯑꯔꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯩꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯋꯥꯐꯝ ꯈꯔ ꯊꯝꯃꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯒꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯦꯟꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯗꯤ ꯁꯥꯡ ꯉꯥꯡꯕꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯗꯤ ꯃꯤ ꯄꯥꯈꯠꯅꯩ ꯅꯣꯡ ꯈꯣꯡꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯐꯥꯎ ꯊꯥꯔꯣꯏ ngasi di yam tien ngai handak se mama sigi manak ta ko pakhang ikhalak pasi lepi chempa chini hapaga yo maga pi ko makhut sida phanek machet tukibi mata phagra machagi marai baktuda manam namagane image ningthem lan chatlu nangi khunjanga u nangi nari pak naramdam nga oidana mapi chadum targa bidai tobuse handak originatana atai matamda su uroiba angang singse mayam ju salam gadra khangde marak marakta chatlaga nungdang tummiba koigi internal displaced person sing leibam du da amtang chatpiyo bako apik pa angang mayam mama din ningai tobuse ima khoibu kedong yum da handoino na kapiba mamitagi mapi taba natana wakhum leite khara chawba angang sinane yum mai thagi bu ubudo aduna ma khoi yum saba ngamgidro ina mama da wang hangi ko adu ju mama na mamitagi mapi taba natanu pai leite mahi da khwai tang muse sangom ju tangi mahini khoi ju tangi mahini ko yu bawa mahini tangi hidak thakna badu ju mahini tangi ko adubu mittagi tarakba pi gi mahi se sidagi na tangba mahi pithribi de leite masidi ne thamoi gi wakat yawe ba pen da bagi wakat yawe tungi punchirol uda bagi yawe nahet pi bagi yawe ningba kai ba ningba thungda bagi yawe handakti yam tagre mit ki pije ko aduna aina thamjaningi de noi naha singda hojik se tokshanna ba amate yaroi ba politics yobi ge ju tokshanna do di yobi ge no ba politics tawrage na khanbi raga tholko mayam je tokshanna raga yobi tokshanna do di yobi no ba please lalo bujune tokshanna ga do di lan tobi no ba mayam gi wangang je ba khoi sune tokshanna ngang do di na ngang bi ba tholkano ba khoi ju tokcharo ba no mayra pai bi june tokshanna ga mayra pai di so budi tobi no ba chief minister we bi june tokshanna ga we do di tobi no ba serious thing no ga da matam ne aduga dialogue nunglog adu ada lang tongna ba khona ba tongna ba toksano malem da tawdo kem yaw putti sigumba maraksida sigumba phatta ba jingsina khwaidagi chawba kana ba pi aisi akoi khangda wani pidhibi da phau gi mayam mi oigera lam oigera mayam je sigumba awa ba ji thengnar kana phau gi yaktene ba aina sak lam ba da heta mi na tak bizaraga aina sak lam du phag bagane sa phangda koi di dana wangai waraga phangda na saram chadat na dana khogang na bana sa ba lamba ko khibje sigi lamba ko pagi aina phangi ba gyan jigane mina salong pizaraga aina lamba phagi ba dugo yam thi khenani aduni I want to go beyond that good and evil skies and idea gi mot dine hojik si lan nung kai ge tawsunu ke sukai deba akhoina tawgadaba ma tahuseba in order to save our future hoji atai the mieng amuk thambiru naha dam da thambiyo within a very short time moijini mantri were kadoriba police were kadoriba adagi de ukil were kadoriba doctor engineer were kador longmi sinmi oido mayam je moini ba akoi matam ji de kuirak treba moi jingjina serious horaba yes we can save Manipur koi Manipur kan mangam neba aduna hojik sida koina angang sing sida kari yahun ngedege da punsi haiba hanju haloi daba punsi ji unreturable journey ko life se amu handage ga ya ponte sum chakhi bajin loi gi doini adugumba haloi daba punsi gi khongchat tuda punsi haiba pochida saruk mari khag yom na yauri ba kari no hai kan the personal life aigi punsiro lama isagi oba ani subada family life imung manungi punsiro lama ahum subada professional life aina toriba thabak se sigi punsiro lama mari subada social life khunai ga ai ga lainari ba mari si gi punsirol ama sidani leipak ning ba loi yaurs mari se khoi angang sing da hoji amat ta leitre amat te leitre mama pa sing na ju nong mu ta angang lai pau mak phangu pisa pizar thabak tawni ha ba professional life sidani ji khalis professional life to khalu ke sukai di ko adu bo aina tolob lupa lakh ama sar de lakh amaga lising kun gi thabak torumge aina tolob lising yang kai sar di lising pu gi thabak torumge ji each of the individual na khalag bole ba kamai chakole duino adu di pung tra de office ka ni ar de ma pande ka tar na pung manga da ni ar ga taruk ta halalo re ahen ba surami ba thabak to ai gi khunai da kathokpa leipak ta kathokpa ai gi kathok chaba duneba adu ni dana bread level theory ai se jarba manipur dana tara de ka ka da utra ma thum khai ka ni manga da da ohum khai hala ni lising yang kai chawa mi duna phangi ba mai tolob se lising kutra hurali ni ma chai du lising kun mukta ne ba ako university wa sa sungai ne tolob chawr puri lak ani ni ma khai tham da class kun khalor ga lai thok le ga di ma chai tolob du lising bu pha pon te hurali ne ba simyam se Sigi hurat ba mayam sino ne ba khoi lebak sakutri si si professional life to understand to di kam phani aduna aina khanjaba da khoi angang mayam si padan amtang hojiki punsirol mari ji yom ga sem je ba no ma loi khong da tur ne ba Manipur will be golden peacock in the world in future loi tur dong ni dialogue ai kari lan gai loi tur dong ni kana video Japan tourism na nungti gi mai gi chingni nungti juar ha ni juar chahi do 1617 har ni see the development see the progress aduna ID angang je pajan am the same je silai si mama pa ta ni timbi je aduna ne debate gi haido ngang is angang ji fusana the same ji imung ji pajaba imung am to hen ji nupa nupi leminari bisi nungchi na leminabi u hoji nupa me amni nupi yam koi tumin thungam thoga telephone to busi am yawi message ge tha ba ko mama aduna mai nupa du sena ba angang ga sena sang ponte adu mai jum to di program ta ne ba lebak se ko aduna personal life sida noi yam phajana khang ko personal life sid nangi communication skill ngasi aina ngangjari je se akhoi my communication skill da group communication koi ada interpersonal mi ngang na sangna ba aina ngang da ingon di yeng video di kai de listening skill lai doino mi na ngang da ina mun na yeng da de ai confidence kai de gain to doino aduna mashi yam phajana aigi personal life ta communication skill lai ga da bani listening skill lai ga taringi gyan hen kala ka doini kitang ngangba yamna tabas yam marui ko si yam sangre tension jage adagi critical thinking hoji mayamna adu dara du tonari je nang sigi somda toriba geopolitics di mai ne ba sigi geopolitics mai ne di si nei na du numit humni nei na zu loroi adu sigi impact lai tabra di bari de lai ni ai di pakhalim ni kuki ga khoi ga te tawna bi de khara phai kui dana China ga Russia ga na Myanmar gi misang sang ga rebel me am jina America misang sang ga India zu kabak yaur ga kapna ka dren kan khali hoji me am khang da bon khulai no bu angak pa la khajani sophisticated do khulai pa lan tawna ro da di khulai di pasina roi ne ko kari gi noida China zu magi akhoi China gi kenosi mai lambi sum magi state of Malacca ina ko mayam na Malacca Strait haiba Indonesia Malaysia rom da chatpagi lambi ji masu America na control sat tok saladin nungai roi na mana America na maming thom da string of pearls na masu lambi isingi semi ba ayo Obama Myanmar da Sri Lanka da gi ke adegi Cambodia da sum kap kiba India is Indo-Pacific region the India is same is South Africa yau duni adai sigi uji transition road ka je khoina Fagi Manbuani, Udini. Europe Udini. Saban Russia to see me, China to see me. The multi development bank and multilateral development bank. I name Kahariba, World Bank Kahariba. Adagi BRICS Kizumagi, BRICS Kizu Bank Lady, China Kizu New Development Bank Kai Asia, Kanogi, Japan Kizu ADB, Asian Development Bank Kai Lady. See, multilateral development bank say, Sigi Paisamiam, Akwize, Manipuri project Terese, Mui China Zuyorini, Japan Zuyorini, World Bank Zuyorini, Lut Hadarineva. Si Malem you in a Masigi Paisagi, Carvazi, Munavas the car, Lammas Nangaladi, Lammas Land of Salaga, Nemal Ladiga and Todd, Trumnago Zaharido. Any exchange values the dollars Sydney Honoragadi, China 100% tax loan has it. Some the people possess Chani Yoni guys. Sigi Paisagi Carbar Sigi Pose Sinazu Land Tonya Masak Yamway Tori Neva Manunda. At the Huzi Lambido, Lambi Miamze. Madam the Indian Ocean Paisin of Honorapa. At the my Lambi clear with another Honorapa. Quad kind of lady. Sagi Indo Pacific reasons Zigi. Pasana India to Septon Novena, Americane, Indiane. Japan ne aduga maroina Australia ne pumno quad kain leba akhoi security kaino body ni ko si myam jing gi tongnani ba sigi lan ji da ko laibak thi bai ta ra khoi ne lai saluri ba jaga ji da masai gi debate jungang bi gi ba sidwe hai gi do mana maming seran to na ma hai gre sumi sidwe du na rang khain de lai dui ni sidwe dei sangjil lak pada palet wa hai ba du na chin state na lai dui ni Chin State dagina Mizoram tabokti by road lak tuini bako. Aduna Chin State luna tog dawi adawi maram lay Mizoram Indiana luna tog dawi adawi maram sulay ko. Adubo atu matamda ayna sum khanjaba dadi lam julep ko dong male. Kena somdo unkhanari se sida akhoi manungi problem masaji sum ya laga thamaga Indiana kaido nungda strategy hot pang moy bako. Anu moy da compel to ro pai tare lam jilo shinna bagi ko. Sigalo Sandraba, Moy Som the Torocado, Pot to the Boy Matam Tishani. Jose Narang Heck Narang Matang Hando. The jet fighter, a young but sophisticated Empire, PDF came to Ivo Racy, Lan Horamni. On India Zoo, Lalabuzu Sogoli, Meltre Juntas Sogoli. India Sogopokuso, Japan Sogaponi. Quiggy Tau, Punava Zaz, Beshel Kunga, Brahma P in free the canoe. Submarine bopi ni keno China azudum torini India azu rebel misang sangi China azudum sangi America azudum sangi ada khoi gi asongi lalo me am jing som dang aide sang dana lotsa bani na moina ju khoi lalo do chum kap khot to bani ne India ju oija bani na luna sum to bani na lan du hek to na kan da han le chenjen mong dong chenjen le di ko akhoi ju misai le dum thungarani I came to the music poker once a leg. And Tamangam Dinago. Although, seen a seaway grey, Tamzaning is a Hosike the minor, communication skill, listening skill, are they more in the critical thinking? Are they know the positive thinking? Positive thinking, I'm told no in Hadi. Quite deep Maru Poti was Akunjo Queen and I did Yam the parks and Angangs in the Gyantan Baze. Problem solver instead of problem creator. Committee is a problem creator with a problem solver with you. Political party manung there's a problem. Lahende ho number body yaw never. Problem lo shanda banataba. Ade imung de zunya. Problem wende to would be you am level. Nupazu. Ade problem solver we get problem ma laidore had a total shanda ho nagadaba say. Masigi Magunji and Wang Maguna Maneva, Sino in the hardest sailova. Imai Pakapangano, Imayum the problem when Ganova. A problem solver way bako, I do a positive thinking labor co. See Agi, personal life, quite a maru of a port of money. Aduga Sagi, family do the family the labor, Yum Nunkai do the Darka later. Madi port never, Simen Gumba Yot, Gumba Zinga Gumbanina. Imung a family has it. I nupi ima baba angang nupi kakala iba mayam du thamoy gi marido nung sai na beba tawla na ꯌꯥꯝ ꯏꯀꯥꯏ ꯈꯨꯝꯅꯅ ꯑꯔꯩ ꯂꯩꯇ ꯇꯥꯟꯅꯗꯅ ꯑꯋꯥꯅ ꯁꯔꯨꯛ ꯌꯥꯃꯤꯟꯅꯗꯅ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯇ ꯃꯦꯛ ꯍꯥꯏꯅꯗꯅ ꯄꯨꯕ ꯏꯃꯨꯡꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯂꯣꯏ ꯂꯩꯔꯗꯤꯅꯦ family are the units of the state. State are the unit of the nation. Nations are the unit of the world. Masa adum chawkani. Ana imungi punsirol sisu phajana khangbiba ko. Profession ge eng sahaija gre. Thabak pu tawradi kana bakra di dum pibiyo ba. Rajniti tawrsu lebak miyam gi khara kana naba dum tawbiyo ba. Isa ge su logadabani. Adugo akun bagi social life sidi aina yum yam wangdana car makhan makhan tongdana low ingon panglei the leiraga ko number 4 karbar tokbagi angang sing ui uiraga HIV positive oidana siri myam si aina talibu wealth siga khunai gi welfare ga ani si khara khara gyan tabiraga khunai ga nakshan na leiradine afaba khunai su dum oigal leba aduna lan tawning tawsinu ama tawning tawsinu Singapore pikraponi Hong Kong is pikraponi paying chocolate Bhutan maktada koina bari de helimina Bhutan jina sahi taram ki matung ticket keep demo moi miam jing jim magunje si yam thi wang reba an idea ko angang sing se apa ba magun chen na bane am to hona si nong mane lan oi gera oi roi ra lan torju dum kanni tawdra dum kanni kok bu pharaba puning bu pharaba mindset ju pharagadi ai khanbada koi manipur kanba ngamne jam kan thajai ko manipur soidana kanba ngamni manipur gi future lei aduna masi haijaraga kitang matam sang lori jim mak tinjam loinamni ai loibira mane khali punapu khoramjari aswengam yawar sunga piu adu mayamna aiju se support yam tawjamne ba mayamna ikai ba ni khangde khuri thang thang kat du tu ba adagi formalities ju tawam thokba ko khoine samjan buju angang jing the culture ne si ju ko akhoina thaina ka debate ngang mo chalpa matam daga di as hekta house tagi hena house manjan matam digi oja ahan jing duna speaker oi bu ko ado yamju nungai phajana su phai aduga compete nga akhoi debater jing je juri ga diam waram ngani ikin khena dabs loina bakse aduna yam nungai mayam leng dana ga lebi jam nungai political party yawi banina mangoloi biu haija tare election jun naksal lakpuri na ko regional party hairaga region gi khara khanbi ba iram dam khara khanbi ba darkar hoi ko regional party ni hairaga Delhi ki prabhu myam du khuning kang kang yeng bai thabak sim ni tu ozin thamjage thank you very much microphone je organizing committee de sinajari thank you very much
mayam hojik se event se loisalakpaga loinana mark se hojik adding up tawri adunang mayam ngaktang wars wana ngaiminanaba ningsingjari
Sigi debating competition sigi makong mathang tabam to lok thok sage ahan bagi first prize di thoksom sanathoi singh mana lobby gre mana score to was 228 ni mazi opposition bench ni ado second da ria tongbram ria si ria ria ai ria je tarak kade dum khal 226 ni supporter ni third term moirang them amarjit chani ga kunmari ni opposition ni ado consolidation prize da namairakpam rikesh maitei 222 phangi adagi mayengbam mangal singh 221 phangi aduga umar nongjai maju 220 phangi supporter ni Laisam Chana Jauba 214 Pangi opposer ni Glady Ketrimayum 214 Pangi supporter ni Dinesor Purichabam 213 ni opposition ni Kumuksam Srinivas Sanitara Pangi Aduga 8 position the Laisang Them Luching Bichanu 209 Aduga 9 the Sida 8 positions the MD Isarat Ali Ziauri Maju 209 Pangi Adu 9 the Thoksom Roshan Singh 208 Pangi Adu 10 the Joyশ্রী Haishnam 203 Mayam gi prize di February gi first week ta ese gi loishalak paduga punna pigane na organizing committee gi maike di habirei aduga prize di yam piktre first prize da 30,000 ni second prize da 20,000 ni maitero ndam haijarake first prize da lising kuntra ni second prize da lising kunni aduga third prize da na lising tara ni consolidation prize zu lising ohum ni puna maksi thamjaraga February gi ahan basayonda organizing committee na lepi bada ngasi gi lengbi de wis mana hara haro lapiu akhoi la amdraju dum la amdre na khanbiu puna bu khorum jari
Thank you everyone for coming and joining this event today. I hope it was a great event. And as we come to the end of this event, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude. May I now invite Thaunauzam Nivarani Devi, General Secretary, Npyf, to come up on the stage.
Thank you. Ngasi se yam nungai Npyf na sumaina debate competition ama sinjabase yam grand success oibra na khajai ayi wakhalonda ado Npyf na makhatana youth mayam gi damakta platform pizagani competition mayam ama matung tarpada su mayam ama singani aduga political party mayam na hunari ngai Npyf na youth mayam ama leptana semgani haibase sigi achet pathajaba pizage duga now, on behalf of Npyf Manipur, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our judges, speaker, participants, party members, media persons, and everyone who who made this event a grand success. Let us carry forward the insight we have gained today to create a brighter, peaceful future for Manipur. Thank you for being a part of this meaningful initiative. Wishing you all a wonderful day. Thank you.